has led to fatalities at one of Ashake's concerts. In December 2022, 2 women died in a stampede at his O2 Bristol show.
Well, elsewhere in entertainment, Vince Zampella, co-creator of the Call of Duty video game series, has died at age 55. Zampella was killed in a single vehicle crash on the Los Angeles highway in California. The Ferrari he was in veered off the road, struck a concrete barrier, and caught fire. According to the California Patrol, 2 people were in the vehicle at the time. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. Well, that wraps it up for us on NewsHour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the Senate has approved a 43 trillion naira 2024-2025 budget repeal.
Also, reps approve extension of 2025 capital budget to March 2026.
INEC rejects Makinde-backed PDP and WC over pending court cases.
NSCDC deploys 55,000 personnel across Nigeria.
Nigerians decry high transport fares and insecurity.
Markets see increased activity ahead of festive season.
On the foreign scene, 5 dead as Mexican plane carrying 2-year-old burn victim crashes.
In business, Nigeria tops African crude exports to U.S. in 2025.
Well, in sports news, Nigeria beat Tanzania 2-1 in winning start.
And in the world of entertainment, Ashake mourns fan killed in Nairobi concert stampede. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. We witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you so much for watching.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrapchat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning here in Lagos, and we are here again today to serve you very interesting and interesting trending stories. We are about 16 hours away from Christmas, and from us here, it is Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Now, let's get into it. Director General of the National Counter-Terrorism Center reveals Nigeria is working with Facebook, TikTok, X, others to delete terrorist accounts, curb propaganda. INEC rejects Turaki-led National Working Committee, cites court judgments as Seyi Makinde reveals Wike offered to hold PDP down for Tinubu till 2027. And 5 years after NSAS, Lai Mohammed vehemently insists nobody was killed at Lekki Tollgate. Now, these are the major topics of discussion this morning. We also have other interesting trending stories which we are going to weigh in the course of the show. Join us as we take you around Nigeria for these interesting stories. I am Chukuma Okoro, by the way.
And I am Moses Humphrey. Welcome to the program.
I'm Fina Okechiko, glad to have you on board. And talking about other trending stories, the United States government has announced a Christmas incentive program offering illegal immigrants up to $3,000 to voluntarily leave the country. They went further to warn that those who fail to take advantage of the offer risk arrest and permanent deportation. In a statement released on Monday by the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, the U.S. said illegal immigrants who enroll in the program before the end of the year would receive a cash stipend alongside free flight tickets to their home countries. The statement added that participants would also enjoy additional benefits, including the forgiveness of civil fines or penalties for overstaying or failing to leave the country earlier. The Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, described the initiative as a seasonal goodwill gesture, noting that the incentive had been tripled due to the Christmas period. She, however, issued a stern warning to those considering staying back. In her words, illegal aliens, that's what she called people who are, illegal immigrants into U.S., illegal aliens should take advantage of this gift and self-deport, because if they don't, we will find them, we will arrest them, and they will never return. And that ends her quote. The DHS assured interested immigrants that the process will be seamless, urging them to download the app and submit their details. Interesting. I was hoping to see the aliens, but it speaks further to what is playing out in U.S., where we learned that the Trump administration is so hell-bent on making sure that illegal immigrants, according to him, in U.S., they all go back to their home country. And with this incentive that we're seeing now, are we going to see people jumping and taking $3,000 and a free flight ticket back to their home country? Are we going to see people that will still take the money and stay back? What is really going to play out there? I think it was in Eswatini that we learned that a certain amount of money was given to the government of Eswatini, which the legal practitioners and other CSOs in the country are already taking a decisive action against the government for accepting such money from the Trump administration for people whom they tag illegal migrants to be sent to their home country. We learned that some of those people were Jamaicans. They've been able to send I think 2 of them back to Jamaica, and some are still with them in Eswatini. What is really playing out? Why is it that, we're seeing such measures just because some persons believe that this place shouldn't be there or something? I don't know what to say, but believe me, using a certain word to, address human beings, it's a bit dehumanizing if you ask me, because these people we're talking about are humans. And how did they manage to get themselves into US in the first place? They were there because some policies allowed them to be there. But if you check out what is playing out, it's more like, if you actually say this, more like a targeted attempt to make sure that some persons, will no longer have a say, especially when US is involved. When the people there are saying they want to make US to go back to US, I keep on asking, what happened to the original inhabitant of US, the Red Indies? Where are they? How many of them do we have in government? How many of them do we have there? Because every other person there, if you check your origin in one way or another, you find out that you also, what? He migrated. Your grandfather or great-grandfather migrated from one place to another to be there. Some were product of slavery and all that. So we're not talking about making sure we return US to what it is supposed to be. It raised so many questions, but let's see how this actually plays out. This is Santiv, and let's see if the people are going to grab it and move.
But the ones you're talking about are now legal
aliens. Okay, legal aliens.
That's what they are. They are legal aliens. Because they migrated, they nationalized or naturalized in those areas. So they are legal aliens. Reminds me of the song Sting.
I'm a bender man. Okay.
No, Sting. No, the original. The original. Yes. Yeah. It was that I'm an alien. I'm an Englishman in New York.
In New York.
Interested.
Yeah. But we had our own version.
Our own version.
I'm a bender man in Lagos.
Yeah. Oh well. It's as it's been put, it's a Christmas bonus for illegal aliens to vacate the US. And this is reporting yourself before you are hunted. That's basically what this is. Report yourself before you're hunted. But the truth is, those that are there illegally, what good really does it do you if you have to run and hide just because, you want to make a living in somebody else's country? I mean, who did you leave your country for? For those that are Nigerians, you're like, who did you leave Nigeria for? Come back. Let's fix Nigeria together. No, you can't leave us and run away. Come back.
Very brutal.
Let's fix Nigeria together. Go back to your countries. Okay, that's just being that's on a lighter note. But I think it's the onus really is on countries, especially developing countries, or developing countries, to fix their countries so their people will stop running away. There was a lady who went live some time back. She was just talking about her experience. A very pretty lady talking about her experience. Before she got to where she is. I think she's in the UK now, or the US. And then she talked about the days she spent in the desert. People dying, that a lot of them that crossed from one part to another, a lot of them died. How they didn't have their bath for like 2 weeks. These are things that people go through just to escape hardship in countries that they come from. I mean, my focus here is Nigeria, because we have a lot of Nigerians in places like the US, in places like the UK, because they're looking for greener pastures, better living conditions. But if we make the system here work, people will not go. People will stay in Nigeria and end their living here. I mean, for now, it's still, you can still knock on your neighbor's door and get a little something back here in Nigeria. You can't do that outside.
Corporate begging.
No. But you can have a distress call and your neighbor will readily come to your aid. But you can't. I mean, over there, your neighbor will see you and then call the police or call emergency for you, rather than come help you out, provide that to me. So my point is, especially Africa, and most especially Nigeria, we should fix our country. If we fix we should start from somewhere, fix our country, and then our people will stop running away, looking for how to feed and how to provide for their families, and then we'll stop being embarrassed by countries like the US placing visa ban and visa restriction and telling illegal aliens to vacate their countries. They have a right to do so. And who would blame them? Fix your country. Let's fix ours.
Okay, let's fix Nigeria. Moses, you have answered. I wanted to do a simulation and ask you a question. You have already answered me. So if you were in that position, you take the $3,000 and jump home.
$2,000 and come home.
And that's about 4.5 million naira.
If I were there, if I were in that position,
in that position,
I don't think I would.
Okay, you don't think? Okay, so
it depends on what I'm making over there.
How about you?
And how are you sure they will even give you?
No, they will give you. They will. One thing about them is that they try to keep to their words of will. If what happened, if I'm being addressed as an alien,
yes.
Okay, if I would
and
take
you have this opportunity, flight ticket paid for you, $3,000, go back.
Do you know there are people who were? Is how much again?
$3,000.
No.
4.5 million.
4.5 million.
Yeah, if I to check it by 1,000.
There are people who earn that if you put cumulatively in three or 4 months, they earn that. They've left their jobs here in Nigeria where they earn that much.
That much, yes.
To go abroad.
Now there are illegal immigrants there.
Some of them,
and they keep running. No, the classification is for illegal immigrants.
I understand. Yes.
You understand? So, Fifi, will you?
Funny enough, I just don't know. But I think I would take the money if I'm being addressed as an alien. I'll take the money and go home.
No, it's not about being alien. It's about being an illegal immigrant.
But why should I
don't
be
have
an
the right
illegal
to stay
immigrant?
there.
And I'll go home.
I will go home. Okay, for me, I will not wait the next minute. I will jump
I'll go
and
home.
come back. You know why I say this? I see a lot of people, in Europe that are not doing practically anything there. And they are running from one pillar to another, hiding, especially in countries where immigration laws are very, very strict and stringent. And that is what Donald Trump wants to do. With 4.5 million naira, you can set up a small business.
And you think do you know the amounts they spent going there in the first place?
So which one is better? Which one is better?
To the fact of what you said. Yeah. Come back. Let us make here a good place for all of us to stay.
Rather than running around and sleeping under the...
And I like what Christy Neum said. It said, if we take you out, you will never come back. Yeah. That speaks to border security. You understand? That's the strength of America. The promise they give their people that we are going to secure you. We have here a time anybody filters sometimes into Nigeria, comes here, collects firewood, and goes back, to go and cook his soup. When he finishes, he comes and shares with his kinsmen here. And we have all sorts of problems. But we have a country that says, the moment we take you out here, you will never come back. That's some kind of assurance, for protection for the citizens. Like I said, you need to come back here. I know a guy that had a problem, in Asia. He was shipped back to Nigeria. He rallied money from family and set up a small business where he started selling just pure water in bags. From there, he graduated to potable, what do they call it? This table water and all of that. The guy is made now. When they say that someone is made, the guy is made, doing very well in his business. And like I said, I once went to Europe and I saw people, some of them can't even come back because they don't even have the face to come back. Because they don't have papers. So I will encourage people, man, if you are in this position and you have this chance, just take it and come back. Because like Christy Neum said, if we take you out, you will never smell America again. Come back here, according to Moses, and I align my thoughts with him. Come back here, let's build Nigeria. How many Americans do you see here? Hiding from one corner to the other. How many South Africans?
How many Africans? I was going to say that. How many
Ghanaians do you even see here?
How many right now?
Right now. So the onus lies on us to make this country a living place for all of us. We have everything. Finance says Nigeria is a great country. But I don't agree with her. I believe that Nigeria can be great again, but we are a blessed country. So let's make Nigeria great again. Oh, well, let's move away from that. In a recent development, 2 suspected fighters of the Islamic State West Africa province, ISWAP, have been arrested in Lagos State. The suspects, identified as Modu Ghana and Ibrahim Doge, were apprehended on Sunday, December 21, by operators of the Department of State Services, DSS. A security source with direct knowledge of the operation told Media House that the suspects were arrested in Apapa, Lagos. The source also said they were arrested around 8:45 a.m. on Sunday, adding that both men are currently in detention for interrogation. Well, according to findings, the arrest followed intelligence reports that the suspects had fled the insurgency hit northeast and relocated to Lagos, probably where they think that there will be a hiding place for them. The specific mission of the suspects in the state was not immediately clear. When contacted, an official of the DSS media unit says the arrest had not been brought to the agency's attention? Well, since the deployment of its former spokesperson, Peter Afunaya, the DSS has adopted a covert media policy explaining that it is necessary to enable the agency to effectively carry out its intelligence duties. There were no indications as of press time that the suspects were planning to attack, planning an attack in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial center. This is good. That is how they filter in, one after the other. Well, there could also be surveillance. They could be doing some kind of reconnaissance operations, for themselves. They will tell you that, look, they just came here, they fled the northeast, and they are here to see how they have repented and all of that. And before you know it, they start building cells around the city centers. One bad thing about the way we have tried to manage insecurity in Nigeria is the fact that we let it fester, and by the time we understand what is going on, cells have been built around certain areas. It becomes very dangerous if it creeps into city centers. As a matter of fact, a lot of people, in the city centers, I believe they are detracted, far removed, from the dangers people in the hinterland face when it comes to insecurity and all of that. And if we start seeing cows, unmanned, saunter into Nigeria's gateway, talking about the international airport road, it is becoming more frequent now. And along the Lagos-Apapa Expressway, it is also becoming more frequent. You see cows disrupt traffic and they are not even manned. Nobody is heading them and all of that. This is how they start building cells without you knowing it. So I'm happy that the DSS has come out to say, look, we caught 2 people, they are undergoing interrogation. Please don't sweep it under the rug, because these people, they are very, very dangerous, I tell you. And I like the fact that DSS has also become very, very careful, in how they give out information. Before, they will just come and tell you, oh, we have bossed this thing and all of that. Like what the Nigerian military does, we have acquired drones, to tackle insecurity. Before you know it, the insurgents, the terrorists use drones against you. Oh, we have bought Tucano jets and they fly in their own from wherever they have them and all of that. It's important. I think it's instructive, and I like the fact that DSS is becoming more measured, more circumspect, in the type of information they put out, because you might not know, you might just be giving these people the information that they will use to attack us. Quite unfortunate.
When you say that before you know, they'll start building cells, if you ask me, I would think that they must have already infiltrated into our city centers, because if you check out what is playing out, like some people will tell you that because of the federal nature of Nigeria, you don't see someone on the road and stop the person and ask the person, where are you coming from? It's against the true federalism that we preach. If you check some places, make mention of something that played out some time ago within the Festac Go axis or thereabout, where you're talking about how some people have decided to, more like become a bit higher than the people living around there, carrying out the operations and whatever thing they want to do, running their bikes, and you don't stop them. And if you stop them, all of them will come out more like to attack you, to ask you questions. And it speaks volume to how we have neglected the issue of insecurity, to the point that people, I was hoping that they would tell us if these men were Nigerians, because I had that conversation with someone yesterday, and the person was like, most of the people who are cursing candidates in Nigeria are Nigerians, against what we learned from the NSA and other persons that have told us they're not Nigerians because they don't speak any of our languages. But all the same, since they didn't tell us that, I think it's called for more measures now. Yes, more measures now from all the security apparatus in Nigeria to make sure that, if possible, we should start profiling individuals. Yes, including me. If you're to see me moving around the way I'm not supposed to, please call me up and ask questions. Where are you going to? Who are you? Where's your ID card? And all that in a sane way, so that it will not turn out to be more like some people are being attacked and all that. But if you ask if they have been within our city centers, believe me when I say yes, they are there, Chukuma. The only thing we're waiting for is for the small, or will I say, the explosion to begin, the attacks to begin. If they are here, they are already. They are already.
Well, I actually align my thoughts with you, because I think this is coming a little too late. I think we've neglected our security to the point where we have been infiltrated. And I'm talking about, by we, I mean more urban areas like Lagos, for example. And at the center of Lagos, we see some of these funny-looking people moving around. I don't want to profile anybody, but there was a time, Lagos State government. I think it was the Sanwo-Olu administration, yeah? Was it Sanwo-Olu's administration or Wambode's administration, where they impounded a trailer load of motorcycle and people being brought to Lagos, and they had to send them back to their different states, and impounded the motorcycles and send the people back to their different states. I mean, we see these people, the way they move around is amazing. They have a network. You know, those I have around me, today they wake up, they tell you, oh, I'm traveling. And then you're thinking, okay, you must have a lot of money to travel. I mean, because you know that traveling right now is, you're going to spend about 45,000 naira on the road. I say, don't worry, I go reach. Before you know, also he calls you that, okay, he's home. He's somewhere in Borno already. And you're like, how much you take go? You know, I just joined one trailer. I pay 2,000. I pay 5,000. Yeah. And that's it. You know, that tells you how they have that sort of network.
They have that network. And you know one good thing about that network? The moment he leaves, another person comes to replace him. So it is not as if he has left completely. Probably
they don't leave a vacuum.
They don't leave a vacuum. Probably he has gone to farm or to impregnate his wife and to marry a new wife and all of that. That's their style. They go and come back. So when you think that, oh, this menace, you know, it's good riddance to bad rubbish. No, there's an immediate replacement. In fact, they cross themselves along the road. It's a very...
So I'm going, all right, I'll take over your shop.
Yes. It's a very, very coordinated network.
It is. Intentionally or unintentionally?
Intentionally, I must admit.
You think
I must
it's
say,
intentional?
yes, it's quite
intentional. It's intentional.
Not all of them mean harm.
No, they might not mean harm.
Yeah.
But one good thing about them is that they are very, very protective of themselves.
We allow
very,
it.
very protective of themselves.
We sometimes will encourage them to do that too, most times.
To be protective of themselves?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Also.
Now, when you say they are more protective of themselves, when you see one person, for example, you employ one man and he's there, the next other time his brother is there, next other one the brother. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. When you allow such to
that's
happen,
not being protective.
they will keep on doing what? No, they will. They'll keep on accumulating. And all
this
of
is
them
what
will
I
gather
mean.
and
This is what I
start.
mean. If I have a problem now, you know, and I have a problem with a stranger, and I start speaking my native language, where I come from, chances are that like, if 10,
I understand.
you understand.
I understand you already.
Exactly. So, but they don't ignore.
Yes.
Chances are that my people, if they
walk,
are 10,
walk on by.
About 9 will walk by. Only one person, but they never do.
Yes.
They were meant to bring
the brotherhood.
down one
The brotherhood is quite strong.
Quite very strong.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Absolutely. And it's also evident when there's a clash between an Okada rider and a vehicle. You just see how a lot of them they just stop. Like they speak something, and then everybody just gathers. And God have mercy
on you,
on that car driver, if he's at fault. God have mercy on him. And I don't know. I told you something. Was it you? I think it was here. A friend of mine who is an Uber driver.
Had to take the victim to an uncompleted
building.
And
you remember.
Doctor
you remember. Now, for the benefit of those just listening, now this happened some years back. I think about 3 or 4 years ago. This young man, who's an Uber driver, ran into an Okada rider. You know, injured him, but decided to treat him. So he was like, "Let's take him to the hospital." The rest said, "No, we don't take our people to hospitals." And they took him, and he had to follow because he wanted to pay for the treatment. He followed them. They took the guy to a building on the island, Victoria Island. Went into the house, an abandoned house, of course. You know, and then the garage, they got in there. There was a carton laid on the floor, and you will see stains, dried blood stains on it. And they called somebody who was some sort of doctor and came and fixed the bone and applied treatment and everything. And he was like, "Is this all the treatment he will get?" They said, he'll be fine. Just pay. So he paid small amount of money. And that was it. And he came back and he was troubled. Like, how many of them may have gunshot injuries and the likes, and the hospitals would never have a record of it. The police would not have a record of it because they were treated somewhere. And we're talking Victoria Island. in Lagos. In Lagos. Well, this is not profiling anybody because we haven't mentioned any ethnic group here. But I think we should be more wary of such infiltrations. Anyway, time may not allow us to touch on another conversation, but the news is, and I think it's a good news, that the National Identification Number issued by the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has now automatically become your tax ID for Nigerians. And this is according to the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Now, this declaration comes amidst concerns over a provision of the tax laws mandating a tax ID for bank account ownership. So once you have your NIN, it automatically works as your tax ID. All right. So that's good news for Nigerians struggling to get their tax ID. Oh, well, let's move away from that. Let's run into the papers now. Let's look at stories from the dailies, newspaper headlines.
Okay, let's start with the This Day newspaper. With the big story on this day is Makinde, Wike promising to hold down PDP for Tinubu's Pact Hour agreement. With the rider says he regrets supporting president in 2023, but will not be supporting him for 2027. That is coming from Seyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State. Senate held Tinubu's 58.73, I beg your pardon. Senate held Tinubu's 58.47 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill, backs infrastructure, security push, passes 43.5 trillion naira 2024-2025 reworked budgets, extends 2025 appropriation to March 2026. So we have like 3 budgets running in one cycle. Article, NBA raised concern over alleged alteration of tax laws, demand suspension. Ekiti takes the lead, domesticates Nigeria's Tax Administration Act. That story is on page 6. And there's a pictorial, the annual distribution of food items to Christian North for Christmas and New Year celebrations. And that's it from the This Day newspaper.
And up next is the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. INEC rejects Turaki's factions request for recognition. Right after that story, cites pending lawsuits. Tax Reform Act, NBA calls for suspension probe. 2 reverse PDP senators, 6 reps defects to APC. The banner headline, destruction of PDP dangerous for Nigeria's democracy. That's coming from Makinde. Says Wike at a meeting promised Tinubu he would hold PDP for him. I regret backing him in 2023. Adelabu doesn't have capacity to organize Oyo APC for president. Nigeria falls short of all revenue targeting H1 2025 Budget Office report. Awujale stole. Kwam 1 withdraws seat to stop process. 2026 budget, senators insist on implementation as 58.47 trillion naira appropriation bill scales second reading. Ekiti takes the lead, domesticates Nigeria Tax Administration Act. Oyebanji signs Ekiti State Revenue Administration Law, 415.57 trillion naira 2026 budget. NIN becomes automatic tax ID for Nigerians as CAC number emerges official identifier for businesses. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper today.
Well, that's pretty much how far we can go with newspaper headlines. At 10 o'clock, right after VOP This Morning show, we'll come back with more insight into the headlines. That's on newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's get into this conversation. Director General of the National Counterterrorism Center reveals Nigeria is working with some social media entities, Meta, owners of Facebook, and then TikTok as well, X.com, and others, to delete terrorist accounts and curb propaganda. All right, so let's look at this when we come back. Join us after this.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Uye Osarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I mean, like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro!
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
Glad to have you join us again. Now let's get into it. The federal government has disclosed that Nigerian security agencies are collaborating with major social media companies to identify and shut down accounts used by terrorists and criminal gangs to publicize attacks, flaunt stolen items, and raise funds. The Director General of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Major General Adamulaka, made this known on Tuesday during an end-of-year briefing in Abuja, revealing that platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and X have increasingly been exploited by terrorist groups operating across the country. Well, according to Laka, security agencies have held several engagements with the social media companies to ensure that content and accounts posing threats to national security are promptly removed. Like I said, the use of social media platforms by terrorist groups had led to the takedown of numerous accounts. He also explained that while the platforms are businesses seeking to grow their user base, government agencies consistently engage them on the dangers certain posts pose to national security. He recalled how bandits previously used TikTok to openly display looted items and even live stream their activities, a practice he said has now been largely curtailed. Well, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Somi Oranta. Mr. Oranta is a philosopher and a business entrepreneur and auto and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Rantan. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning to you.
Good to have you on VOP this
Pleasure.
morning. And beside him, we have Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister Darlington Agomo.
Good morning, Mr. Koro and Moses. How are we today?
Good morning to you.
Good morning,
Very well.
Barrister.
Good.
And we'll be joined in the course of the program by virtual guests from our outstations. Okay, we already have Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu, who is a former member, Anambra Citizens Assembly, politician and public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Honorable Egwuatu, and thanks for being part of the show.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, beautiful. Now, let's start with you, Barrister, in the studio here. Barrister, what's your reaction to this, the news by the security agencies that, look, they are about to start taking down social media handles of terrorists, bandits, and kidnappers? Let's have your broad reaction.
Look, my reaction is that these people are not serious. Whenever they don't want to do anything, that's the route they always go through. Please, Mr. Okoro, you remember when NSAS happened here? Within 24 hours, the federal government and their agencies, they discovered the account of all these guys who were promoting that NSAS. Is that not true? Including our girl who ran to Canada. Did they contract anybody? Mr. Okoro, the terrorists that they gave them their list from Dubai up to today, have we seen their name? This point that collect a ransom and the federal government will be liaising with them, please, which route did that ransom pass through? This is the question they need to answer me before they start talking of social. What are you talking about? When they don't want to do anything, this is the route they will go. Tomorrow now, they will say the social media people are not helping them. They are the problem. You can imagine these people.
But when you say when they don't want to do anything, they're already telling us that they want to start doing something.
They are
not impressed with this.
Are you impressed?
No, I'm just asking.
The examples I gave you now, does it really mean that people want to do something? Mr. Okoro, if they want to take down the terrorists, Mr. Okoro, it doesn't take any rocket science. They know them. Bayo Onanuga told you that they communicate with them, they talk with them. So, which SIM card was Bayo Onanuga using to communicate with them when he told us that story? Please tell me. Which SIM card were they using? Told you, Bello, that Gumi have told us severally how he goes there to communicate with them and dine with them and all that. When they were doing all these things, are they not supposed to get their whatever? These people, they don't want to do it. They are looking for every little opportunity to cover the terrorists, to cover these bandits. Instead of doing the needful.
Opportunity, Barrister, we just learned from the National Assembly that kidnapping now and even banditry are now terrorists. They've already designated to be terrorism. And according to them, that there is no option of fine, life imprisonment.
It's a lie. It's a lie. They said it verbally. It has not been criminalized. It has not been gazetted. It has not gone through the court. It has not gone through the National Assembly. Someone cannot just come out and make noise. When they criminalized IPOB, did you see the route it went through?
But Barrister Darlington, that Ebola once told us that, look, why they are unable to track these terrorists is because that they are using Starlink and that the Nigerian intelligence community they don't have access to. Starlink, that is a Chinese company.
Please, is that not charges enough, Mr. Okoro? Is that not charges enough? Tell me. Oh, when they want to pay them the ransom they are collecting, they pay with their pounds and dollars, Abi? Or you answer me. When they demand for this ransom that they display on TikTok and everywhere, the money they collected from the federal government.
We are trying to interrogate the sincerity of the government. Ebola tells us something. Now, we have the NCTC tell us a different thing also. So who should we believe in?
Well, there is nothing to believe. They are lying. Mr. Okoro, help me tell them that they are lying to me. If they are not lying to Nigeria, they are lying to me. They are lying. They are not sincere. They are lying.
So, okay, Mr. Ranta, let's have your reaction to this development. What do you think?
What do I think about
the comment by General Laka that, look, they are trying to, they will soon start taking down social media accounts of terrorists and bandits?
Look, I can't help but align with Barrister Darlington. There is no sincerity of purpose. Look, post one thing that is against the government. Just post it.
Oh.
Before, in less than 24 hours, they will trace you.
I wonder.
So do you think this is not directly against terrorists, but to curb what they call propaganda.
It's
are
just propaganda.
Are they hiding under other things?
See,
hiding under this?
The relationship
to curb
between
dissenting voices.
The relationship between the terrorists and the government is a very hot romantic relationship between them. Because we are here, we are told that the NSA, which he agreed, equipped armed Mieti Allah people to defend Nigerians in Kwara State.
Defend.
I just saw a video over the weekend where a local government chairman from one local government in Katsina, they had a meeting with terrorists, and he was addressing the terrorist leader as the commander of peace. Okay, let the government tell us who ordered. Why is it difficult for them to tell us who ordered the soldiers, the security men who were in that KB school to leave 30 minutes after which the school was invaded and kidnap actions took place? What happened? Why is it difficult for them to tell us? How did they rescue these girls, Niger girls or Niger students? How? So you see, you cannot be speaking from the both sides of your mouth and you think you're talking to fools. Nigerians are not fools. If you are ready for action, we will know. And the international community knows. You see, my fear is that we are getting to a point where Nigeria might be designated as a terrorist sponsoring nation. It's itching closely because they have seen all the shenanigans, all the subterfuge. They have seen the manipulation, the propaganda. They are doing it and getting away with Nigerians. But where all our actions are open to the international community. And if we don't take care, if we're not careful, it's itching closely.
If eventually that is done, will it be any different from what the United States has done by redesignating Nigeria as a country of particular concern? What would be the difference?
You see, we've not started seeing the full impact of that redesignation as a country of particular concern. Look, before now, remember, courts in Canada had ruled that APC and PDP, two major parties in Nigeria, one comatose, one very active now, that they are terrorist organizations. It's moving closely. And the only anger I have is that these guys in the international community, they will not focus their anger on the real people. They'll be treating, punishing the citizens who are already, downtrodden, who have been, bespattered, who has been going through so many things, impoverished by the ruling class. They should focus their anger. So I also feel there's a sense of double standard amongst them.
Okay.
That's my concern.
Mr. Okoro, please, to help you there, the difference between CPC
terrorist country
is because American president have been given the privilege to declare any country a country of particular concern. Okay. That's the power given to American presidents. As far back in 1970 something. Are you aware now? Okay. So they have that privilege to do. But when you become a terrorist, that means the UN, the whole world body, all the decent countries in this world, they'll be looking at you with one corner of their eye as a terrorist country.
Total ostracization.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's bring in Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu into this conversation. Honorable Egwuatu, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. What's your reaction to what NCTC boss is saying that, look, social media handles of bandits and terrorists, we'll start taking them down very soon because, it's no longer business as usual. What's your reaction?
Scratching the surface. The NCC is just scratching the surface. They've not really gotten ready to do this business well. Announcing that you shut down social media platforms is nothing to rejoice about. It's not a big news. It's just one of those comments that people make. That's the way we see it. It's just it's nothing compared to what we expect to hear from the government concerning this terrorism. What I was expecting to hear was the circumstances that led to the recovery of those students that were kidnapped, 100 and something students, how they were rescued, arrests that were made, camps that were destroyed, things that will show that the government is really taking it down on the terrorists around that area. So I do not subscribe to that kind of playing to the gallery. We have heard that kind of thing several many times. We expect to hear what happened to all the brigadier general that died. We expect to hear how the security agencies were able to get to the root of the cause of his death. So many military installations are being attacked by these terrorists. They need to tell us things that will give us hope. Shutting down the social media handles is they create another one tomorrow. Doesn't make any meaning to us. We expect to hear something more concrete, something more productive from them. Nigeria is in a very bad state. Declaring Nigeria a pariah nation through the country of special interest, it's not anything good for us. So we expect the government to do more than what they are doing now. Do more than what they're doing now.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. Now let's take this conversation to Barrister Andrew Enofe. His image popped up on the screen earlier. Good morning to you, Barrister Andrew Enofe.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you join the conversation. Now, yes, do you share the concerns of some Nigerians that have said, oh, look, this government is not serious? And some Nigerians are also saying that, look, this move, this relationship between Nigeria and social media giants, Meta, Elon Musk's X.com and TikTok, will only curb dissenting voices as against go after terrorists, or those perpetrating insecurity. Do you share that same concern?
Well, to a very large extent, I want to say so, but in as much as that is the position, I actually still want to say that the government has not done much as expected, because if you listen to the former president of Nigeria, President Obasanjo, he said when he was in power, Nigeria has to disarm and exterminate all these terrorists, bandits, just name them, Boko Haram and the rest. So by and large, I also want to say that the system is being manipulated. It's being manipulated. They are playing politics with the system. And that is why I would say that the system, the government has not tried, has not tried completely, has not acted the way it should act. Just like what the last speaker said, my co-discussant said, if you take down these social media handles and the rest, that does not even solve the matter. The only thing I think that we only achieve is that you are only just trying to depopularize the people, the terrorists, on the social media platform, but they will devise another method to make themselves very popular, or to achieve their aim. So, to me, what I would want the government to do is that the government should take a cue from the word of former President Obasanjo, who said that the country has all what it takes to deal decisively and ruthlessly with all these terrorists and bandits. So if they take a clue from that, they should go back to the system.
Okay.
Go back to their drawing board and ponder over this word, particularly when the U.S. president has said they are ready to offer us all necessary support. There should be a synergy between them and between us and the U.S. so that we can actually deal decisively and ruthlessly against these persons.
Talking about dealing decisively and ruthlessly against these persons, there is a conversation going on in the Senate to, give death penalty to kidnappers. There's that conversation going on. What are your thoughts on that? You think that would be a deterrent? But the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, has said, look, this will not solve the problem. It will only worsen insecurity. It will only worsen kidnapping and the rest. What are your thoughts?
Nigeria may be entitled to his own opinion. To me, I have my own opinion. And if you ask me,
I'm asking you.
Yes, if you put death penalty as it is, be as the punishment for such, I think it will stem the tide a little bit, because once you are aware that if you are caught in this act, what will become of you is death. The only thing that can save you is maybe the president coming to say, okay, I'm granting you amnesty or prerogative of mercy, okay, to release you, just like what was done recently by the president, which some of us queried. You know, it will enable some people to sit at, particularly these people that are terrorizing this country. You are aware, everybody is aware that they are being aided by some politicians, and their names have been long mentioned. Nothing has been done. So, but at this point, once death penalty is there, and for example, a senator is involved or a governor is involved, and at the end, you are able to the system is able to link you up completely, and you are not convicted, you are not sentenced. That alone, we enable everybody to sit up and say, no, please, I wouldn't want to die. Let's look at it from another angle.
All right.
So that is my opinion. I'm in full support of it.
All right.
Yes,
okay. Barrister, what's your reaction to this? Especially, I'm talking about the statement of the AGF.
Yes, every drastic solution or drastic action requires drastic solution. In Senate clan, they have devised a means of taking care of such problems. America don't take prisoners when it comes to terrorism. Everybody is aware of this. Everybody is, and that is why that country is safe.
Is America safe? Well, that's a question for another day.
I mean, from
some will disagree with you. But let's focus. Let's focus on the statements of or the position of the AGF and the Minister of Justice on the fact that
I am coming.
This will death will increase insecurity.
Now, let me tell you, in America, you have psychopaths who go rogue once in a while by shooting people. But it happens just one-off.
Barrister, let's focus on our
you
peculiar
don't have terrorists of this nature
issue.
Occupying parts of America. That's what I'm telling you.
In our peculiar issue now, how can we solve this problem?
Yes, it's wrong. It's another way of pampering these people. It's another way of covering these people. What is said is not synonymous with what we are experiencing today. This particular action, you don't need anybody to tell you to give them soft landing. Why should you kidnap anybody? Do you know what it means? Some people don't come out alive from such a deal, and you are saying it will worsen the problem. These are things that this statement will make. Just like what Gumi was saying, it's better to kidnap children than to kill. But guys, when people make this type of statement, you don't wonder what adult are we dealing with here? Exterminate them. That's what I want to hear. That's the only way you can curb this nonsense.
All right, so when you say exterminate them, we've seen that, for example, the likes of Shekaru die more than 8 times in Nigeria when he was a kingpin of Boko Haram terrorists. And we're also told that to anyone that was killed, over 7 or 8 or thereabouts will also come up. In the words of the Director General of National Counterterrorism Center, Major General Adamu Laka, he said something about the porous borders that we have with the Sahel being the major challenge we're having at this point. We also have another information talking about how over 1,000, Nigerian borders are unmanned. Should we be having all this excuse at this point, where we should be looking at the way to fight insecurity, haven't already, point them or notice or talk about them to be the challenges? Why haven't we solved them as a problem?
All the northern states have borders with all the states in North Africa. There are states bordering Nigeria in all the North African states, true or false. Have you had any time Nigeria said, terrorists, you are coming from Niger, terrorists, you are coming from Sudan, terrorists, you are, to show that yes, these people are coming through the northern borders and all that. The people that came in here were invited by some people. So how would you not say they came through the border? They were invited. I don't understand. Every of the northern states, they have border with countries in the north. So, what happened to you gone and look? If any terrorist enter Nigeria from your country, we deal with you. Donald Trump, that's why he's building a wall between America and Mexico. So let nobody
succeed in building that.
Why not? Why not?
Barrister,
they are policing that place now.
Talking about this issue of the NCTC helmsman saying, look, we are going to start taking down their social media accounts. Barrister, are you aware that the federal government has also declared, bandits and kidnappers terrorists?
No, I am not aware.
Okay. After the Federal Executive Council meeting, the Minister for Information, Idris Mohammed, said, look, the federal government has decided. That does not impress you?
It doesn't. Serious. You don't make verbal statements when it comes to such matters. The same way they criminalize IPOB, let them follow the same route to Koro.
Which is?
They went through the law. They went through the National Assembly. And they gazetted it. Have they done that? So what are you telling me? You don't know. So tomorrow now you said that. By the way, how long did it take them to do that? How long?
No, but at least they have done it.
Are you serious? They didn't do anything. They got verbal statement. That thing cannot stand in court. Quote me. All
right,
it cannot stand in court because nothing was gazetted by the federal government.
All right. Mr. Samir Ranta, what do you make of this? We're fighting against insecurity and terrorism, but we also have another information saying that some of the insurgent group members, their names were seen listing to join our military forces. Before now, when we're talking about de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration of terrorist group members into the military denied that vehemently. But at this point, we're also getting information now in defense saying the states were the ones that gave them the names of the people to enlist and all that, and that happened to be their own fault, not the fault of the military. Can we ever end the issue of insecurity when we have some of them playing with within our security forces?
We cannot end this security. The way we are going, we cannot. They can only, create more atmosphere, enabling environment for terrorism to thrive in Nigeria. The way we are going. Because when you begin to cover, if you have a child that is stealing, and you cover this child, because he's going outside to steal and bring for you, time will come. That child, after stealing outside, will come and steal even you, the parent. So, the way we are going about it, there is no clear-cut desire to stop this thing. And that is where I'm concerned. That people will come and be talking to Nigerians as if we are fools. Nigerians are not fools. We see the porousness, the illogicality in the whole war against terrorism in Nigeria. How come Matawale is still the Minister of State for Defense? A man accused by several, even his own aide, the governor that took over from him, in so many ways, even from his own speeches. You see that this man is an enabler, is a sponsor of this thing. And you left him there. So we are not serious about it.
All right. Thank you so much. Honorable Geoffrey Gwatu, what do you make of the statement by some northern elites? There's a particular Professor Usman who, decided to talk directly to the new Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, telling him not to go all out, in fighting, especially the Fulani bandits, whom we believe, who, according to him, are trying to live their lives. Even when we've seen them, most of them wield weapons, kill people, sunk communities in Benue and Plateau and all the places that they've laid their hands on. And we're getting also other people talking about non-kinetic measures being the only way to go to end insurgent group members from causing, Nigeria great harm and all that. Do you think with such people, especially sympathizers to these people and those who share religious or maybe ethnic affiliation with them, and we know how most of them have occupied, the political space in Nigeria, are we going to see the fight against insecurity, make any headway, yield any fruit for Nigeria, with some statements coming up from people whom Nigeria or who the Nigerian government cannot recognize?
Let me put the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who said, "It is always very difficult to wake up a man pretending to sleep." when a man is pretending to be sleeping, it's difficult to wake such a person up. So some of these sympathizers are people who are pretending to be sleeping while they are very much awake. And I do not believe that the Minister of Defense will listen to such things. I can't remember his name. He isn't the one that gave him that job, and he's not representing him. He's representing Nigerians as a whole. And Nigerians have made it clear that they want terrorism to be stamped out. Nigerians have made it clear that they want an end to this insurgency. So I believe.
When you say Nigerians have made it clear, are you also talking about those that say that attack on Boko Haram is attack on the north? Are we also looking at the people who are telling Nigerians to grant amnesty to, bandits members that have killed people in Nigeria? Because some people are still supporting their move and everything that they do. Are we looking at people who have decided to meet them? We told some time ago by a former governor of Kaduna State, there's a certain 1 billion naira was spent in paying ransom to, or finding a way to broker peace between the people or the government of Kaduna State and, bandits elements in the state. When you say Nigerians have said no to issue of terrorism, are we looking at all these people too? And all these other state actors or even non-state actors at this point who are more like vocal in supporting their activities?
Well, if we are still discussing these things at this point, that means we have not done anything, or the government is not doing anything about insecurity. Because this is exactly what the situation were before the intervention of the United States of America. Before the intervention of President Donald Trump. This was exactly the situation. So if Nigeria is still discussing whether there should be force or no force, or that means we are not moving. We are not even crawling, not to talk of running or walking. So the only message Nigerians want to hear is that all-out war to stamp out this terrorism. Is an issue or it might happen in far away from the southeast or far away from the south or far away from some other places. But this is Nigeria, an entity, one entity. Listen, the government wants foodstuff to be cheap. The government wants the economy to run well. How can an economy run in such very dangerous security situation? It is not possible.
All right.
How can people who go to farms are destroyed, are killed, farms are destroyed, people cannot move around freely, and you say the economy can run smoothly, and there will be growth, and you use GDP and all those things to tell us stories? No, it cannot work. So the government has to do everything necessary to wipe out terrorism. I said wipe out.
Thank you so much.
Not minimize.
Thank you, Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu. Barrister Andrew Enofe, we're looking at how to find a way to curb the issue of insurgency or terrorism in Nigeria, and if we could take it back to history, especially the forced massacre that happened in Benue State, it was between the farmers and also herders, and Nigerians are of the opinion that the first step to go after restoring normalcy in Benue State by sacking the people who've sacked the original inhabitant of that area that they're occupying now, is to put an end to the issue of open grazing. Sometime last month or thereabouts, it made it. Some Nigerians were happy that a certain, I think from the committee organized, there was a statement made by a certain man who attended saying that Nigerian government have said enough is enough on open grazing, that ranching is the way forward. But the following day, we saw in another story superseding that, more like a recount and all that. Now, why is it that the government is not looking at the direction or saying, let's put a ban on open grazing, which we have identified first as the major reason for clashes between the farmers and herders? And also, we borrowed a certain amount of money too for out-of-school children, especially those in Kaduna State to go. But we also see Boko Haram who are kicking against Western education. How do you think the government will be able to harness all this?
I have told you, when this government don't want to do anything, they will resort to committee, they will resort to panel, they resort to emissaries. before you know it, everybody will forget the initial problem that we are pursuing. From the time of Buhari to this time, how many proposals have been made to rein in the Fulani herdsmen? From Roga to cattle colony, to so many of them. Which one saw the light of day? Nothing. Now, Tinubu is telling us about the livestock ministry. Up to today, Jega is just in that ministry collecting salary. Nothing has been done. It's final. You created a ministry that is just redundant because the people you created it for are not ready to embrace it. That was the first thing I said that day. That this thing that they are doing now is a waste of time because that's not what they want. How can we be deceiving ourselves in this manner, for God's sake? How? Because of one particular ethnic group that came into Nigeria in 1804. You are not even bothered that these people, they are caused of so much pain and so much damage. You are not bothered. Everything that has to do with them, you want to pamper it. You want to treat them as if they are special human beings. For what? Look at all the effort you have made. Because of these same people, all the subvention they used to give our university for research, they yank it off. Just for what? Nomadic education. At the end of the day, we didn't see any education. We didn't see our money back. Everything we have done for these people, they have never appreciated it. So what are you telling me?
Talking about pampering these people, are you aware that the governor of Adamawa State, Adamu Fintiri, has pardoned the Sunday Jackson, the young man that was sentenced? Because
America says so. Okay. They live that way. America says so. Okay. America, that was one of the conditions they gave them. They are trying to avoid America invading Nigeria. That's why they are listening to whatever they have given them as a condition. That's just the only thing, nothing else. Did they want to do it before?
So all the efforts the Nigerian government is making around fighting insecurity boils down to, you know, what America is a president.
Of course. But even at that, they are not even, I told you here that American officials have been hypnotized. Donald Trump must have been hypnotized. And I think the man got angry. That's why he withdrew his ambassador in Nigeria. Is that not true? For Donald Trump to withdraw American ambassador to Nigeria, that means...
There is 15 other African countries, 14 other African countries.
Because
Nigeria,
it's not
making it 15.
So what are you telling me here now? What are you telling me here?
What I'm telling you is that, I mean, if okay, so those other countries hypnotized Trump too.
No, in the case of America wanted to invade.
Okay.
Just to water it down, they must have done something to them. Because I don't trust this government. I don't trust them. They can apply anything to have their way. Okay, all this while they are holding meeting here and they walk out of it. Can't you see that this thing is dying down now?
So, Barrister, the pardon of Sunday Jackson, does it bring some kind of hope?
It didn't. It doesn't. At all. I didn't see any of this. They just did it to please America. Let them remove the people occupying Benue and Plateau states. I will not listen to them. I've said it separately. Start from there. Why should an indigenous be living in IDP camp? Why foreign terrorists will take over their village, take over their homes?
All right.
And rename it.
Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington, for your submission. Barrister Andrew Enofe, let's get your opinion on that too. You know, Nigerians talking about the best way to go about this, putting an end to open grazing, going for ranching, and also, you know, finding a way to, you know, make the out-of-school children go back to school, not just making it a political statement.
First and foremost, on a lighter note, the name is Barrister Andrew Efole.
Okay, Efole.
Yes, not Enufe.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that correction. Thank you.
Going forward, what I want to suggest is that there should be sincerity of purpose by this government. You know, once the government is sincere with whatever thing it actually wants to do, but it's just that everybody is trying to play politics with this issue of insecurity because of what I would call security vote or money allocated for insecurity and the rest. So almost everybody is benefiting, except just a few. Those in government, they are benefiting. Because if they are not actually benefiting, how can you tell me that? Let's take example to this Niger State people, that the students that were kidnapped. The numbers of people that were kidnapped, I want to believe that everybody returned safe and sound. If it was not an organized crime, if it was not an organized arrangement that, okay, please do this, but make sure that nobody's hurt, make sure that nobody dies, make sure that you can even keep them as long as you want to keep them. But you will see that 1 or 2 persons would have been hurt, 1 or 2 persons would have died. But there is an arrangement that, please, it's a deal. Do not do this. You can do this. If you can keep to the terms, where you get what you get what you are looking for. But if you cannot keep to the terms, this is where we'll have issues. So my own take to stem this issue, my own take is that the government should be sincere. Then 2, the willpower should be increased. You know, so that when they say something or once we agree on something, that okay, this is the way to go, to make sure that and make sure that we are in order. But the situation where, you know, you will say this and something else is happening, it doesn't tell well. Okay. And that is why I also want to support what my colleague has said there, that how can you allow the owners of the land to be in IDP camps and people who are not from the land are occupying their territory? No, well, it's something that is, yes, it's something that is
indeed. Well, this conversation, we've been having this conversation for the longest time, and we just hope that government will do something that will give hope to Nigerians that yes, truly, it intends and is willing to fight insecurity in Nigeria. But let's move away from this conversation now. Let's get into another. Okay. We must say thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo as he, leaves us as we get into another conversation. INEC rejects Turaki-led NWC, cites court judgments as Sheyi Makinde reveals Wike offered to hold PDP down for Tinubu till 2027. Well, some Nigerians will say they know this already. But anyway, let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The Independent National Electoral Commission has said it will not recognize the Kabiru Turaki-led National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, citing subsisting court judgments and unresolved legal processes. INEC stated this in a letter dated December 22, 2025, and signed by its secretary, Dr. Rose Oriaron Anthony, which was made available to correspondents. The mission said it had received several requests from legal representatives of the PDP asking it to recognize and update on its website the list of national officers said to have been elected at the party's national convention held on November 15 and 16, 2025 in Ibadan, Oyo State. According to the commission, the requests were reviewed in light of all material facts, extant laws, and subsisting court judgments touching directly on the subject matter. Meanwhile, the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has publicly disclosed the root of his deepening rift with Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike, alleging that Wike volunteered to hold down the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to ensure Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election in 2027. Speaking during a media chat in Ibadan on Tuesday, Makinde recounted a private meeting attended by himself, Tinubu, Wike, the President of the Chief of Staff, and a few others. He further claimed that Wike made the pledge unprompted. He emphasized that President Tinubu did not solicit the offer, but more like a freewill donation from Nyesom Wike. Makinde, who stressed his PDP, who also stressed his commitment to preserving the party as a viable opposition, distanced himself from alleged plan. In his words, Wike can support the president in 2027, but I will not. That is the end of the quote. He further added that some PDP members are focused on preventing Nigeria from sliding into one-party states. Interesting revelation, if you ask me. We have with us still in the studio Somi Oranta, an entrepreneur, author and a public affairs analyst, and the barrister Andrew Ifule, legal practitioner and also public affairs analyst, and Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu, former member of Anambra State House of Assembly. He is also a public and political affairs commentator. Let me start off with you, Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu, because we're seeing more like politicians or political bigwigs at this point having their issues within the PDP. What do you make of this statement? First, what do you make of what INEC said about not recognizing the Turaki-led, BOT of PDP after they were, more like fronting them or signing them? Recall that INEC had a meeting with them a few weeks ago, or even last week, which some Nigerians were asking, why should INEC also wade into the back and forth with PDP? And what do you make of now they're distancing themselves from that committee and the recent revelation made by Seyi Makinde of how someone who belongs to a particular political party, in the person of the FCT minister, decide to say, I am going to hold the party down for the president or the incumbent in 2027. This is not the first time we're getting that revelation. A certain Umar also made that statement, saying that Wike told the PDP that the only way for peace to be restored in that party is if they will not field in any candidate for the 2027 general election.
Well, for me, PDP is undergoing a metamorphosis that, at the end of the day, it might get broken into pieces. But since the matters are in court, I do not think INEC is taking a final decision in that statement they made. The matters are still in court. I am aware there are some appeal court issues they having. I think the party appealed one of the judgments that were made against them. So INEC will still wait for those judgments to come before they make conclusions. There is still time. 2027 is still far away, so enough time to sort themselves out. On the Wike matter, it's obvious. It is obvious that the only aim of the FCT minister is to destabilize PDP. But I do not think he understands the implication of trying to bring Nigeria into that one-party state. It is not going to be the best for our democracy. So I commend the other governors who are working hard to make sure that there are opposition parties which are existing, and not just existing, which are viable, and trying to keep the president or the ruling party on their toes. That is the beauty of democracy. The ruling party should be kept on their toes. The opposition parties should be viable. They should be vibrant. They should be challenging issues so that there will be a balance in our democracy. So I do not believe that FCT minister will win this I do not think the odds are very much against him. He's not going to win this. From all indications, I think he's losing his grip on Rivers State. Dramatically, his grip on Rivers State is being lost gradually. And in that trend, he will lose his grip on PDP too.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
PDP made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes, and I'm happy Governor Makinde is trying to champion the recovery, because he was one of those people who made the mistake, and he's one of the people who are working hard to recover from that mistake.
Interesting.
So
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Somiu Ranta, you were giggling, when Honorable Fuegwatu was dropping his submission. What do you have to say about this? Is PDP dead already? Because some people were like, before the courtroom will come up and everything, the back and forth, we know how it's been done in Nigeria, that it might be close time to the election. And recall that we have the FCT council election coming up in February, and also the Osun and the Ekiti, June, July, respectively, 2026 governorship election. What do you think at this point PDP will do? How would they regain their strength? Or how would they be restored? The party be restored to normalcy?
You see, you mentioned that I was giggling. I had to, because my colleague, from the other side, was having a very simplistic explanation for the whole thing. And that view, I do not subscribe to it at all. Well, I've stated severally that PDP, between now and 2027, is in a sleep state, sleeping. They are really sleeping, slumbering. The question is, even Sheyi Makinde, is he really working for PDP?
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask you.
Yes. Is he really working for DP? I don't know.
What do you think his position is really?
Because I could not fathom the essence, the logic behind that press conference. What is he saying?
Well, he seems to be saying that he will contest for elections and he will not support Tinubu that he supported in 2023. That's what he seems to be saying.
Okay, that's what he seems to be saying.
Yeah, but
I'm not really hearing that. I'm seeing the situation
he obviously intends to run under the PDP.
Sometimes when you see people make statements, it's what that is not said, the one that is not said that is actually the... Because even the person who is the chairman of PDP is supposed to be under suspension from his own state for anti-party activities working for APC. So if you check the whole thing...
So what do you think is not being said?
I think that virtually all of them are working for the same person. Yes, virtually all of them.
Wike, who is holding the party down, and the Makinde, who is trying to revive the party.
Yes, all of them are working for the octopus, for the political octopus.
Is INEC helping them, to achieve this?
INEC too is also working in the same vein.
That's a heavy allegation against INEC,
Because, see, that's why I was giggling. When my colleague here was
INEC said, look, we can't really talk about this because the case is in court.
But they are recognizing, they are refused to recognize
the Turaki faction.
So that means they are upholding that of
because it's in court.
Look, they are upholding that of Wike.
Shouldn't we focus on the courts?
You see, let us forget about PDP. Don't forget about them for now. If they have what it takes, after 2027, they might be able to resurrect again. But for now, they should. That is why, you see, all these governors that are living into APC, they are living because they have seen the handwriting on the wall. That was why I was giggling when my colleague was saying, giving us a simplistic analysis about the whole thing.
No, you call it simplistic, Mr. Ranta. I want us to interrogate the role of INEC in all of this, because the same INEC that has come out to say, look, the case is in court and they rejected the Turaki-led National Working Committee. It's the same INEC that recognized a candidate in the Ekiti election that is coming up in 2026. A primary that was conducted by the same Turaki-led NWC. So what is the role of INEC in all
It goes
of
to
this?
show you that everybody is working for one person, the octopus. But the thing is that my fear is for Nigeria. Are we going to come out with our full chest and say to the world that we are practicing democracy, a multi-party democracy? The answer is no, because we are inching very closely to a single party. Is it democracy now? I don't know what to call it.
So, democracy has very many definitions: elections, selection, and all of that.
Okay. So the thing is, Nigerians have to brace up for what is coming. I just have to brace up. You see, if you have 10 ways to die, you may be asked to choose one. But what if the whole 10 are upon you? So Nigerians will have to brace up.
All right then. Okay, brace up for what is coming, but you haven't told us what is coming. You've not told us what to expect.
I don't even know, but I know that it's very ominous.
Okay. All right then. So let's go to Barrister Andrew now. Barrister, are you concerned with how would you describe the Makinde position in the PDP? Is he trying to revive the PDP? And what is the value of the information that he's putting out there that Wike said before him to Tinubu that, look, I will hold the PDP down for you in 2023. And he's saying, look, I will not support Tinubu in 2027. What's the value of that statement? What can we do with it?
To me, politics is a game of number. Let us not deceive ourselves. You may have one vote, but you may not have the capacity to command a group of persons that will deliver what you want in a particular event, as the case may be. For Makinde himself, he is only saying what he believes he wants to do. He has declared that he will not work for the president. And the rift between him and Wike, he has openly declared that. Because one, let's look at Wike's antecedent. In fact, you do not need
All right, we seem to have a network glitch there that interrupted the conversation with Barrister Andrew Efole. But of course, let's bring you back to the studio. Now, as we approach 2027, now you've said let's forget about the PDP. The ADC is having
relevant in 2027. He also wants to make himself relevant. That's the truth. So he doesn't want to leave the scene. And even the governors are already aware that, yes, Mr.
Some glitch.
Well, it's the Christmas season, and I think there's a lot of load on the network. I guess that's probably what's affecting the virtual guest there who's talking to us using a particular network. You know, it's about that time of the year. Yeah. Anyway, let's as we approach 2027, do you think we may not have contending political parties? I mean, if you talk about the democracy that we practice in Nigeria, we still have political parties. There are 19 of them. All right. Some applied and applications were not granted. ADA was not granted. But then there are others. There are a whole lot of other political parties. So what do you think will happen as we inch towards the presidential, because that's the focus now, the presidential elections? We still have ADC, pulling their weight in some areas. We have SDP also, pulling its own weight. And we have AN, what's this?
That's also LP.
What is? There is LP. There is LP.
That's doing well in
Abia. Omoyele Showere's party.
AAC. Okay.
Yes, these are also political parties that might want to contest for the presidential election. So I think we have our democracy intact. Don't you think so?
I think so. You're right.
You do.
You're right. Yes. But you
don't sound convincing.
You see, there is this boju kind of system in Nigeria. The more you look, the less you see. It's playing out in our eyes, before our very own eyes. Before our kuro eyes. But see, the truth is, the way Nigeria is going, the only difference that Nigerians are waiting. Let me just come out, with my full chest and say this. Nigerians are waiting to hear where Peter Obi would like to pitch his tent. The rest are compromised on the political sphere, there's nothing we can do about it. If P2B decide to drop out of this race now, then Nigerians will begin to look out. I mean, let's just continue the way we are. So people are waiting for P2B to decide what he wants to do, which party, which...
What do you think is holding him back?
Because the man they are trying to fight against is a very strong person. The man I describe as the political octopus of Nigerian politics.
So it's a fight against Tinubu as a person.
Yes,
not a fight
yes, because
for the survival of Nigeria.
This is a man who has spent time. You know, only a few days ago, I was on Sunday, to be precise. We went to the beach around the area, and I decided to drive through the coastal highway.
Okay.
You know, from the Branadesoya area down to the beginning of to Eco Atlantic, and then we went to Eco Atlantic to see, I used to go there, you know, but this time around I decided to...
Went to investigate.
You know, when you look at a man who had the mindset to send the Atlantic tidal wave 1.5 miles back into the sea, such a mind is not a feeble mind.
So you think he cannot be defeated?
The thing is, all I'm saying is, I don't know who is advising the president. He should be able to get the advice to leave a legacy that will keep his name, because he has shown capacity before now. But I don't like what is happening now. The way Nigeria is going, it's only P2B that even this government is afraid of. That is why if you see him make any statement, they will rise up immediately and try to counter it. Whether Atiku or any other person in the system, they don't care. They know that they can pocket all those, they can overwhelm them. It's only P2B, the rock. So Nigerians are waiting for the rock to see where the rock will...
Mr. Oranta, what are P2B's chances in 2027?
That I don't know. But the ruling party knows the weight of P2B.
Okay. We don't have individual candidacy, so how is
no, but of course, there are, Moses has just stated that there are several parties who knows what is happening. Even the Abia State government.
But you can't speak to his chances. Is the possibility of him pulling the same effect or the same weight?
He will pull more. He will pull more. So? Because circumstances that made it, that necessitated the Obi wave, the Obi fever, in 2023 has gotten worse.
How about the outcomes? We should be talking about the outcomes.
But that is left for Nigeria.
Mind you, that powerful and smart person wasn't even in government then. Now he's in government and he has the apparatus of state under his control.
Under his control. You see, it's more difficult now. But the thing is, though I have been very, very angry with the opposition, there is no opposition. Someone was talking here about PDP, that there's no opposition. No opposition. The oppositions have been weakened. But the thing is, whatever P2B decides, any party he pitches his tent, maybe that will Nigerians, maybe to galvanize the Nigerian spirit to fight.
You're obviously an obedient. You are, right?
Please don't compartmentalize me.
Are you an obedient?
Okay, I'm an obedient. I'm obedient to the Nigerian state.
All right, then. Let's move away from that conversation. I do hope that we'll be able to continue with our virtual guest as our technical crew fix the network issues, and then we'll get back to our virtual guest. But let's talk about something that happened some 5 years ago. EndSARS. Yes, the conversation around EndSARS, the alleged, and I use that word very carefully, death of people at the Lekki toll gate, the massacre, the massacre. And some have called it a phantom massacre. These are words from then Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed. Now, he's out again in his book and also making statements. He has vehemently insisted that nobody was killed at the EndSARS, at the Lekki toll gate during the October 2020 standoff at the toll gate. Well, former Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has restated his long-held position that while lives were lost during the EndSARS protest, no deaths occurred at the Lekki toll gate on October 20, 2020. Lai Mohammed made the remarks on Tuesday while speaking as a guest on a television program. According to the former minister, his stance has remained consistent since the protest, insisting that the federal government never denied that lives were lost during the nationwide protest. But he explained that he was in constant communication with senior military officials as events unfolded, even before soldiers were deployed to Lagos. He further argued that the absence of verifiable casualty claims from families supports his position. Well, he's saying families did not come out in their numbers to register missing persons, saying that they haven't found their loved ones. Well, he distanced himself from the conclusion reached by the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry, which investigated the Lekki Tollgate incident and described it as a massacre. Now, he has also made statements around the lights being turned off at the time, saying it was because of the curfew, and said the cameras that were turned off were not surveillance camera captured vehicles. Rest, you know, isn't this opening old wounds? And this position is coming after Amnesty International and some of their organizations confirmed that people died at the toll gate. I mean, approximately 11 people were said to have died at the toll gate, with a lot of other people injured from gunshot wounds. And there are also the allegation that, very, very early in the morning of the very next day, trucks went there to clean up blood stains at the toll gate. Well, his statement now, he's
discussing the validity of what Mr. Lai's position. No, I do not have that time for him.
No, okay, now, so Samir Ranta, you know how history plays, around. Do you think that he's just trying to recreate the narrative, for posterity to take away that responsibility from the All Progressives Congress? They were in government then.
They are still in government. All Progressive
they are still
Congress
in government. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that whatever is his reason behind the actions he has taken to write this book and all that, in Nigeria, I told you, when I said maybe he needs money, when you write books, the politically exposed, they come and they launch it, politicians will come and they donate money for you and all that. You start a new life. Maybe that is what I'm thinking. But if he's trying to rewrite history, some of us will also keep maintaining the history, because he is trying to, of course, Philip Emeagwali, said his father was asking him, say, between the story of the warrior and the warrior himself, which is greater? I said, Daddy, why are you talking like this? He said, look, the African hero, that nothing like it. The father said, shut up, my son. You see, the warrior, long after he's done all he has done and all his heroic deeds and gone, that the history or the story of the warrior lives, after him. So, if this man is trying to write history, we are here, we are alive. We will keep repeating the history as it is, the story, the real story, and not the narration.
Don't you think that is his aim, to create that division, that narrative, so that future generations will keep doubting whether this thing actually happened. If you go back in history, you understand that some people still don't believe. Like Iran never believed that there was a Holocaust, where about 6 million Jews were killed. Do you think that is the role? You said something about he's being a minister of disinformation, the propaganda, fake news purveying, and all of that. Do you think that is essentially what he's trying to achieve with this narrative?
Those who will believe him, who want to believe him. But if those tomorrow who want to research into what happened, what transpired on that day at the toll gate, when they get the reports from Amnesty International, from the Judicial Panel of Inquiry by Lagos State government, when they read their findings, that's why those researchers should not just take one route. go around, check things around the environment. What happened around that period?
Okay, now, Mr. Ranta, do you think that Mr. Lai Mohammed is directly, trying to remove the name of the president from what happened on that day? Because, there's also this narrative that the president at that time, who was the national leader of the party, was somehow directly linked to the order to shoot. Do you think that's what he's trying to do to clean up his image for him?
Mr. Lai Mohammed is looking for a job. If it's not money, he's looking for a job. He wants to get relevance. He's been silent. The Clegg light has left him.
No, he can't be looking for a job. He's very close to the president. He was his chief of staff in his first time as governor here. Very close to him. So
see, every right-thinking government will distance themselves from the inglorious name Mr. Lai Mohammed has created for himself under the Buhari government.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samir Ranta. Let's take the conversation to Barrister Andrew Efole. Glad to have you back. What do you have to say about the statement made by the former Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, about the killings or the shooting or the massacre that happened at Lekki Tollgate? He still maintained his stance that there was no killing in Lekki Tollgate. And when he was asked about if the federal government regrets in any way the deployment of military personnel to Lekki, he said no, that they did what it's supposed to do, which was in line with whatever directive the then president gave. And that, according to him, was what helped to put an end to Nigerians sitting, blocking the Lekki Tollgate and protesting the brutality of Nigerian policemen on the SARS platform.
Well, first and foremost, let me start with the last one. The duties of the soldiers of military is for external aggression. It's not to come and interfere in protest being done by people who were not armed with anything. It's the duty of the police to do that. So he's saying that the soldiers were properly brought in, first and foremost, was wrong of him. The soldiers should go and guide our borders. They should go and stay where they're supposed to stay to guide the territorial region of our country against external aggression. That is their major duty. So it's not to come and sit here and say they want to come and give backup to people who were not armed doing peaceful protest at the toll gate. So that is wrong. That statement is very, very incorrect. That is the first point. Then for him to have said that there was no killing at the toll gate, that is not also correct. Despite the fact that he admitted that, yes, there were killings, people died, but not at the toll gate. That is not correct. We saw the video of what transpired at the toll gate. We saw everything, coupled with the report given by the Judicial Panel of Inquiry and everything that was put in place. So for me, this former minister is just trying to look for relevance. That is the truth. Because they have seen that Tinubu is somebody that once you work for him, he rewards those who work for him. That is just his nature. So everybody is trying to tap on that to say that, okay, if I say this good thing about Tinubu, Tinubu will one day remember me or think about me that, yes, I've done something good, because he's a rewarder of those who have actually spoken good about him. That is Tinubu for you. He does not use you and dump you. I don't know him to be that. So what, according to the name they used to call him there, is just to play to the gallery, to win cheap popularity, which will not earn him anything. So that is just the basic truth.
Now, when do you think
there were deaths?
When do you think Nigeria will, or Nigerian government will rise above the use of lethal force to disperse protesters? Because even the recent one, the August 1 to 10, 2024, protest, hashtag end bad governance and hunger in Nigeria, we also learned that a certain individual was killed in Kaduna State, and if you check it out also, we found out that some persons also lost their life when protesting against bad governance and hunger in Nigeria. When do you think Nigeria will move away from the use of lethal force or even military or police and live ammunition by trying to, rein in or curb the people?
Well, they know themselves. The politicians know themselves. They may not want to move away from using police because they know that some people will definitely want to buy into peaceful protest. There will be political jobbers. People will just want to come and say, okay, please, let's take this opportunity to strike or to do what we have been waiting to do before now. So for that, they will always want to bring in the military to come and do backup or to come and protect or to come and disrupt the peaceful protest of the people. But that's not to say that that is the best way to go, because every Nigeria, all people have the right to protest peacefully, to ventilate their dissatisfaction before the government, so that the government can look into it. But just because people do not want anybody to speak ill of any of the government at any point in time, they will always want to tell you that they are bringing in the military to come and do that backup, or to come and protect the people, so that hoodlums or people will not come and hijack the protest. But between you and me, that is not the real reason behind it. All is to quell the people, all is to silence the people, all is to gag those who want to speak. And that is why they will continue to do that.
All right, thank you so much.
So that's the truth. You have not told me that they have not told us any protester at any point in time that went to protest and they saw the person with arms and ammunition, carrying guns, carrying knife, carrying cutlass, carrying spear, carrying bow and arrow. They should tell us which protest has taken place in Nigeria where they saw protesters coming out with all this kind of instruments. None.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barrister Andrew Efole, for your submission. Interesting also, we learned that the Lagos State Judicial Panel, after their inquiry, also mandated the government to pay a certain amount of money to victims of the #EndSARS protest that happened 5 years ago. And this is how far we can go on today's VOP this morning. Thank you, Mr. Somi Uranta. Thank you for being part of today's conversation. Thank you. We appreciate your submission. Also, you're an entrepreneur, author, and a public affairs analyst. Also, Barrister Andrew Efole, public and political affairs commentator. Honorable Geoffrey Iguato, former member, Anambra State House of Assembly, politician, and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being part of today's conversation. And also a big thank you to the backroom staff, the producer of the show, Choma Innocent. We have the director, Victor Igris. We also have Alex Asoko, and then Jeremiah Loki. Thank you. Choma Okoya, thank you so much for the good job you're doing behind the camera. On behalf of my colleagues in the studio, Chikuma Okoro, Moses Humphrey, I am Fina Okechukwu. Like I always say, believe me, be a patriotic citizen. Nigeria will be great again. On top of the hour, 10 a.m., the gentleman in the house will make a return for the newspaper analysis proper. That'll be 10 o'clock here on the White Table. Do what to stay with us. Bye for now.
Is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o, gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled, and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel,
We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's quickly take you to the paper. I'm definitely not alone, not doing this alone. Chukwuma Okoro is very much with me here. Good morning to you once again. Once again. And here he's an analyst on this show. And we're also being joined by Lawale Kundayo, who is a farmer, an educationist, and a public affairs commentator. Good to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Well, Barrister Darlington Nagoma will join the conversation in the course of it. But in the meantime, let's run to the dailies now. Let's look at the headlines from the dailies. We do have this day newspaper. These are the headlines on the cover page of this day newspaper. Makinde, Wike promising to hold down PDP. But Tinubu sparked our disagreement. Wike promising to hold down PDP for Tinubu sparked our disagreement. Says he regrets supporting President in 2023, but will not be supporting him for 2027. All right, that's the big story. And, well, let's start off with that story, and Chukwuma will need to give his own view. And Lawal, we like your thoughts on this one before we get into other stories there.
Mm-hmm. It's getting clearer.
Is it?
Yes, it's getting clearer.
So now he regrets supporting the president in 2027.
You didn't see
when that enabled him to retain power in his own state as well.
And he's losing everything. He doesn't. Yes, because one thing is this. When you are dining with the devil, your knife, your spoon must be very long. You get it. You must have like 3-4 eyes when you are dealing with people like this, because they might want to stab you in the back. They might
people like who actually?
No, this crop of politicians. This
in Nigeria.
Yes, this system of politicians that we have now, most of them, many of them are like that. That's why it's easy for them to decamp any small thing. They are no ideology, their selfish interest, what they have. Now, you put pressure on your state, you have issue with your state now. Things are dropping with the president, with so many other things. So look at PDP, they had to stand by, face him, because it is something they have to do now or never. Yes, and they have to do it. So whatever comes out of it, they are ready to, because without that, that party will never move forward. In fact, it will disappear, and then a job well done for Wike.
I have a feeling that Wike led PDP by the nose to do what they did, to cause more problem, because Wike knew that it would be difficult for the PDP to expel him. And it has proven that in the past few days to show that, look, has PDP actually expelled him? That is the big question. Has PDP expelled Wike? Because we have a situation where, as at now, the INEC that should be the arbiter is not even doing anything. But I also like the fact that George Amupitan, the INEC chairman, called a meeting of both parties to play some kind of what I call posturing to the public. This man is a senior advocate of Nigeria. He's a professor of law, and he understands clearly that what settled the PDP is not going to be. But the case that is in court is not a case that will determine the leadership of the PDP. It is a case that will determine the process, that led to a convention that has now been invalidated by INEC itself. So the whole issue of what Wike is doing, and I like to talk about Seyi Makinde and what he has. I like Seyi as a person. I used to think initially that Seyi and Wike were playing towards, the same goal.
So what has changed?
Now, what has changed is the fact that the revelation by Seyi Makinde that the president apologized to him for not appointing his nominee for ministerial position from Oyo State. Are you aware of that? Seyi has said, look, president called me to say, look, I'm sorry, I didn't appoint your nominee. Apparently, Adebayo Shitu was the president's nominee because the president wanted to use him to stabilize APC in Oyo State. And Seyi says, look, I told Mr. President, Bayo can't do that for you. No, sorry, not Bayo. Adelabo, the current minister of power. The Bayo, Adebayo Shitu is the one, the former minister of communication, who now wants to be governor. And he's also having a running battle with Adelabo. Because when Adelabo said, look, I'm the anointed one, Adebayo says, no, you are not. Now, that said, for Seyi to have said, look, the president said, look, I'm sorry for not appointing your nominee as minister for Oyo State, clearly shows that is why probably he's regretting working for the president. Because the appointments came after the president had become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In all of this, it's difficult for me to, when I said I used to think, it's still difficult for me not to think, because does Seyi want to be president?
Well, he obviously seems to want to contest.
But it's not about contesting. It's about winning the election. He knows that he cannot win the election.
So if he contests, he will be fragmenting the votes.
The votes
to the south.
Of the southwest. But how long can he do that? I mean, how far can he travel in doing that? Not just fragmenting the vote of the south, trying to fragment the vote of the southwest. But the southwest, will not vote for Seyi Makinde in place of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's very clear. So when I put all of these things together, I keep going back to think that, look, both Seyi and Nyesom are just playing the same card.
Or maybe he's looking for something to negotiate.
Unintentional to what end?
Unintentional. Just to prove that, look, you didn't. I mean, going by what you just said, I was not privy to that information. But it could be saying, since you did not appoint my man, I will ensure that I reduce.
Okay, let me cause some kind of damage for you, political damage.
Yes.
No, what Obakinde is trying to do here is that
You know, most politicians, they think ahead. Sheyi Makinde still want to be relevant after a Tinubu presidency. Maybe in Oyo State or elsewhere, or even in APC, because PDP, from the look of things now, is like a house that is divided against itself, so it cannot stand. So Sheyi Makinde is going to step down for Tinubu when the chiefs are down in 2027. That is what is planned.
Step down for him onto what? As if he gets the PDP
so that his vote will go to Tinubu. Yes, I mean, has it not happened before?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Does he need to, whether he steps down or not, the vote of the Southwest will still go to Tinubu?
No, but at least
and if you say he wants to remain relevant, I mean, he can simply go to Senate. Does he want to become minister?
No.
Or what?
Under what? Under which party? This PDP that is already.
Okay, so what you are practically saying that the PDP will not produce any senator, no House of Rep member, or what in 2027?
With what INEC has said, is that possible? You know, it's not possible.
We're still like 18 months away from 2027.
What would they do to reverse it?
Okay, you think it's becoming irreversible?
When Wike have told you that he's holding that place for Tinubu till 2027, how will you reverse it?
No, that's what Sheyi said that Wike said.
Because are you not seeing it practically? When somebody says something and you're seeing it practically, is there any doubt about it? PDP, it will take the power of God to upturn what is going on there today. And because it has happened before, so I am not in doubt that it will happen again.
Okay, so what you are saying is that Sheyi's maybe senatorial ambition is already foreclosed because there is no PDP. He can go to another party.
Yeah, but if you talk of that, yes, so that maybe
I'm just questioning the relevance, that he wants to remain
because
relevant.
if Tinubu discover that both Adebayo and Shitu are going
to say, is it not INEC? Are you saying that you don't trust INEC
to
deliver free and fair elections?
Which INEC? This INEC that
you have a new helmsman.
INEC. No. There's no difference.
Can we cut the man some slack?
No. I can't. How will I? Because you saw what happened.
Yes.
You saw what has happened so far. Without the election he conducted, does this man show that he's going to be his own man? This is a man who validated a PDP person in Ekiti State. Meanwhile, the national chairman, he does not recognize it. Please, how does that pan out? Look at the contradiction here.
Even when it was being cleared by the Senate, that really put everything off. Because he didn't tell us exactly what he's going to, his plan, no policy. Somebody also take a bar and go.
There's no direction.
So somebody is going to write the script for you.
There's no direction here.
So I don't really have. But this PDP thing, I like that move they are taking against Wike. Because one thing is this, that devil, you have to cross it and face it. If you don't cross it, it will remain like that forever. So the moment now he has a lot of he has a lot of orders to face. That is Wike. He has a lot. Now he's fighting. The grip on PDP, is lacking. So you need to tighten it more. The state, he needs to. So where are you going to? So his focus will be diluted.
Wike is not telling you that he wants to be president or whatever. He wants the party to be destroyed. So expelling him now is like pouring water on stone.
What I'm trying to say is that, if they didn't expel him, he already know he has a good. He already has a hold on that area. Now that there are some rebels coming up against him in that area, we have to divert more attention to that area. Now, it will slack in some areas like River State. And when it slacks a little in River State, it will give the people in River State opportunity to rear their head a little.
Look, the purpose of Wike in PDP is to stop them from producing a presidential candidate. And he has succeeded. As I talk to you now, he has succeeded. Nobody in PDP or no politician will go and put his head and say, I want to presidential candidate of PDP. Nobody.
But they have options. They can move to another party.
That means
his work is not still. It doesn't because the main.
which other parties will be so relevant now to challenge the APC?
So many. You know that one thing is this: the only thing I'm afraid of when it comes to election in Nigeria is the INEC. I did believe the INEC, is confident. We have confidence in INEC. Is it not people that will come and cast the votes? You know, there are sympathy votes. There are people who don't. They are not even part of your party. They don't even talk about. They don't even come. But they will just come out, and then you will be surprised the way they will vote, and the trend of the vote will just go against you.
With this stomach infrastructure, people with more concern with their stomach than your vote. With the hunger in the land, the APC can buy anybody anything. All these governors that are jumping into APC, you didn't hear how much they were rumored to have collected. The rumor that they are collecting.
I like the fact that
but every rumor, now go and check that there's something there.
But do you think they can still not betray towards the end of the, by the time it's almost the election time?
2027.
Or maybe even before that time,
after 2027, I don't like the trajectory we are traveling. There's one big mistake we always make, and we make the mistake of thinking that if there's a stable democracy, that will build a prosperous nation. But that is not true. There is no nation that has become democratic under poverty. The first thing to build is prosperity before democracy. Go back to European history. Everywhere you see prosperity now, it is the people that said, look, now we are able. We can feed ourselves, we can fend for ourselves. Let us now drive out the upper class and install democracy. Go back in history. So what we keep talking about, and we have a political class, hunger, if this hunger persists, it will only take the effort of the people, to build a prosperous economy. People will keep taking these handouts, and democracy will never grow until such a time that we have a prosperous nation that will turn on the leadership and say, look, enough of this. Go to the French Revolution. What was it all about? It was all about overthrowing, the upper class, the nobility and all of that, and say, we have to reject society, feudalism, we end all of this. It was at that time that democracy, liberty started taking root. So let's stop making the mistake of saying that, with time, our democracy, when it stabilizes, it will never stabilize under this condition.
And that is why the nobility keep living in delusion. They don't learn from history. When they are up there, they believe that they are God, that there's nothing the downtrodden can do, that they can only make noise. Until that word, revolution, come into their mind, these people will never learn. There is go and check in history. The nobility never give up their position until revolution enter into the mix. That's when they will not know that, yes, the people are really angry. And I like the way these things are going, because one day, if this continues like this, one day, the people of Nigeria will rise up. That's the truth. They will definitely rise up.
All right then. Oh, well, let's move away from that conversation. Let's check out another conversation, this time around, going to the Guardian newspaper. There are lots of headlines here. I'm just trying to zero in on one, and then insecurity. The making of Southeast ghost towns at dusk. That's a news analysis and an editorial there on the cover page of The Guardian. But then when you flip, you see the headline, United Nation decries industry boom as abductors collect, wait for it, 2.57 billion naira in 1 year. That's the estimated monies that Nigerians have paid to kidnappers.
We are making progress.
I
hope they will.
Is it a
without
reduction?
I don't think they captured everything.
Yeah, they didn't. But the last time we were talking about trillion, wasn't it?
Trillion.
And we're talking about 1.3 trillion.
They have not captured it
The thing
properly.
with that tax reform affect them now, since money is flowing to that area and there's something.
Pay taxes.
I don't know because
they don't have a choice. They have to pay taxes. Everybody has to
Who
pay.
will collect tax from terrorists?
This is
No,
everybody
they
now.
don't know whether you're a terrorist or not. The moment money passes into through your account, they have your name. Your name is your team. They will just, they will just garnish it by themselves. Barrister.
Garnish what? Which court road? Which court?
I mean, they said that when the money gets a certain threshold, they will deduct so and so amount, irrespective of where the money comes from.
Anger them. If terrorists ask you to bring money, pray to God that 1 naira should not be missing from that money. That's just the truth. Because they will sit down there, they will count it. Abi?
This tax policy, I was just asking myself, this tax policy that is coming in, do you think that it is going to reduce our bankable options? Do you think that a lot of people, will start keeping cash?
Yes,
it's going to affect the cashless society.
Yes,
because any money that the moment you put the money into your account, the government with their periscope will look at it and say, okay. It has crossed a certain threshold, so you need to pay tax.
What will happen is that much money will now be outside the money deposit banks.
The banking system.
It's interesting that you mentioned this. So let me just take the headline and then we'll continue. We'll just continue the conversation. So the headline is calls for suspension of tax reform laws intensify. The writers alleged forgery, treason against Nigerians, says Atiku, CNG, Yoruba, Ronu. Address public trust concerns, EIE Nigeria tells FG. Tax reforms won't increase rates, will fix broken system. Oyedele insists. Now, let's continue the conversation.
So I'm just thinking, it took a very long while, for people to start leaving money in banks. You need to see
to be convinced. People to be convinced
that you can put money in one bank, that you can put it in Owerri, in Aba, in Onitsha. Then you come to Lagos, a certain bank.
People were burying money in their houses at some point.
Yes, and some politicians still do.
Yes.
From what we see from
social media. Right now, many finance companies is going to spring up, and this humongous amount of money will now come into that mix.
Because which finance companies like what?
There was a time there was a finance house boom in Nigeria. 3 of us.
Yes.
What happened to them? All those money.
So, Barrister, what would they come to do? What would they...
Instead of going through that banking deposit and all that, and people monitoring your account and taking your money.
How will you open accounts then?
Sorry?
How will you open accounts?
They may have their own way. It's not a proper banking system.
But you must have to either with your phone number or your name.
That's what I'm saying now. It's easier to do business with such this thing than with the normal banking system. That is deposit banks. So you can do business with these people based on what you are bringing in. You understand? You can discuss with them, and people will not go there to borrow money. The banks will be losing customers, whether you like it or not.
But I think the system has a way of connecting the whole thing. The moment you have your name, which has become your tax ID, you can't run away from it. It's like you can only run, but you can't.
Do you know what the people will be doing? What they will do is that, especially those small scale businesses and some other, what they will do is that anytime they want to do business with you, they will tell you to pay them in cash.
In cash.
Some companies already pay in cash.
Yes, companies will start paying in cash.
Paying your workers in cash.
Which is where we actually started from.
So we are going
because
back
my
to
first salary is
we're in cash.
Which is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
Yes, we now see armed robbery and every other thing will now become rampant again.
If you check of late, armed robbers no longer, lock down a whole street and start robbing from houses.
Because the monies are in the devices or
where is the money? So taking that risk is not worth it because nobody keeps money in the house. So, but if they now notice that people are no longer putting money, they will not be monitoring you. And whenever 1 naira enter, they will now blow their whistle.
Yes.
And before you know it, they will come into your house and say, "Where is that money?"
So might say rise in
you say, "Where is money?"
Of insecurity.
They will even tell you how much and all that.
Then these people, we will call them alajo, CTC, CC, whatever. Yes, they collect money from you, help you save it at the end of the month or year. You give them their percentage, and then they will give you back your money.
I want to advise everybody to do that.
Now, when those people collect people's money, when they collect people's money and put it in the bank and call government remove tax from it, the money will drop. How will they pay those people back?
No, they will pay from their own.
Their own profits. That's not even enough. They collect 5% now. Wait, they collect 5% from individuals.
Or you will add tax to whatever you're paying.
Those thrift people,
what they do is if you are contributing 1,000 naira a day, after 30 days.
They collect 5%.
No, they collect that 1,000.
Is it 1,000? Okay, even that is
any
even
amount
10%.
you contribute. That is the amount that will take at the end.
Now that is even 10%, but the government will remove 15%.
So why would I not keep my money with Alajo instead of the bank? Either this microfinance.
No, it's even the operator, the business operator that will
talk
suffer
about
now.
microfinance bank. Government has access to your microfinance bank.
Yeah, because they are the one that set it up. Yes.
Because they have your need, they have even your BVN.
But
the way the bank, I have always been of the opinion that it is shared responsibility. Unfortunately, Nigerians are able to keep their own side of the bargain. Why the government doesn't? You know, it's difficult for the government. That is where the problem.
That is where the trust comes.
That is where the problem, trust problem
because
comes
like
in.
I keep saying,
because the way this government is very, very pushful, very forceful in trying to collect tax. They don't want anything.
So now that there is a pushback, do you think they'll put it on hold?
No, they said there's no.
No, the kind of pushback we have, the kind of pushback we have is very feeble. It's very feeble. People are just talking.
No, look at why.
No, people are just
the
talking.
allegation of
Even the forgery allegation.
What are you
People are
going
just
to
talking.
Look at the problem here.
People are just talking. If they mount a kind of campaign that they mounted against fuel subsidy on the 1st of January 2012, then the government will listen. But it won't happen because of the quarters it is coming from. And I've always said, if you don't mount any pressure from Lagos and the Southwest, nothing will come out of it. If you try it in Abuja, after like 2 or 3, they will use water cannons and disperse everybody.
Now,
shut down Broad Street, shut down Marina, shut down International Airport and the NPA. Nigeria will sneeze. The federal government will listen to you. But it's not going to happen. We all know why it won't happen.
Unfortunately, they are going on recess. And they won't come back on the January 27th.
They can be called back at any point.
That's what I'm saying.
Which people have gone on recess?
The people that will power this thing now or will listen to you, is it not the National Assembly? They are the one to look into this.
So, the National Assembly, if you talk feebly the way we are talking, National Assembly will not do
That
anything.
is why they should go to court. Let the court to put an injunction. That is the only thing
Which
that
court?
will make it. It's a good court. Don't
This same court.
This court. Which court?
At least go first.
It hurts that Nigerians don't have faith.
When
You don't have faith in the National Assembly, you don't have faith in the courts.
When you file it,
we will not go to Supreme Court and God will not tell us something that we don't understand. We will not start debating it.
NBA have taken the bold step to say, look, they should suspend. They should go further and approach
Barrister, the
court.
president's handlers are telling you that this is noise from the opposition and that nothing will stop the.
They said it now.
The tax from taking effect.
The court will stop them.
This same court.
Which court now?
Nigerian court.
No, okay. Maybe Nigerian or future court.
Nigerian court. At least they will summon them. They will come to and explain their own part of the.
Court order wouldn't even stop it because they will just.
They will not even come. Even if court someone, they won't even come. Who will check? Can court arrest them? Who will arrest them?
Let it be on record, so that it will add to their infamy. Let it be on record.
Okay, let's take a few more headlines. Lawmakers okay old budget extension. Revised 2026 fiscal plan to 58.47 trillion naira. That's from the Guardian. There are riders to that story. Yes, okay. Reps pass 43.56 trillion naira. 48.31 trillion naira revised budget for 2024-2025. So basically, anyway. Another headline from this day says, Senate hails Tinubu's 58.47 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill. Backs infrastructure, security push. Passes 43.5 trillion naira 2024. 2025 reworked budgets. Extends 2025 appropriation to March 2026. So we're running
three budgets
into 2026.
It's a lie. It did not work. It has never
What do you
worked.
mean it will not work? It's been done already.
You have
this is not the first time.
It's on paper. In reality, it will not work because you have 70% that you are going to roll over into 2026. Are you going to add
They've
to...
reworked 2025 already.
Look,
they've adjusted the figures.
But the 70% is still there, according to the finance minister. It's still there that he said that we are going to roll it over to 2026. So whether they work or not, the 70% is there outstanding.
So when you say it won't work, what do you mean? Is it that the money will not be released or what?
You need to finish the 70% that is outstanding before.
No, Barrister, this is not the first time. Now we move 2024 to 2025, and
that is why you still have 70% of 2025. So
but the year is gone, and you are saying it wouldn't work. If it worked in 2025, why wouldn't it work in 2026?
It will affect 2026 now because
the way 2024 affected 2025.
So what are you telling me?
So it will affect, but it will be done.
But the question is it normal?
Of course, it's not normal.
So all this we are debating is like we are trying to, somebody is dying and we are trying to look at his headache. And his hand is moving. He's already dying.
We need to analyze the reason. Even
no,
when
you know why? Because this analysis, this analysis sounds like it's okay. It happens. It's okay, but it's not okay. It's supposed not to have happened.
Do you know when this didn't happen? Some of us raised alarm, but the supporters of this administration, they didn't even see any problem there. Now look at it. It's now staring us in the face. I wonder what those people will say now. That the country is running 3 budgets at the center. When Ningi said it, they almost roasted that man. Ningi said it, that even the budget they passed is not the budget that they are implementing. The man said all these things, but nobody took it serious. You can see now.
Very sir, when you say you don't know what the supporters of this administration will say, does it look like they care? People that support government, not just this government, people that support government will go to any length to say, look, even if they are dying in their numbers, people that support this government, they don't care whether Nigeria is making progress or not. The only thing they want to see is APC is in government, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in government, whether your budget performance is 70% or 80% or 90% or even 5%, they don't care. The only thing they want to hear is that, look, this government is in power. We had people do that for the PDP. They don't care. That's what I'm saying. They don't care.
And it's true.
They don't care. People that supported the Jonathan administration were like, well, whether you like it or not, Jonathan is in government, PDP is in government, and we don't care. They'll continue to be in government until they were shoved aside.
Do you know the irony? When things now go Besak, when things now go south, the same people will come out and tell you that I did not support this government too. I did not vote for them. You can imagine. I did not vote for them. When you mention, say no, how can I support such a thing? Do I know him? I did not too. You can imagine. Very deceitful human beings. Very hypocritical human beings. The same people now that are telling you, they are the one who was carrying this thing in their head. Now look at it. Yellow Makere and his group, look at them. Mr. Pro, look at all of and they even gotten an ambassador appointment. So how can Nigeria move forward? Because when we talk, they will now try to rationalize it and say, it did not start with Tinubu. So if it did not start with Tinubu, therefore the infamy must continue. It will continue. Then why did you criticize PDP? Why did you criticize them? In fact, human beings are very terrible, seriously. That's why the Bible said that my people perish for lack of knowledge. When they are doing all this, they don't even think of the future implication to themselves and to their children. Because they do this in behalf of their children to suffer it. That's the irony.
It's terrible. So if we continue like this, maybe in 10 years we'll be running a budget of like 10 years ago in 10 years. I told them
on my show that if Tinubu wins and go, and then go into 2031, by the time Tinubu will leave in office, we'll have 3 budgets lying idle that nobody have touched.
Maybe like 6, because we already have 3 now. By the time we had another 4 to lose, we'll have maybe 7.
Possible. From the way we are going, we have 3 budgets.
And we keep talking about this infrastructure thing, and we have a Minister of Works, David Umahi, who keeps mounting his excellence, the work he has done nationwide and all of that. In the past 3 or 4 days, people have been sleeping between Shagamu and on the road.
Yeah, of course.
Morning and night. The roads are, traffic gridlock. Professor Pat told me was caught in that web, and it's out there in the internet. People, a certain couple, were attending a couple was attending their wedding, and they got caught in that gridlock, and they said, so what are we going to do?
They went on the road.
They went on the road. And we have a Minister of Works who keeps saying, look, we have done 60% or 70% of what we promised. When did you do the work?
I wonder.
It is not as if it is different between Benin and Auchi. It's not different. In other parts of the country, it's not different. Federal roads.
This is why I've told people, all the people that are suffering on that Shagamu or Ijebu, please take pictures so that tomorrow they will not come and tell us that those roads, no, some people, some naughty opposition member, they copied it from Rwanda or from Somalia, that road is not a Nigerian road. They just posted fake things. It's not that. Please make sure you send that into Umahi. Let him see what people are going through. All of you on that route now, take the pictures. Send it to the presidency. Let them see. Because if you are talking of priority, Mr. Ogoro, that road is the busiest in Nigeria at about this time.
Yes.
It's the busiest.
The busiest.
It's the busiest. So, do you need anybody to tell you to repair that road?
That road?
For economic progress, you spend 3 days on a trip that doesn't want to last for 12 hours. 3 days. And you are still there. Meanwhile, they concentrated on the Lagos Calabar coastal road.
You know the funny thing. You know the funny thing. As people are on those roads, we still have people who are taking off. People that have taken off this morning.
Of course. So it just adds to the
gridlock. They are not praying that
the road will clear.
That's what they are praying. Because it is inevitable that they must travel. It's like these people wedding now. We there wed in Lagos.
And it's not as if airfares are helping. 600, 700.
I am telling you, these are important areas that you should pay attention. Put all this rail line.
The one that moved from Abuja to Kaduna, is it working?
I thought there's one from Edo to the east. I think they were.
When I was discussing,
I was saying something like there's one from Edo to the east.
Which Edo?
Where is it? Rail line.
Look at it's for this thing now.
It's for the Edo.
Where you supposed to put this rail line? You did not put it there. The Igbo man travels a lot. Everybody knows this.
Everybody travels.
Also,
now they went and built one from Katsina to Maraba in
another country. I said the Igbo man travels more than any other ethnic group in Nigeria because they are business oriented. That one is a fact. So you provide those things that will enable them to do their business. What is wrong with that? Who uses buses and all that? Is it not the Igbo man? Because of his businesses. You provide all those things.
Barrister, everybody, Nigerians
travel. I said
no, let's not.
Barrister, don't qualify. Barrister, don't qualify. Everybody travels.
On this.
No, you don't have any statistics.
Hold on. There is a statistic that shows that the Igbo man travels.
Barrister, no, let's move out.
Maybe at this time of the year. But I mean, Nigerians travel.
Barrister, we need to fix the roads. We need to fix the rail lines, even the airlines for every Nigerian.
Another thing is this, we still have this waterway so that can connect from Lagos through the eastern part to the farthest corner. And it's not developed.
When you come to the Igbo man, people want to pretend as if that.
Nobody's
pretending. Hold on, I'm coming now. Let me finish. Everybody wants to pretend to be patriotic, to be untribalistic. But how many times have you tried to pamper the Fulanis and their business?
Barrister, I was the one that raised the issue of no rail lines between the west and the east. I was the one that
said it. I'm trying to highlight it. You are telling me
what are you highlighting?
If you can give a priority to Fulanis and their business, why can't you give a priority to the
Is it you that gave them priority?
Ask me.
That's what I'm saying. The government now. The government, yes, that's what I'm saying. But don't try to wait till it's done and see if it does not matter.
Barrister, as a matter of fact, everybody travels. As we speak now, people are leaving the southeast to the north. You know, people that northerners, westerners that live in the southeast are also traveling back.
I said more.
Somebody who travels to Calabar cross river.
Business oriented.
Now, so wait, Mr. Barrister. Somebody who travels from Lagos to Calabar or Cross River, are you saying that person is Igbo?
Equestrian, Abi?
Yes, but what I'm saying that he passes through the same route.
That
the Igbo man that is going to the east will pass through. That doesn't
Anyway,
mean.
Hold on. Is it the fact that the Igbo man is business oriented?
Let's move away from that.
Everybody does business. Everybody
business
does
oriented. Is it
That's not
not
the
movement?
focus.
Is it not the
Barrister,
What you're
that's
saying is that
traveling at this time of the year.
Everybody travels. Everybody travels.
even the northern are traveling.
Let's get into
I
other
know you will not
conversations.
agree, but I'm insisting that you people must agree.
We are not disagreeing.
Barrister, you will not force us to
I'm
agree.
saying one over. I'm doubting you.
Barrister, can we just do this? Okay.
Don't
You
mind
have
that.
not
Don't mind
done
that.
New Year festival for us here. You are talking. See the way you speak Igbo like he
It's
has
voice
done.
of the people, and we represent Nigerians at large. Yes, Nigerians at large, not a particular set. Okay, well, let's talk about some other headlines here. Aisha warns Tinubu against Buhari's mistake of retaining underperformers, and this warning comes in the book.
Warning and
Soldier
instruction.
to what's the name of
Who's
it?
already doing it?
Okay, the Soldier to Statesman. That book written by Dr. Charles Omoli. In that book, she said, look, she argues that a mix of aging, fear of public perception, and emotional manipulation by close aides stopped Muhammadu Buhari from enforcing performance standards. And according to her, the former president's hesitation was rooted partly in sympathy. She says, as you age, performance changes, she says, noting that Buhari often felt sorry for appointees who were struggling in office. So she's advising President Tinubu not to do same. If they're not performing, change them.
Look at that headline. ICPC scorecard exposes widespread failures in federal.
We haven't gotten to that headline. Let's talk about this one.
Okay.
I am not interested in what she's saying. Let her speak for herself. When the husband was around, was she not?
She ran away. She ran away. Why didn't she advise her?
Probably was chased. Probably was chased.
No, she should have come
She
out.
could have spoken that time. I would have respected her.
So
now.
leave all this. They're telling
Speak
me
against her husband?
that she died.
No, advise her husband, not speak against her.
Do you know if she
But she didn't
She
do
will
public.
tell in public. She will tell in public.
Because Buhari was very fond of that was the other room.
The other room.
Buhari was very fond of the other room.
Who told you that he was even going there in the first place? Is that not why the woman left?
But he used to say.
When nobody,
even in France, when he went to France, he told the world that I told my wife that your place is in the other room.
But
okay,
he hardly go there.
All right, let this other headline. I hope we don't get to argue.
You were living with them.
I hope I don't reignite the argument. That we just left now. Reading this headline: Federal government orders road contractors to remain on site during Yuletide. Directs NNPCL to offset 263 billion naira owed contractors. Now, let me just go a little into it. The Minister of Works, Chukwuma's friend, Dave Umahi, has directed contractors working on Abuja, Lokoja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kefi, Makurdi, and Abuja-Kano expressways not to close their sites during the Yuletide without the approval of his ministry. The minister also directed the contractors to exit all previous agreements, including those involving Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, tax credit contracts inherited by the federal government before they would be considered for payment. Umahi also announced that the federal government had directed NNPCL to pay the sum of 263 billion naira to contractors, stressing that the volume of debt owed to contractors from 2023 to date stood at 2.13 trillion naira. And the payments would only commence once the figures were clearly confirmed. Okay. Does this assuage your trouble?
No,
it doesn't.
Yes.
I didn't hear Shagamu, Biniore, and Asaba. I didn't hear that route. And that is that route that is causing problem now. Go and look at all these other places mentioned. Look at the traffic there. Compare it with this other one. That is how to measure the usability of any road. You pay priority attention. That's why they say you put priority on the one that are in high demand. Is that not what I said here that Okoro didn't want to agree with me? Look at the traffic in these other places he mentioned and look at the traffic here. So where are you supposed to pay more attention to?
Barrister, that was not your point of argument.
What is my point of
Just
argument?
go ahead.
I said they should provide this route with a train ride. because of the heavy traffic. What is wrong with that?
Barrister, nothing is wrong with that. But you want to distort the argument. Now, don't go back again. Now, you see this administration. This administration will keep running from pillar to post, from post to pillar, till it ends in either 2027 or 2031. When I traveled to the east in November, and I saw the level of work, ongoing in that road, and I knew that there would be bedlam in December. I saw this coming, because as at that time I left Lagos around 7 in the morning, 7 a.m., and I didn't get to Enugu until past 10 in the night. So practically I spent about 15 hours on the road in ordinary time.
That's what's Enugu.
In ordinary time. So you can imagine if I was going to my village.
So if you were going to Calabar, it would have been worse.
I mean, no, yeah. Calabar is in South. I'm talking, if I was going to my village that borders Akwa Ibom, that empties into the ocean, it probably would have been like about 24 hours or so. So I saw this coming. Why? Because the federal government, and they didn't take care of critical points.
I'm telling you.
The Benin bypass, that takes you out of Benin City, into
the south is proper.
Into the south is proper. They left that road to go Comatose. And as at that point, there was no remediation. So when we got into Benin, they told us, look, we got information, don't even try the bypass.
Because of armed robbery?
No, not because of armed robbery, because of the level of traffic there already.
Okay.
It was still daytime because of the level of traffic there. So we had to use Benin. And when we got to Ramat Junction, when Okpobolo is building his legacy flyover, we stayed there for about 3 hours within Benin City. You can imagine what will happen now. I'm telling that was in November, ordinary time. Early November, not even middle or end of November, early November, ordinary time. So this government, and now you now begin to question the propriety of having to invest so much money on the Lagos Calabar Coastal
I am telling
Highway.
You, what is
when
that?
The internal roads, you cannot fix them. The roads that take people, from one part of the city, from one part of the state to the other. If I leave Lagos and I have to go to other state, I have to pass like 9 states. Now, in those 9 states, you cannot drive a stretch of like 40, 50 kilometers without a bad portion of it. I'm talking about federal roads. And you're building a coastal highway to impress you.
I wonder.
And another thing about that coastal road is that it's just in one section. That coastal road, you can't take your vehicle cannot divert into the ocean. It can only go left.
Well, of course.
But these other ones can go left, right, and whatever. You can get to every other corner. Exactly. So you can have a lot of bypass in that area. So, but this coastal road is supposed to be something like an alleviation. It's something to assist the major fix the other roads. But not concentrate on that. I was wondering, okay, with all these big trillions spent, that's shrouded in we don't even know. Now, you have just one section. It can't take somebody to the north. That road can't take you to the middle.
No, they are building a Badagry Sokoto.
No, I'm not talking about the Calabar road.
But this other one, if you want to access it from Lagos to Ibadan, you can divert to any other part of the country. True.
Meanwhile, we have an original east-west road. That moves from that is also Comatose dilapidated. And we had a Jonathan from the South stay for 6 years in office. He couldn't fix it.
I think there's
we have a lot of
something wrong with Southerners. Whenever they get into office,
all right,
they don't want to please their
Moses, sorry, before you continue, just a minute. For Buhari to build that railroad
from
to another country, then that means the whole road in Nigeria has been fixed. That means we have railroad across. There's no other problem. That's why he was able to do that to the other area within that short time. But for him to put that priority there, and this other person comes in, he's doing his own entirely.
Okay. Let's quickly. I know there's a headline here that you're interested in. I hope you can give us your analysis in the limited time that we have. MDAs.
Looking for proposal who is tax. There is something about you and this tax.
The president is known as a tax collector, even when he was in Lagos. So there's nothing.
Exactly.
How far?
How well did he use the taxes?
That's the question. Alpha Beta ended up with what? Was Alphabet a good story to tell? Oh, so the rest is left for you and other
Is it okay if you advise the president to drop the minister for petroleum and give it to so that it is easier for that place to be properly scrutinized?
I'm not sure that's the problem.
Because for him to be in charge now, not this things under him, it's difficult to probe that area now, to audit that. Who wants to do it now when the president is in charge?
Anyway, we are absolutely out of time. Well, thank you very much, Lawale Kunayo, who is an educationist, a farmer, and a public affairs commentator. Barrister Darlington Agumo, a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much. And we'll talk more about the Ore thing later. Chukwuma Okoro makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m.
Yes, and I'll be joined by a Nigerian in diaspora, Dr. Callistus Ono, and we are going to discuss the defection of PDP governors and Nigeria's gradual descent to one-party state and the Igbo presidency within the context of Nigeria's unity. Join me there, and it promises to be quite interesting.
Well, there you have it. Compliments of the season to you. I can say Merry Christmas to you. All right, I'll see you
Same
tomorrow.
to you.
Bye for now. I'm Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introduce.
This
How do I smile on the show today? I was having a rehearsal. I was how to smile on the radio and on the TV for the time being. I said, yes, on TV, first of all, the smile would look very different We saw what happened yesterday. Good morning to you. Welcome to Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. It's that time we give you sporting news and all that happened yesterday. I must say congratulations to Arsenal. They got the result right against the Crystal Palace. It continues today for the EFL Cup. You could say Carabao Cup. It works for me, and that will be Newcastle, Manchester City. But let's talk about the big one that happened yesterday. The Nations Cup is quite interesting. I feel like the only thing I'm not liking about this Nations Cup is the fact that the Moroccan side, the people of the Moroccan people, or the Morocco side to say, at Rabat, Marrakesh, you've seen all the turnaround. Whenever there's a Moroccan game ongoing, the stadium looks very filled up. But when it's other teams, it's quite less. But yesterday, we saw the turnout where the Super Eagles of Nigeria held their nerve to secure a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Tanzania in their opening match at the African Cup of Nations. I saw that one. The Eagles overcame a spirited Tanzania side. A big challenge in the game fueled the drama and the momentum swings. Nigeria began on the front foot, dominating possession and then creating a flurry of early chances through Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, and Samuel Chukwueze. The pressure eventually held told in the 36th minute when Alex Iwobi, my man of the match, delivered a pinpoint cross that Semi Ajayi met powerfully, heading past goalkeeper Zuberi Foba to give the Super Eagles a deserved lead. Tanzania responded later in that very game positively after the break and stunned Super Eagles early in the second half. Charles Mbowa capitalized on the defense laps to fire home from a close range in the 50th minute, drawing the East African level and briefly shifting the momentum. The Super Eagles, however, regained control almost immediately. Just 2 minutes later, Lookman produced a moment of individual brilliance, weaving past defenders before unleashing a precise strike from the edge of the box that flew beyond Foba to restore Nigeria's advantage. Now, that goal was not just mere. We've seen Lookman score like that for the Lades in Bergamo, away from home. That was the wrong foot. That was on the right foot, you know. But Lookman, quality player, 2024 African best. But the remainder of the contest saw Nigeria press a third goal with Victor Osimhen and Iwobi both denied by fine goalkeeping, while Tanzania pushed forward bravely in search of a late equalizer. Stanley Wabani was called into action on that very game, confidently dealing with crosses and corners as Tanzania mounted sustained pressure in the closing minutes. Despite having a goal disallowed for offside following the VAR review, the Super Eagles' composure and attacking depth proved decisive as they managed the final stages to claim all 3 points. Celebrate Super Eagles anyways. But the victory now gives Nigeria a valuable early boost in Group C, while Tanzania will take on to get encouragement from their resilient and attacking intent as they look ahead to their remaining fixtures. So we have a man on the sideline, Charles Omokoro, just somewhere. We just connect with him virtually. And we're talking about the Super Eagles extensively. And I think, Charles, if you're here, good morning. Great to have you join us.
Yeah, Kizzy, good to be here. Voice of the mic.
Very, very well. Great to have you. Very happy. Merry Christmas, I could say.
Yeah, compliment.
Yeah, compliment. Okay, so Charles, yesterday 2-1, was that the result you were anticipating for? 2-1 against Tanzania side, and we've seen shocking games in this AFCON. We've seen the Zimbabwe, Egypt, Mamouche scoring the equalizer and Salah still in the show. We've seen some results that have not really, maybe we expected more margin-wise. And yesterday we played against a team that are 112th in the world ranking, and we are 38th, 15 African shows. And you say Tanzania. On a very good day, we'll be like, who is Tanzania? 2-1. We managed the game well, but was it an expected result from you?
First of all, big ups to everyone in the house.
Right.
First of all, I would say, you know, African football, you don't expect so many goals in their matches because it's always a tight contest, you know. But with the array of matches we watched before today, the matches had more goals. But for the Super Eagles game, I was a bit disappointed, but we just had to win that game yesterday, and it was very important we had to win. You know, it's good to start on a good note, but again, we have to be more clinical in front of goal. I mean, we missed a lot of chances. We have to be very more clinical in front of goal, and I was impressed by Iwobi. Iwobi was kind of my main man of creating a lot of chances. He was dominating and he was trying to make those passes, which was very, 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 very impressive of him. But also, I would say, like I said, we need to be more clinical in front of goal. Overall, the team, give them an average. If you want to give them a score, you can give them an average in performance. but they need to be more clinical in front of goal.
Yeah, so, but it looked like it wasn't Victor Osimhen's day. He was wasteful right in front of goals. I thought some of the balls that got to Victor's leg, he should have, found a way to, you mustn't score. You mustn't be on the score sheet. He did that in the last AFCON. He showed team play, but this time around, he looked quite rusty, hungry to score, but then not the right way. So I saw the hungrier Tanzania and quality Super Eagles. Individual brilliance showed yesterday. But the lineup, the starting, was there any player you felt shouldn't have gotten a start for Eric Chell in that game?
A good lineup though, a strong lineup in my opinion. The players he lined up were strong in my opinion. I didn't see any weaknesses in that team for yesterday's game against Tanzania. But like I said, they were not just clinical in front of goal. I mean, the passes were there, and I mean you can trust. Eric Chelle has a way of playing which I've always liked. I mean, this may sound strange to a lot of people, but I've always liked his way of playing, his formations and all that. But I feel yesterday they were not just clinical. We should have taken our chance. Osimhen was rusty, like you said, which was very true, very rusty, and he should be more of a team player. It's not every goal that you want to score by yourself. If you see someone on the open side, you can give the person the pass and let's have a win. A win is more important for the team.
Yeah, so some people question the dismissal. I mean, why Eric Chelle got off Ako Adams. He's been, I don't want to use the word prolific, but he's more of a team player. He's a very, very tall, he's a giant man in front. He was a thorn on the flesh of the Tanzania defense. He was just everywhere. He was playing like number 8, that number 8 role for Osimhen. But Adams got off in the early hours of that game, like the second half. And a lot of people question Eric Chelle. You should have given him more time. Was he injured? Why did you let the Sevilla striker go? Why just... We know we won this result, but I don't know. So those changes tactically, how did it pay off? Because if you ask me, I think the best change that we saw was Moses Simon. He was so lively, and that's how it works for me. I don't think a Simon for me should have gotten the start. He needs to come in hungry. But talk about Ako Adams in a bit.
Ako Adams, I was not expecting him to start.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wasn't. I knew that Eric Chelle would still stick to Osimhen and the other guys.
No, but I think the difference now is that Ako Adams, Chukwueze, their involvement have made Chelle. We saw it. He now plays a 4-4-2. So Victor Osimhen must have just a man who pairs with him.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't. This is the start of. You're starting the tournament, so I feel like Chelle was trying to just stick with what he knew and his guys, and then put them on, and we could see the difference. We saw the difference anyway. We saw the difference in their play and the way they impacted the game. So I wasn't really surprised by his startup lineup. But let's see what the next game. Let's see his lineup for the next game, and then we'll be able to say more about his philosophy for the game. Okay, so let's talk about one man who got a start yesterday. He was, let's say, he's an integral part of the Super Eagles. He got off injured. I'm talking about the Hull City defender, Simi Ajayi. He got off injured before the tournament, not this one. The last time he left the Super Eagles camp, we knew his story, but he's back now and ready to go. He was named the man of the match, and I would say, I think in the AFCON, the last AFCON before this one, in Ivory Coast, 2023, I recall, Truth Ekong, Simi Ajayi, Kama Collective in the middle, and Calvin Bassey. So a 3 at the back, Senosi and then Ola Aina. That's how they played. But yesterday, we saw a different style, like he returns back. The Hull City centre-back scored Nigeria's first goal in the Group C opener before Charles Mbowa equalized for the Tigers of Tanzania. Let's talk about Simi Ajayi. He said something. Speaking after his strong performance, Ajayi called on the experience. He called on the experienced one and said he will always remember, stressing that finding the net should be shared responsibility across the team than also just being led for the striker. So in his words, he said, it was an amazing feeling to score for your country, and in such a game like this, to get into the score sheet is a really good start. I was really pleased. It shows that we are one team that cannot only rely on the attackers to get goals. I think we need to get goals from all over the team. We can get goals from the team, the defenders and the midfielders. Everyone needs to chip in if we want to do this and if we want to win the tournament. He said even with the victory, he admitted that the side still have a work to do ahead of the next game against Tunisia. And he said there are a few things that we can improve, but we also have a lot of positives that we can take from the game as well. Like I said earlier, he said, we are definitely aware that things and people are really looking at us, and we have better team
and we will be working really hard on training to put everything right. So Nigeria will be playing against Tunisia. Charles, let's say, I know on paper it's Nigeria, Tunisia. Now with the scoreline yesterday against Uganda, you can say they will place high, then Nigeria comes next. What is that one thing you could say, that improvement you want to advise Eric Charles, say, put this in order, do this. What is that thing that you noticed yesterday that was missing in the team?
Well, I mean, Tunisia is not a walk in the park. And if you notice, in Africa, the Northern African players, like your Tunisia, your Egypt, they are very good in this tournament. They are very, very good in this tournament. They are very good in this tournament. So it's very important that Eric Chelle does one thing. When you have a solid midfield and you have clinical strikers, that's what you need. A solid midfield, clinical strikers, and a very diligent defense line. I mean, like the defense line of this game, of the game that we just did yesterday, is not really bad in my opinion. But when you're dealing with these Northern Africans, like Tunisia, you have to be very careful. And it requires 100% concentration on the game. Because these Tunisian guys too, they are very clinical and they don't get tired. They really don't get tired. They're like desert warriors, in my opinion. They don't get tired. They keep pushing, they keep pushing till the end of the game. And you can see that in the way they bossed around Uganda. They took over the midfield. Their striking force is close. I mean, their finishings were clean, very clinical, clean finishes. So in this tournament, when you have a chance and you have an opportunity, take it. I mean, we should tell Osimhen and his guys up front that they should be more about team playing than just wanting to shine on their own or score goals on their own. You know, the teamwork will come into play in this game against Tunisia. I think this game against Tunisia is the start of the tournament for them, in my opinion. So let's see how. I'm optimistic that they will do well and that they will go far in this tournament as well too.
All right, so that's Hannibal you have on the screen. Hannibal, I'll call it to play out from the Tunisian side. They got the result against Uganda. Well said. I knew on paper that was the time for them to deliver, give result that you need for yourself. But Eric Chelle has come to say he made some poor decision. Speaking after the game, Eric Chelle said, I made a lot of choices. Some were good, some were not good. And he told the journalists just close to him, he said, I have my vision and I'm the coach. So I don't know what could be that he didn't reveal. This was how he was in the start. When the game started on, later we saw him without, he got some bigger cloth than Super Eagles jersey. The pullover. But let's say, what could be that mistake Eric Chelle made that he's saying that we don't even know because he's not told the media?
Well, I think the mistake would be that he left people like Lookman on the bench till like second half or stuff.
No, Lookman started the game. Moses Simon.
Sorry, Moses Simon. I beg your pardon. Moses Simon.
Right.
In that, yes, it's Moses Simon I was trying to refer to, not Lookman. Moses Simon would, if he had come on earlier, would have had caused a lot of trouble on that flank, a lot for those players, because that was one area that wasn't too strong on the side of Tanzania, So I think that was one of the mistakes I think he probably must have made, not starting Moses Simon.
Okay, so not starting Moses Simon, but okay, now, Charles, let's say it. Sometimes we have problems and coaches make some changes. I recall back in 2023 tournament, played in 2024, Ivory Coast. I recall Eric Chelle you might not be a fan of Eric Chelle, but not Eric Chelle, sorry, the Pesaro, the Portuguese. Pesaro had this 1-0, 2-1, 1-0, locking up shops, and he got to the final. Ochukwueze, who was never a starter, came in on that game and he got to start. Now, you don't change the winning side. I know that people will be saying the result against Tanzania was small, but I think I noticed something about the Franco-Malian. I saw the game management. If you saw, he managed the game and we held on to the game. It felt like they were not concerned about so much goals. But like you already said, when you get the chance, be clinical, get to score those goals and then deliver. You can't play against the Tunisian side and you're just dulling and you get opportunities and you're missing it. You can't do that. Now, let's talk about the next game now, Tunisia. Let's go into Tunisia's talk. Both Tanzania and Uganda are pointless after the opening game. Tunisia and Nigeria will battle in the group phase or the Group C leadership to know who will be on top in first. And that will be on Saturday. Both teams are in that very group. And any of the side that get it right, the two automatically qualify for the round of 16. Now, what is that How do you expect Eric Chell to go on with the Tunisian squad? Because, let me explain this. Let me even say it clear. Eric Chell is playing, sometimes, I think it's deeply a 4-4-2. Because we barely see he will be playing like a number 8 now. He comes so deep. And I think we should say credit goes to Marco Silva of Fulham. We've seen Lukic, sometimes not getting the start. And we see Iwobi in the middle of the park doing the job well. Now, there's this connection with Iwobi and Ndidi. And Wilfred Ndidi is really doing that job well. See, Iwobi at the time, he's our most creative player. Now, look at those passes that he was giving yesterday. He was delivering the passes at the right time. But my question is this, going forward against Tunisia, who that are the North African side, they are very fast. They could be fast if they want to hurt you. You see, Achiri getting a brace, they are so clinical in front of goals. They don't take the chances anyhow. Once it comes, they are scoring. Are we expecting Eric Chell to trick the team? Osai Samuel, let me say this. Osai Samuel is more advancing. But yesterday he was playing like the line was drawn to him. He can't even go past the half line. I don't know if it's a coach style. We saw Seydou Sanusi as well from the left side. His crosses, his runs were good, but his crosses were not that of Bruno, his quality. Now, Simi Ajayi pairing with Calvin Bassey, they were enjoying themselves at the back. Possibly because the Tanzania side never had a man who is very, very hungry right in front of goals. So quality-wise, individual brilliance paid off. Now, Osimhen, Ako Adams, are you expecting Eric Chell to start that same way? Because Samuel Chukwueze, if you ask me, I would say don't touch him. If you want to kill his cup, he came in very big to this tournament. On loan from AC Milan, he's been playing well for Marco Silva, Fulham side. And if you try to drop him to the bench, just maybe because you feel he's not so good in the game, because a lot of credits have gone to Chukwueze and Iwobi, I must tell you. Some are saying Simi Ajayi, look man. So anyone can say whatever they want to say, it's their opinion. But I'm asking you, would you want Eric Chell to tweak that team again or go with what we started like yesterday?
I would expect him to tweak the team a bit.
Really?
I would expect him to tweak that team a bit. Because of the pace in the midfield of Tunisia, he may have to touch Chukwueze. You might say you should not. You may be of a different opinion that you should not touch Chukwueze, but when you're dealing with such a fast-paced midfield of Tunisians like them Hannibal and the other guys, you have to find someone that can a bit. And that's Nigeria's style of play in our midfield. We try to reduce the tempo and give it our own tempo. We want you to play in our own tempo, not in your own pace. So I see Eric Chell. I think he may tweak it a bit. Maybe bring in someone that is more defensive-minded in that midfield, just to solidify the base. To solidify your back base, the base in front of your defense. You want to solidify that. You don't want to have too many people running over or overlapping. But for the striking aspect, if you ask me my opinion, Eric Chell is known for making some bold changes like he did, from bold decisions. Maybe he may start Akudo in this coming game and bench Osimhen, and then maybe bring him up into just.
I don't know. Against Tunisia, you mean start who?
Against Tunisia, he may start Akudo, the other guy from Sevilla in the striking.
Ako Adams, you mean?
Yeah, Ako Adams. He could start him. He could start him as well. Just tweak it a bit.
Okay, wait, start him as well with Osimhen. Is that what you're saying?
He may not start with Osimhen.
Really? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
It's always. Casey, this is football. This is football. Yeah. The tournament is just starting, and we have a lot of matches ahead.
Yeah.
So you need to put out your best foot, and sometimes you give some people an opportunity to prove themselves.
Against Tunisia, your best foot, Osimhen should be in the best foot. Tunisia is not a small side. 17 consecutive AFCON.
Osimhen was rusty.
Yeah, he was, but confident-wise, he came in big as well. Not bad goals in Galatasaray. Okay, are you saying? Okay, let me get it right. You mean Osimhen shouldn't start?
Osimhen was rusty, very rusty. So I think we should. I think we should work with what we have, though.
Well, I'll take it from you. I want to believe. I'll take it from you, Charles. Let me try to raise what you're saying. It would take a very big coach, a big manager, to do what you just said, because this is Nigeria. In Nigeria, when you don't do things the way, what do you say?
You don't think Eric Chell is a big manager?
No, I don't think. No, I don't think he's a big manager. No, I don't think.
You don't think so?
No, he's
so
not.
would you say Pizarro was a bigger manager than Eric Chell?
No, on African shows, Eric Chell was bigger for me, if you ask. You know,
exactly.
But you know, when we talk about big coaches, we know them. It will take a big coach to put a key player, the best player of a team, on the bench because he never had a decent game the other time. I don't think Eric Chell will want to do that because if he loses the game against Tunisia and Osimhen starts, it's quite less pressure. But if Osimhen did not start and he loses, maybe that's the walkway. Who knows, just walking out of the tunnel. I don't know, I'm just saying. But you're laughing, it's not funny, but that's what it is. But let's talk more, Charles.
Is these decisions that coaches make that makes them big coaches? You know?
If you get it right, when you win the game.
He has to get it right. I mean, I knew Nigeria was not going to the World Cup, but for this Nations Cup, I believe they can do well and win itself. If you ask me my opinion, it's just a matter of being confident and knowing what I mean. Like I said, being clinical in front of goal. Osimhen was rusty in this first game. Was very rusty, and you're dealing with Tunisians who are they don't take anyone captive. When they see a chance, they take it. And their defense too is quite solid in my opinion. Their defense is quite clinical. Even though they played Uganda is not that of a top team, but I mean, this is Africa. Every team is very dangerous. Every team is lethal. Every team is very good, in my opinion.
Okay, all right, Charles. Every team is very good. We'll see how it goes. But quickly, let's talk about some personalities and talk about Nigeria, because the federal government of Nigeria has fulfilled its housing and land pledges to the Super Eagles players for the runners-up finish at the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire. The Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) has confirmed that players received certificate for the allocation plots of land and housing units promised by President Bola Tinubu. Similarly, Promise Ofoge, the media officer of the Super Eagles, told the news agency of Nigeria, NNN, that the documents were presented to the players at the team camp in Fes, Morocco on Monday. Nigeria finished second at the tournament played in 2024 after a 2-1 defeat to host country Ivory Coast in the final. On their return, the President Tinubu hosted the team at the presidential villa and conferred the officer of the order of the Niger OON on each squad member. You see on your screen as a Wobi. Well, moving on, the president also approved a plot of land in the Federal Capital Territory and a flat for every player in recognition of their performance. News Agency of Nigeria also reports that the certificates were also presented to the players as instruments of conferment of the OON by Senator Abdul Negi and the sports, talk about the chairman, Senate Committee on Sports, and the Comptroller of General of Custom, Bashi Adeniyi. Speaking at the presentation, NFF President Ibrahim Musa said the gesture underscored the federal government's unwavering commitment to the Super Eagles and the Nigerian sport. In the words of the man you have on your screen, the NFF President said, the President graciously promised houses and lands, as well as national honors, and today those promises are being fulfilled. Okay, he said, there was no reason to begin another AFCON campaign without honoring this very one, and despite all that has been said. So it's like, I don't know, I don't want to say it's good news or not bad news, but he said it's not been easy for the players. It's not been easy, but the players deserve comfort and respect. We must always find a way to support them. He expressed confidence in the technical crew and players to make the nation proud. So Shehu Diko, chairman of the National Sports Commission (NSC), also said government resolved to deliver all promises before the tournament began. And in his words, he said it was a firm decision of government that every promise must be fulfilled before our first AFCON match. I don't know about this one. It's like a new rule. I would like to say it again. He said, this is not me. This is not VOP TV. This is about Madam Shehu Diko, the NSC president. He said it was a firm decision of government that every promise must be fulfilled before our first AFCON match. He called and recalled delays in fulfilling similar promises in the past, which I remember. He also went as far as saying previously such pledges took nearly 20 years. This time we acted promptly to show a new trajectory for Nigerian sports. Diko described the development as a reflection of the renewal of hope, renewed hope agenda. He said whatever the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promises, he delivers on time. This is about trust, motivation, and shared prosperity. Nigeria will now face Tunisia, and that will be on Saturday. But Chelsea, let's talk about this quickly. I look into the game and I'm wondering, I'm asking a question. Was this because of the Nations Cup? Oh, that was the Nations Cup, right? That's the word. Why is this happening now? I used to think, I'm sorry to say, when has the pledge been made by, whoever, the president, with all due respect, we just think we want to see it immediately. Some say so. I recall I think it was here. Yes, I recall. This seems, you've been to our studios. I recall you, Charles, you like to sit here, very close. If it was a wild shot, you understand. Samson Siasia, when we had him on the show, I was sitting somewhere in the middle and he was sitting close here. And I was having a chit chat with Samson Siasia. And he said words to me on the radio and on TV here. And I'll quote him, he said, some of us that were promised those houses, we don't even know where the lands are. According to him, some of the players don't even have the land being owed to them by the government, federal government to say. So I'm asking you, is this, I don't want to say propaganda, or is this political? Why are we seeing this happening now? According to NSC president, he said, this is how the president wants it to be. Before every AFCON match, this will be done. So it's like the first time in a long time, in almost 20 years, 2 decades ago, that we are seeing this happen. Why is this happening now? Is this a motivation or possibly a day of duration?
Well, first of all, this kind of news doesn't really tickle my fancy.
Really? But it's something good.
No, it's something good. But when you have your NFF chairman saying that the players left their comfort to come and play for us, so we have to keep our promise. Those guys are living in comfort. They're not living in discomfort. They are well taken care of where they play, and they have much. They are paid more than even what the NFF is even giving them. So there's no comfort that they are living well. They're living well. Yes, the government has to keep to its promise, and that's what they've done, which is normal for every government to do. When you promise someone something, make sure you keep up to it. But I want to also say, the women's football team, the issues that they're having there, the past people who have not received their lands and their houses, it's the same Nigerian government that will take the shame for it.
Right.
Like you rightly said, Samson said, even most of them who were promised houses and stuff, they've not gotten it till today. The Nigerian government is what it is. It's what it is. I'm not thrilled by this news of giving someone a land for something you promised them. I just feel like the optics that this kind of thing does is that it doesn't put patriotism in front. What you put in front of any person doing anything for Nigeria is because you want to get something from Nigeria. These players ply their trade, most of them ply their trade abroad. And they already have houses. I'm very sure these guys already have houses of their own. Home here and even abroad, they have. So all these things you are doing is just, I feel it's just too much. It's just too much for representing Nigeria, for playing football for us. I mean, some of them don't even play very well. Some of them don't even touch the leather at all. They don't even do anything. It's the optics for me. It's very, very bad. The optics is bad. But in the long run, you promise them to do something, keep to your promise. And that's where I'm going to leave it, my brother.
All right, so keep to your promise. Chidozie Awazim is in the news, plays for Nantes in the French Ligue 1 side. He's just seen a lot of words. He's been part of the team. He got off and now returned back. He said, for me, I've played different positions in the national team. It depends on the structure of the coach. And he's unveiling and saying he can play anywhere the coach wants him to play. He said, it depends on where the coach wants me to perform. I just go there and try to do the job as best as I can. So I just try to do my best, do everything possible to help the team. Help myself as well. So if the coach wants me to be a goalkeeper, I'm ready. If he wants me to be a striker, I'm ready. He did, however, express our preference for his established role. But in the words of Awazim, he said, but my preferred position right now, today, as I'm speaking to you, I'm a center back, so I would prefer to remain in my position. That's the center back. Reinforcing his confidence and experience in the role. His comments now has been what people are actually looking out for. Saying maybe we just give this man just some start. That's him there, played for Nantes. Quality anyways, I must say. Quality. He has grown, he went to America, maybe couldn't find his footing. He came back to the French Ligue 1 side. Now, if Awazim would play tomorrow, right, it would be that Simi Ajayi's role. And Simi Ajayi now returned back from injury, taking his spot, no Benjamin Frederick, because I know for sure if there was a Benjamin Frederick, it would have been a Frederick and Bassey. I'm not surprised to see more Bassey's posts. Wish you well, return safely. You have a lot to offer to the national team. Bassey loves Frederick. That's like a poet talk. But you know, why is Awazim saying this? Charles, I don't know. Some coaches, let's be factual. Some coaches will give him that opportunity. He has played as a right back for the national team. He's played at the center back, which he said is more comfortable right now. He wants to play more. Play me as a striker. Even Kamon Wabali, I go keep or join. But why is Awazim saying this now? So Eric, just like a letter to Eric Chell, should he be noticed?
I mean, but given the match that's in front of us right now, I don't know if he would take him up or put him in the team for selection. But it's a good one. I mean, he's just showing that he's patriotic and he's a team player. He wants to be there for everybody, and he wants to play for the country and all that, which is actually good. But everything boils down to what the coach wants done at every match. So it will be up to Eric Chell to know if he will put him. But if he gives him a chance, I think he can do something anyway. He can really do something.
Okay, so up to the coach to decide. We should have told you about the players' rating, but we have to jump off to that one. 6 over 10, 5 over 10, 10 over 10. Who got the result? Who was the man of the match yesterday? Did you see the game? Let's talk about one man, Yakubu Ayegbeni. He has talked and he has praised and he has talked about who. He has praised a lot of performance on the team, but he was able to single out just 2 Nigerian players following the team 2-1 victory over Tanzania. Goals from Semi Ajayi and Lukman secured all 3 points. But speaking to the reporters right there after the game, Yakubu highlighted the importance of starting the tournament with a win, regardless of the scoreline. He said, the most important thing is that we got the 3 points. They are going to be under pressure because we're not qualifying for the World Cup. And they lost there. Our first game after not qualifying, you know, it's going to be a lot of talk from the fans. And he said it's always very difficult. The most important thing, we got to work hard and fight as a team. Reflecting on the match, he said, the former forward acknowledged that Nigeria's narrow escape, noting we were lucky yesterday. He said when you look at Tanzania, the game, and we were lucky we got away with that one. And hopefully against the Tunisian side, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a tough one. On the question of tactics and the coach approach, Yakubu Ayegbeni stressed patience, stating that it's too early to complain about the coach tactics. And he said, let's look forward to the next game. Normally, like I said, you know, in AFCON, your first game is always difficult, and we should give the team the support, and we should also wait for the next game and see how we shouldn't, start judging these players. Now, he said it's too early to talk about Eric Chell. He also singled out Chukwueze and Alex Iwobi for their impact. He said you have in Chukwueze and Alex Iwobi so far, so good, better than they try to see chances. But looking at Yakubu, he has picked out 2 players. Charles, can you pick out 2 players that you saw yesterday? Just say 2 for yourself. Who you will say?
I did say earlier that Alex Iwobi for me was my man of the match, because I don't know what Marco Silva has done to him, but if that thing he did to him is good, I mean, it's really good. I mean, he's delivering. He's making us believe that he can play that role of the number 10 and distribute passes, effortlessly and quickly as he was yesterday. But his combination with Chukwueze was good, was brilliant. I mean, it was brilliant. But my man of the match yesterday was actually Alex Iwobi. I mean, for his consistency in just delivering those balls in the middle of the park.
Okay, let's talk about the man who was quite rusty yesterday, wasteful in front of goals. Victor Osimhen has been handed a new responsibility in the national team setup after Nigeria confirming the leadership reshuffle ahead of the 2025 AFCON tournament. And I must say, I just like the fact that, we have the quality. He is the 2023 African Footballer of the Year, and he's been named the Super Eagles' new assistant captain and first choice penalty taker. According to reports, the Galatasaray forward steps into the role following the international retirement of Ekong, the departure, and has triggered, a lot of things. But also reports are also saying that Moses Simon is the assistant, and right after Simon, we have Iwobi and also Victor Osimhen. But also some news is saying Victor Osimhen, who is second highest goal scorer of all time, will deputize for newly captain Wilfred Ndidi, who was officially confirmed Super Eagles leader earlier this week. Paris Football Club winger Moses Simon has also been retained as one of the assistant captains. I don't know, Charles, this assistant and non-assistant. Okay, let me look at Osimhen's leadership, I look at Victor Osimhen, I look at how far he's come, I look at Ekong. Ekong has a quality to be the captain of the team. He's shown it in different games. Watch him at Al-Khalud. Sometimes you see this thing is a trait, it's a potential thing in you. It shows. Not every best players can be skip on the side. Victor Osimhen is no angered sometimes. It doesn't look like he can control the team. Yesterday he was furious. After the game, we saw him leaving, walking out, not up the tunnel, but to the bench. Shell was trying to have a word with him. And you could see the coach trying to, have his hand. And we saw that, I don't know if he's not scoring. I don't know, but if you ask me, I've never seen Osimhen as a skipper of the side. So tell me, this captaincy of a team, is this all or was it by a distraction? Are you happy to see Ndidi as a skipper of the side?
No, to be honest, I think this captaincy issue is a distraction, in my opinion. Is a distraction. Secondly, Osimhen loses his temper very quickly, and that's not to say that he's not balanced as a leader. He cannot be a leader in the team. It's just that his passion he has a passion for the game. You see, he has a very strong passion for the game, and he's very passionate about winning. That's one thing about him. He always wants to win, and as a top striker that he is, that pressure, he lives with that pressure every week and week out. In Galatasaray, he lives with that pressure of wanting to deliver the goals, So he has a very you may see it as anger and anger management issues, but no, it's actually passion. But you see, in a national team like Nigeria, right? Like for a national team like Nigeria now, I would prefer Ndidi as someone who can be that vice captaincy person, the vice captaincy person that can calm things in the middle of the park and make everybody understand their role.
Wait, Charles, I'm quite lost now. We don't have Ekong anymore. Musa retired. Who should have been the captain? Let me get it right.
Yeah, in our qualifiers for the World Cup, you could see that Osimhen was kind of like the leader, as it were, trying to get everybody on board. Like, let's do this, that kind of thing. It's there, but I would want someone like Ndidi to just take up that role. But in my opinion, it's a distraction. We should focus on winning this tournament. It's very important, because if you lose out of the World Cup, which I did say, I said it on this show that I don't see Nigeria going to the World Cup. I got a lot of slack for that. I got a lot of bashing for that, which is fair though. Everybody cannot agree on the same thing. But we should be able to win this tournament, and it's not going to be an easy one. It's going to be tough. So we need someone with calm head, someone who's calm as a vice captain, to be calm and be able to,
Charles, I'll give you some example. Before we move on, I'll give you some example of what I'm trying to say. No one is saying, we've seen best players, Victor Kvaratskhelia in the judging side, is keeper of the side. He doesn't have that trait. But we've seen games where Chelsea play in the past. Thiago Silva doesn't have the armband. You can see the leadership. This is not the eye, it's the show. I'll give you an example. Jorginho, did you watch him in Arsenal? He wasn't the skipper of the side. Whenever he starts and maybe something, they give him the captain back. Even when he doesn't have the band, you can see that. You see those traits. Akraf Hakimi, Marquinhos is the skipper, Perry Marquinhos, Macho at the back. Sometimes you see those without the band. So Osimhen I've never seen Osimhen without. He's just hungry. He's passionate about the team. He wants the team to get to the next. I've never seen Osimhen having that attribute of a leader. Captaincy role is quite different from having hunger for the team excelling.
But I think what you're describing is Osimhen, actually. You're describing Osimhen completely. He doesn't have to wear the armband or have a title per se, but he leads the team up front. And we can see that, like I said, we can see that in our qualifiers for the World Cup, which unfortunately we didn't go for. But you could see that he was gathering everybody's respect and giving directions and just giving that motivation, as it were, to do better.
Okay.
And that's really good, yeah.
All right, so Charles, thank you so much. I have to leave you here. Thank you so much. I still don't feel happy with you. You said it and it came to pass. It came to pass like a Bible verse. I don't know how you did it, but I still don't feel happy with you because you feel like your proclamation came to pass, like that of King James Version. You said Nigeria. You said, I recall here, you said Nigeria would not make it to the World Cup from the onset. How you did it, I don't know. But congratulations to you for saying that and coming to pass. But not happy that we are not part of the World Cup. Right now, I need to tell you before you go, hold on, let me tell you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
After the Nigeria game against Congo, I denounced, I changed the name. So just so you know, from now till December 31, my name is Kizike Mbuku.
You're not patriotic anymore. What's going on?
No. Mbuku, Congo. I'm Congolese now. Congolese.
You're Congolese now?
Yeah, Mbuku.
We should be talking to the management of BOP. You shouldn't be there.
No, don't go there. We'll talk about that later. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll see you again. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, so that's how you end up conversation with people like that. African sports writer Charles Umukoro. I'm liking his name, Umukoro, doing just what he loves to do. He said it from the onset. He said Nigeria would not be at the World Cup. And how we managed to see that I did not even see. I was just being patriotic and I was quite lost. And that is what it is at this point in time. So no World Cup 2022 or 2022, right? And also no World Cup for 2025. So you could say no World Cup for 2022 and also 2026 for Nigeria. But we go on a quick break. When we return, the show continues. We tell you about Squepka in the Gulf War and also Serena Williams, Venus sisters married to Pretty. Love is sweet in the air. And I'm saying shout out to Venus for that. We're on face. We'll be back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Still talk, you're still watching Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria, and it's still the Sports Republic show. We're looking to one golf world, the four-time man before, but right now, five-time major champion Bruce Koepka has left to leave golf to prioritize the needs of his family. That's a family issue. The 35-year-old American controversially quit the PGA Tour to join the Saudi back side. He took about the Saudi Arabian back series back in 2022 and won 5 events over 4 seasons. Family has always guided Bruce Koepka's decision, and he feels this is the right moment to spend more time at home. A read statement from his representative on Tuesday, Brooks remains passionate about the game of golf. Koepka reportedly had 1 year remaining on his contract, but Leave Golf Chief Executive Scott O'Neill said his departure had been amicably and mutually agreed. Florida-born Koepka, who is married and has a young son, turned professional rider in 2012 and won 9 PGA Tour events during his now season on North America's elite professional circuit. The PGA Tour also wished Koepka well, and his family also continued with success in a statement before adding that they continue to offer the best professional golfers the most competitive, challenging, and lucrative environment in which to pursue our greatness. A 3-time US PGA champion, Koepka has also twice triumphed at the US Open. His affection from the PGA Tour, along with big names such as Phil Mickelson, Dustin Johnson, Bryson DeChambeau, was seen as a major coup for Leaf during a period when the sport appeared to be a civil war. Koepka captaincy on the Leaf golf team smash will now pass to Taylor Gooch, with the side having an opening to fill for the start of the 26th season in February. Koepka becomes the fastest and the first star player to leave the Leaf golf. And however, there have been speculation over his future for months and a possible return to the PGA Tour. The tour has suspended players who competed in the Leaf golf event after categorizing them as unauthorized non-members and have been subjected to a year ban following their previous Leaf event. Koepka will also be eligible to join the DP World Tour and have exemption to compete in golf's 4 major championship. You have Bruce Koepka is leaving Leaf golf in 2026. Earlier this week, Chilean Mito Pereira announced his retirement from golf age 30 after 3 seasons with the Leaf golf. Okay, it's just what it is. But before I talk about Serena Williams and Venus, I like to talk about both sisters, American internationals. Let me say something about this. If I was to be in the PGA Tour, I'm sorry to sound this way, I might not be sounding your way, but this Saudi band circuit, the Leaf golf, I gave a lot of credit to the Saudi people, when I heard about the Leaf golf and how much they've invested. But for everyone who has made a move, the likes of DeChambeau, Phil Mickelson, the rest of these people who made a move from the PGA Tour that I was growing up to see. I'm not at the 1,000 PGA Tour, but I'm just saying, you left where you were made up from. Good growth works for me, but I thought it was about the money move. So if PGA Tour accepts this Bruce Koepka back when he returns, if he will return, then I would just say they have not put in a structure well. You don't go and come like that. It doesn't work like that. Well, let's wrap up the show and talk about marriage in Florida. Serena Williams has issued a touching message to her older sister Venus after the tennis icon married her Italian actor partner Andrea Preti over the weekend. The happy couple had 6 days of luxurious dinner and celebration in Palm Beach, Florida, with their closest friends and family months after a time at the north in Italy. Venus already revealed that Serena gifted her a yacht of part of the ceremony. But now, the 23-time Grand Slam winner has delivered a heartfelt message to her sister. Taking to Instagram on Tuesday, Serena wrote, "They look good together, actually." Let's have the other one. I like the other one very much. Let me see. They look like good, beautiful sisters. Venus look quite taller. She's older. Then Serena has always been, on the honey bed. And they look good together, I must tell you. And the message reads, from Serena, "My sister, skipper, Venus. Where do I even begin? From the backyard court to the biggest stage in the world, you've always led with grace, strength, and a health bigger than any trophy. Watching you step into the next chapter surrounded by love felt like watching the sun rise and steady, powerful and full of promise. You've been my built-in best friend, my protector, my teacher, my reminder, and to always work in purpose. Seeing you this happy, this love, this radiant, and it means everything to me." That's Andrea Preti. Tennis great Venus Williams married her Italian actor and model partner Andrea Preti in a second ceremony in Florida over the weekend, months after first tying the knot in Italy. The happy couple held 6 days of luxurious dinner and celebration. And let's still talk about Venus. Venus said her message is quite touching. She said, "Serena gave us this gift of a beautiful yacht, and she arranged all the food, everything." Williams said of how the romantic week got underway, and she said, "We had 10 to 12 of our closest family and friends who were down on the boat, and we were singing, we were dancing, we gossiped, and just enjoying each other." Williams is 45, and the 37-year-old Preti chose to hold the second wedding because paperwork to confirm their first marriage in Italy in September can take up to 8 months to become official. They welcomed members of the family over the United States of America just before the Christmas and hosted dinner and pool parties leading up to a very big day. Wrapping up, during the service itself, Williams recited her vows to Preti in both English and Italian before parting into an early hours of Saturday morning. And according to Venus, she said, "It was just the happiest, most beautiful, sweetest day," while Preti also added, "When I saw Venus, she was beautiful, like a goddess. I was crying, and I was so happy." They say it's time to go, bro. I need to go, yeah. Thank you so much for being part of the show today. It's nice talking about loved people, loved ones. Shout out to Andrea Preti. Shout out to also Venus, who is also on this very phase. And I'm happy to celebrate Serena Williams. Also, she's got Vegas, the Ohania family. It's just what it is. But with Super Eagles to say, which way Nigeria comes Saturday. Rather in first, Super Eagles training tackle with a Catfish Eagle. So it's an Eagle. Whoever flies will be super. And if we don't, you have to change the name. Thank you so much. We'll see you next. The media news come next. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe táàárọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former government.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. First, the headlines. LASTMA confirms 40-feet container truck overturned with no casualty. Police deploys 5,000 personnel for Lagos UTAD security. U.S. closes Abuja Embassy, Lagos Consulate. Nigeria's fiscal deficit hits 5.7 trillion naira in first half of 2025. Kidnapped Kwara monarch freed after 25 days in captivity. Soldiers rescue 24 passengers from kidnap attempt. And business, Nigeria to implement end-of-life vehicle policy in 2026. In sports, Shell seeks better performance after Eagles' victory. And in the world of entertainment, Censors Board defends a very dirty Christmas title. Now the news in details. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority says a loaded 40-feet container truck has fallen on Ojelegba Bridge in Ward National Stadium, Surulere, completely blocking the road. LASTMA's Director of Public Affairs, Taofik Adebayo, said all traffic from Fadeyi and Onipan has been diverted via the service lane to Barracks Road, connecting to Funsho Williams Avenue. He added that LASTMA personnel are on site, coordinating emergency and recovery measures to safely remove the truck. Motorists are advised that the Ojelegba Bridge in Ward National Stadium remains temporarily closed to traffic. Still in Lagos, the State Police Command has deployed over 5,000 personnel to ensure a peaceful and secured Christmas and New Year celebration. Command spokesperson SP Abimbola Adebisi said the deployment follows directives from the Commissioners of Police Oluhundare Jimo and the Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebeitokun. The operation involves conventional officers, tactical units, marine police, intelligence operatives, and special squads strategically positioned across the state. More than 5,000 officers are also assigned to manage traffic on major highways, inner roads, and high-risk areas. Joint police teams have been deployed to tackle traffic robbers, hoodlums, and other criminal elements during the festive period. Adebisi assured residents and visitors of the command's commitment to protecting lives and property throughout the holiday period. In a similar development, the Edo State Police Command has unveiled a robust security strategy to ensure the safety of residents and visitors across the state. The plan combines intelligence-driven policing with community engagement to prevent crime and guarantee a peaceful festive season. Voice of the People's Television correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more in this report.
The Agbonika has launched a comprehensive security plan to ensure peaceful Christmas and New Year celebrations. The initiative is aimed at protecting residents and visitors while deterring criminal activities during the festive period. As part of the plan, the police conducted a forest clearance operation in Edo North from 14 to 20 December. The exercise, approved by the Inspector General of Police and supported by Governor Monday Okpebholo, involved ground troops, helicopters, drones, and collaboration with the Nigerian Army, Air Force, NSCDC, forest guards, local hunters, and vigilante groups to deny criminal elements access to ungoverned spaces. Agbonika said the festive security strategy is anchored on proactive, intelligence-driven policing, including intensified patrols, stop and search operations, strategic deployment, and community engagement.
On the comprehensive security measures put in place to ensure a peaceful, secure, and free Christmas and New Year celebration. In line with our proactive, intelligence-driven policing strategy for the Yuletide season, the Edo State Police Command significantly strengthened security across the state by intensifying visibility policing, strategic patrols, targeted stop and search operations, intelligence-led deployments, and sustained community engagements. These measures were designed to deter criminal activities, inspire public confidence, and guarantee the safety of residents and visitors throughout the festive period. The clearance operation, which led to the arrest of 37 suspects and many other recoveries, firearms and drugs, spanned from Saturday 14 December to 20th December 2025. But I assure you that this will be sustained. It was executed through a robust interagency collaboration between with the Nigerian Army Mechanized 4 Brigade, Nigerian Air Force 107 Air Maritime Group, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, and the Forest Guards, local vigilante groups, and hunters. This joint approach underscores our collective resolve to confront and neutralize security threats in the state decisively.
He urged residents to remain vigilant and law-abiding to maintain security throughout the Christmas and New Year celebrations. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOB TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. Nigerians are preparing for the Christmas and New Year celebration, but rising transportation fares are forcing many to reconsider travel plans. Voice of the People's Television Matthew Ogunswada visited the Jibo terminal in Lagos to gauge the mood of travelers.
Lagos is expected to witness an increase in influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties, and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern state are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the cost, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for God's sake, it will stay increased because it's the season now.
The country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village, from here to your village, it costs 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend?
I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. Government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel because without no fuel we can't work. Because everything now we don't suffer. Month tonight now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable, but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
Benin City, the Edo State capital, travelers say high bus fares are making holiday travel increasingly difficult. Rhoda Johnny, Voice of the People Television correspondent in Benin, has more in this report.
Most respondents admit that traveling out of Oka to cities like Lagos and Abuja do not incur additional costs, while those coming in from those big cities
increased activity, and some residents arrive for holidays while others travel to cities like Lagos and Abuja. Correspondent Sochima Promise visited the terminal and reports on the experience of travelers.
Respondents admit that traveling out of Oka to cities like Lagos and Abuja do not incur additional costs, while those coming in from those big cities into the southeast pay as much double the initial cost.
If I may say, Lagos and Abuja now, from Oka to Lagos now is cheap. And then from Oka to Abuja now is cheap, and from Lagos is cheap. But coming back is where the problem is. You understand? Now we are running on discount basis now. But coming back from Lagos now is where the problem is. It's just like phase 2 of it.
Some of these vehicles that you see here down in the east, most of them run empty to Lagos. We dispatch them empty to Lagos. Understand? Because if we didn't do that, our people will not see a bus to enter coming back. We didn't have any increase from here to Lagos. But definitely from Lagos to here, we must have increase because those vehicles that we dispatch empty, we put fuel inside with driver's allowance, you understand? So there must be an increase.
Okay, in terms of costs, they didn't increase the cost. So yeah, I think that's about it. The cost that's about February, sorry. It's almost the same as what we are paying now in December.
Is there really a justifiable reason for the increase in transport fares now that the petrol price is on downward review?
Everything changed this festive period in the sense that all of a sudden there is this increase in price in terms of the cost of transportation. Now there is no reasonable reason that was given for the hike except festive period. The price of entering Siena as of last month, even this month, earlier this month, was 4,000 naira. But just in few days, like in fact not even in few days, like this same day, it increased by at least 80%, almost double the price. If I'm not mistaken. No, yeah, I'm not mistaken because that's what I'm actually paying currently for this transportation.
I don't understand. I came to Suka last week with 5,500 and I came back today and they say 10,000. Hey! Oh, this is serious. This is very, very serious. And it's fast though, but I'm frustrated. Like, yes, it's too much. The price is very, because of this festival season, I don't understand. They just increased it. I don't know what to say though.
As much as commuters complain of high costs, would they prefer to stem the trend of wanting to go home for Christmas? The answer is not far-fetched, and this goes to show that the economy of demand and supply will continue to play out in the transport sector. Sochima Promise, Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Sochima Promise, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that, but still within the Yuletide season celebration and its report, with one day to Christmas, markets across parts of the country are witnessing increased activities as residents shop for food and essential items, adjusting their spending to rising prices while keeping festive traditions alive. Our correspondent, Tony Demola Olokuton, visited Daleko Market in the Solo area of Lagos, where traders expressed concern over declining sales despite a slight drop in food prices.
Just days away, major markets in Lagos are expected to be bustling with activity. However, at Daleko Market, traders say business has been slower than usual as fewer customers are turning up to buy food items for the festive season. According to the sellers, prices of some staple items such as rice, beans, pepper, curry, vegetable oil, and poultry have slightly reduced compared to last year, yet sales remain low. Buyers who spoke to VOP TV said the challenge is not just price, but lack of money. Noting that last year many prices were higher, they still managed to shop more for the celebration.
Price last year it was almost 95,000. Now it's been sold for 52, 53. Everything has come down, but there's no money. They should help us and bring money, so people should come and buy. So purchasing power has gone down. You understand? Fuel has gone down, the transportation cost has gone down, but where's the purchasing power? You understand? And you know, market determine price.
Some traders blame the low patronage on reduced purchasing power, rising transportation costs, and economic pressure that have left many households struggling to prioritize festive shopping. Despite the situation, people are hoping for a better Nigeria as the year evolves.
Present, the market is dropping. As for rice, is now 54, 55 for small rice. Some Nigerian rice we are selling it 54, 52. But as low as the price was, there was no movement of market. People don't enter market to buy. Last year we sell bag of rice 85,000, 84,000. People trooped in more than now. So it seems there is no money in the country. God will help us all in Jesus' name.
Our sales now is down. Oja wale, rice wale, gari wale. In fact, I can say everything is in low price for now. But oja low sales land.
There is no market, there is no money. That last year price cost, but market day. But now
No market, no money. No, anybody don't buy anything.
As festive season draws closer, traders remain hopeful for a last-minute rush, while buyers continue to navigate the realities of limited income. Oyindamola Olokutan reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Still in Lagos, correspondent Onyeka Ogola reports from the Mile 12 International Market that prices of major food staples have eased, even as onions recorded a sharp increase.
At Lagos Mile 12 International Market, the usual Christmas rush is in full swing, with shoppers, haggling traders, shouting prices, and barrel pushers waving through narrow aisles. This year, however, many shoppers are finding some relief. The price of foreign rice has dropped significantly and now selling for between 64 and 76,000 naira per 50 kilogram bag, far below last year's record high. Local rice remains stable at about 60,000 naira, while tomato and garri have always become more affordable.
Price of thing is high. We don't know, but maybe if government can help us, because maybe it's because of fuel or anything. Because when you call driver to help you carry load from one place to another, all this make goods cost. They are complaining, no, fuel is too cost, all this. So we beg government to help us. Maybe they can help us with fixed price of market. That one could be better. So everybody will know that this is the normal price and this is normal buy you buy and this is normal price you sell. Maybe that one will be better in this Nigeria because everybody doing her own and which is not fair for we poor woman.
Onions prices have jumped sharply, with a bag now selling for as much as 130,000 naira, forcing many families to cut back to seek alternatives.
Now the market is the price is varies. Sometimes it's going up or come down. Like on Monday now, we sold bag at the rate of 80. As at was yesterday, the bag is 110, 120. The one that is not good, 100,000 per bag. So that is what affect the bowl now. Bowl, we sell 13, 14. But now we are selling correct one, we are selling 17 for the purple. But dry one is scarce inside market. Dry one, the bag of it now, last week that they brought it, they sold the bag at the rate of 160,000. So the little one that's inside market, inside the bowl, we are selling that bowl as you see, 27, 28. So what is happening there now? The price is not fixed.
Adding to the pressure are ongoing demolitions in Ketu Mile 12 artists by the Lagos State government, which commuters say has doubled travel time to the market, making access more difficult during the busy season. Despite these challenges, traders and shoppers say Mile 12 market remains the cheapest option for many households, with food buying groups pooling resources to reduce costs ahead of Christmas.
This basket, you can sell it 50,000 naira. When I sell it, this was smaller than 15,000 naira. Before they sell them 35 to 40. But the market don't move today, don't go, then they go up. People they come, they buy, people they rush, they come, they buy them. Already, now make the market don't they go up now. So maybe if it change, if people come plenty, the market go they high. Even market no come plenty, people come plenty, market go they off. So even not be Christmas, the thing they happen like that. So now Christmas, everybody rush and they come buy market already. No same season.
This period of December, Christmas period, our goods very, very cheap. It come down well. Like formerly, we are selling this bag 22, 23. But now we are selling 21, 20. Market, we don't even see anybody. We have fufu from Edo State. In fact, their fufu is fantastic. Very nice. It don't smell. That one we used to count it. Like if you need this bag is 40,000. Full bag. But if you want retail, it's 1,000. They should come and help us because we are not selling. Many of us go on loan. So if we don't sell, how will you pay the loan?
With just days to Christmas, Mile 12 market reflects the reality of the season. Lower prices for some essentials, higher costs for others, and shoppers determined to celebrate despite these challenges. From Mile 12 Market, I am Onyeka Ribola, reporting for VOP TV.
In Edo State, our correspondent Rhoda Johnny reports that traders are experiencing slow sales as rising food prices continue to affect businesses.
It's in Edo State have recorded lower than expected sales this Christmas as traders report that rising prices of food and goods are affecting business. The slowdown observed in major markets across the state comes despite the festive season, which usually sees high consumer spending. Traders noted that current sales are lower compared to previous years during the Yuletide period.
100,000, 120, small one 60,000, small double one 40, crate 25. Before not be so, but now when you say that they do something, now they can go in here like that. Is it because of Christmas?
Road express is not a market. People are shading there, no way to come inside the market to buy things. The whole place is so jam-packed that you cannot even walk with your feet to come inside to buy things. Though things are down, the price calm down a little, but there's scarcity of money. People are not buying. You cannot see everybody sitting down. Just 2 days to wash night. You saw us sitting down. It's unusual.
People where they buy and they, we where they sell and with the, it too dear. Pass 120, pass 130 for carton of fish. It too high. Make government help us. Make them bring down. And the second one where I want to meat, it dear. More money make go down.
Na die. Me too dear. We when they buy, we buy not the correct. High. One cow head. 150, 120, 130 now.
Buyers are also limiting their purchases, focusing mainly on essential items due to the high cost of living.
They said this fowl like 15, 20,000. And the food we they buy them before, a bag, 12,000. Now we they buy a bag, 25,000. So that's why this fowl there now. Now like 30,000 and 35,000.
Parents cock, we they buy 80,000, 70,000. Now it say 27,000. It's too high now. The price too much. We not feel buy. Here suppose food for Christmas now. As they do Christmas, here we food for crowd. Now, nothing. So people not feature for Christmas. It's not good. Very, very bad.
Market users are appealing to the government to take action, urging measures to reduce prices and ease economic pressure on residents during the festive period. The subdued market activity highlights how inflation is impacting both traders and shoppers in Edo State this Christmas. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. This report says that the United States government has announced the temporary closure of its diplomatic mission in Nigeria for the Christmas holidays. The U.S. mission says the embassy in Abuja and the Consulate General in Lagos will be closed from Wednesday, December 24 to Friday, December 26, 2025, with normal services resuming on Monday, December 29. Routine services, including visa processing, will be suspended, but emergency assistance for U.S. citizens will remain available. Still in the news, Nigeria recorded a fiscal deficit of about 5.7 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, reflecting continued pressure on public finances due to weak revenue and high government spending. Budget implementation reports for the first and second quarters released by the Budget Office of the Federation showed that deficits were below projections but higher than figures recorded in the same period of 2025. According to the report, the federal government posted a 3.04 trillion naira deficit in the first quarter of 2025, lower than the projected 3.53 trillion naira, but more than double the 1.47 trillion naira recorded in quarter one of 2024. The deficit was largely financed through domestic borrowing alongside proceeds from privatization and concessional external loans. In the second quarter, the deficit stood at 2.66 trillion naira, also below projections, is slightly lower than the 3.17 trillion naira recorded in Q2 of 2024. Despite the improvements, the figures highlight persistent structural challenges, with government spending continuing to outpace revenue. Still on the news, the Lagos State government has reaffirmed its commitment to Nigeria's ongoing national tax reforms, promising fair implementation, efficient process, and the use of technology to support sustainable economic growth. Our correspondent in Lagos, Onyeka Ogolo, has more in this report.
Babajide Sanwo-Olu delivered the keynote address at the Tax Reform Summit 2025, describing the event as timely and strategic. The summit held in Ikeja provides a critical platform for repositioning Nigerian tax system to achieve efficiency, equity, and growth.
National reform places greater emphasis on consumption-based taxation, data integration, and tax protection. Lagos is strengthening its system to ensure ease of compliance, to ensure effective dispute resolution and predictability tax environment that encourages investment and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe the success of Nigeria's tax reform journey will depend not only on legislation at the federal level, but on effective implementation at the state level. And I think the guest speaker re-emphasized that much. No matter how well it is done at the federal, it is effective implementation at the sub-national that will make it easy to implement.
The governor emphasized that Lagos operates within a framework of national fiscal programs and is fully aligned with the tax reforms being driven by President Bola Tinubu. He highlighted the importance of predictable and transparent tax system, describing taxation as a social contract between government and citizen, anchored on accountability and visible service delivery. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, noted that Nigeria's tax reforms are not about increasing rates, but about fixing broken system. He stressed that Lagos is expected to demonstrate leadership in data quality, property registers, and taxpayers' database, serving as a model for other states.
A model tax harmonization law for the consideration and enactment by states. So we're glad to have our distinguished lawmakers in the room. Ekiti State, Zamfara, Anambra, and Kano have passed the law already in their respective states, so we're expecting Lagos State to be the next. Revenue collection across agencies within the states also need to be harmonized into the LRS, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. There's a reason why the revenue agency knows how to collect taxes. When you ask other people to collect revenue in whatever form or shape, you promote inefficiency. It does not help anyone.
Special advisor to the governor on taxation revealed that the state committee has been working closely with the presidential committee to engage stakeholders from public and private sectors. The reform aims to simplify process, clarify revenue responsibilities, and establish a data-driven, transparent revenue framework.
The Lagos tax story for 2026 is about embedding reform into everyday governance, not imposing new burdens on residents or businesses. I urge us all to look at the bigger picture and recollect what the social contract is about. Taxation is a contribution by all citizens to strengthen the civil society. It's a contribution to growth, progress, and development, and we shouldn't see it as a burden. It's something we should do with a lot of pride.
Lagos State endorsement of national tax reform signals its readiness to lead in effective implementation, leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability to create a fair and growth-friendly fiscal environment for all. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so much, Onyeka Ogolo, for that wonderful coverage. It's still the Media News on Voice of the People Television, and it's time for the news analysis. And joining us virtually to help make sense of the stories that made it to our bulletin is Sunday Oladapo, a chieftain of the ADC. Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday Oladapo.
Compliment to our listener and everyone here. Thank you.
Wish you the same. Good to have you join today's Midday News.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
We always seen much time. Let's start off with the story surrounding the tax reform. We learned that from 1st of January 2026, that the tax reform will kickstart. The new tax act will kickstart. And today, also Nigerians were told in one of the national dailies that the NIN will be their tax PIN. And also for those that have a corporate account with the CSC, that all they need to do is to use their PIN also for their tax identification number. What do you have to say about this and the fact that some Nigerians are complaining that they're not seeing anything more like, the government's presence in all that they do, and yet the government is designing more ways to keep on taxing the people as they are crying and talking about, poor economy, and also the fact that they provide or produce everything themselves. They provide amenities, social amenities and basic amenities themselves, security and every other infrastructure development.
Yeah, thank you very much, my sister. Once again, compliments of the season to our listener and Nigerians at large. It is not a new thing what we are witnessing. It's a repetition of how governments like to make the masses smile and suffer. Like the late Fela Kuti said, it's a process of suffering and smiling, where the government doesn't want to be responsible to the citizens, but they want the citizen to be responsible to the government. So it's a circle. We are just picking up the circle afresh again, as we had always done. And this time around, the government is so determined to ensure that the masses are heavily taxed, because the government also knew, or they are aware, that people are not happy with this tax decision. And that's why they are going to via every direction and every way to ensure that either you hate it or you like it, you have your NIN, you have your BVN, you won't escape paying the tax. So it's something that government want to make that marriage a marriage that is not convenient for the masses. They are trying to ensure that it is by force. So we appreciate them, but the truth of the matter is that it's not convenient for Nigeria, because the more we pay, the less we see. Had it been that what we have been paying in the last century or in the last multiple decades have been put to use, I don't think anybody will have an issue on this new arrangement. But what happens is that the government yet keep pushing away their responsibilities. In our areas, we fix our drainage, we fix our road. Everything just led to multiple taxation, because now instead of the government going through our NIN to ensure compliance, going through our BVN and our details, they said the CSC registration details will now be the registered number for businesses and the corporate entity. Instead of government doing that, government should have done a simple compliance test by telling us, if your road is bad and you pay your tax, call this number or follow this and your road will be fixed. With that, there is no need to force us to pay. I know that instead of going through my CDA to contribute to tie our road, to contribute to grade our road, then let everybody on the street, if we are 20, let us pay our tax and tell government, see, we have paid this tax you are talking about. When do you want to fix our road? That would have been a more win-win for the government and for the masses. But government is always one-sided. They want to get this money, but they don't want to be responsible for the masses.
We still have the story surrounding, the fact that some people were saying that the information in the Tax Reform Act, which was gazetted in the National Assembly, is different from what the government is trying to push out now. Although the presidency have come up to deny having any alteration, with that tax reform act, and also a committee was set up for them to go further into, finding out what really transpired, what happened, why are we having such discrepancies or stories of alteration in such a high-handed nature of document. And yet the government is talking about moving further to implement the tax law without telling Nigerians the outcome of their investigation, what the committee that was set up, what their findings were, and before thinking about the implementation. What does this really portend? What does this portend for Nigeria, and Nigerians also, who are the people that will pay the tax, with whether there was alteration or not? Because that's what it looks like.
Like I said during our recent discussion on this station about this the issue with this alteration, alleged alteration, and then the outburst from the member of the House of Assembly, and I will say the same thing again. It just shows how weak our institutions are, because to me, if the representative of the people are truly representing the people, and there is truly an alteration in this bill, I believe by now there should have been a lot to discuss about, finding out how the alteration happens, who alter what, and what are the consequences of altering it. But what we see is representative people who were voted into power either by rigging or legally or by any means its way, that represent 90% their pockets and 10% for social media. Because if a PDP lawmaker is coming to us after the law has been passed and many months after to tell us that there is alteration and there is no consequence till now, I believe they just want a social media noise. If the presidency knows that our institution works, and the minister in that department, the team that did work, know that our institution works, as at now we're talking about consequences. What happened to was it really altered? People that are responsible for that should be there. Now, where was it altered? It's a process. The House passed their own, the Senate passed their own, they harmonized the bill, forwarded to the president, signed it. Then, looking at those processes, where was it altered? How was it altered? Who altered what? What are the consequences of the altering? Who is it going to affect? What is so? If it is about impeachment, we should have been hearing something. But we have a legislative arm that is twisted or that is not twisted, that wish to do what in a way to represent themselves, their family, and their pockets. Because now, apart from the social media noise, there is no caucus meeting about it. I expect all the opposition in the House to have met as a caucus and look at it. Okay, this bill has been altered. What do we do? How do we mobilize? How do we do this? But everything has just been social media noise. Just the election is around the corner. Bring it to the social media. Let people shout and hail you as a messiah. Then you go back and keep quiet. So because of that, the presidency, the government in power, will implement. There is nothing we can do because there is the institutions are weak. The people are not truly representing the people. The representatives are not representing. So there is little we can do. Either we start from now till next year. This tax reform will be implemented January 1st.
Interesting. So whether Nigerians like it or not, whether there's an alteration or not, the tax reform will be implemented come January 1. Okay, let's talk about the Yotard season. We also learned about how motorists and also people that want to travel are complaining about the hike in the fare. It's not to say we'll have any hike in the fuel price, but we were told that people who want to travel, go see their loved ones during this period to pay ×2 or whatever the fare was initially before this time. What do you have to say to this? It's not the first time it's happened. It's more like a norm that every time is Yotard season, people that want to travel in Nigeria are expected to double their hustle, especially regarding the transportation. What measures do you think we need to put in place to help curb such so that at least there will not be any issue of extortion or people playing to the, the law of demand and supply anytime is festive period?
Well, that is the irony is that there is little we can do to solve this problem you talk about now. Because like my own belief, the masses or the people are more oppressors than the government. That means we, the masses, we oppress ourselves even more than the government. We are only waiting for the bigger oppressor that who will oppress more, then let him carry the day. The truth is that the greed in Nigerians, in fact, government will be a saint when you try to quantify it along government. Mind you, government is just 0 point something percent of the 100% of the masses. So if that small number come out and we can complain this much, I bet you the remaining 99 point something percent of us are even worse than the government. Now, apart from fuel, let me take you let's look at the issue of the gas, the PMS, and the rest. Now, when there is a deduction from, for example, Dangote, today, if you announce deduction today of 200 naira, all the marketers, all the PMS stations will tell you they have old stock. They will not reduce until a month or 2 weeks after. Until recently, I think Dangote started forcing MRS that if you have any MRS selling old price, you should complain. Now, when there is an increase today, now, in the next 1 second, everybody implement a new price. That is to tell you about the greed in us. Now, on the world scale, on the larger scale, gas has been dropping in price. To the retailer, gas has not even dropped at all for months. The same thing happened to the transport fee. I was not with my vehicle, I think last week, and I was trying to board the Keja from Maryland. The Keja from Maryland had been statutory 200 naira. My sister, it was going for as low as 500 naira, and between 5 and 1,000 naira. That is a journey that is trackable in a real world of it. And so it's about the greed in us. So that's why I, as a person, have learned to know that the people that complain more are only waiting for opportunity to test their own greed and to test their own oppressing power, because the oppressing ingredient is in all of us. So Nigerians are like this, and I can tell you that we are not better than the government to complain about, because as at now, even the person calling you to complain about the transport fee that was hike going to the village for Christmas, ask him about the business he does, and you will see that he's more even greedier than that transporter.
Interesting revelation we have given us there. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunday Oladapo. Thank you for your submission. Mr. Sunday Oladapo is the chieftain of ADC here in Lagos and also a political public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being part of today's Media News.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right, to go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the Media News continues. You want to stay with us. Abubakar, still the Media News and Voice of the People television. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelebo, has assured Nigerians of a prompt restoration of electricity following a recent drop caused by a temporary shift and shortfall in generation. The Minister's Special Advisor on Strategic Communications and Media Relations, Bolaji Tunji, disclosed this in a statement issued in Abuja. Tunji said Adelebo gave the assurance during a meeting with key power sector stakeholders, including the Nigeria Independent System operators in attendance. Moving on to the business segment of the Media News, Nigeria will begin full implementation of its end-of-life vehicle policy in 2026, aimed at improving automotive waste management, reducing environmental pollution, and creating jobs. The policy will regulate vehicle manufacturers, importers, owners, and recycling operators to ensure the proper disposal of old and mission vehicles. The National Automotive Design and Development Council disclosed this in a document outlining plans for a nationwide rollout. According to the council, the 2026 rollout will activate existing ELV and automotive recycling regulations across the country. And ADDC said the process will include awareness campaigns for vehicle owners, mechanics, transport unions, and the public, as well as capacity building programs to train recycling operators and auto technicians on safety and environmentally sound practices. In sports, Eagles coach Eric Schell has called for improvements despite Nigeria's 2-1 win over Tanzania in their opening match of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. Schell praised the team for creating several chances, especially in the first half, but admitted second-half mistakes allowed Tanzania back into the game. The Malian-born coach said the win was encouraging, but stressed the need for greater discipline and control as the tournament continues. He added that the match offered valuable lessons for the technical crew and steady improvement remains the main objective in a long AFCON campaign. Still talking sports, Lionel Mercy's sister Maria Sol Mercy has postponed her wedding after being involved in a serious car crash in Miami. The 32-year-old sustained multiple injuries, including spinal fractures, burns, and broken bones in her heel and wrist after losing control of her vehicle and hitting a wall. Maria Sol Mercy was said to marry Julian Toli Arellano, a coach for Inter Milan's under-19 team, on January 3rd in their hometown of Rosario. The Mercy family, including Lionel, was expected to attend. Mercy himself was married in Rosario to his wife, Antonella Rocuso. Moving on to entertainment news. The National Film and Video Censors Board has defended its approval of the Nollywood film A Very Dirty Christmas, saying the title does not insult or trivialize the Christian faith. The board's executive director, Shuaibu Husseini, made the clarification in a post on X after Christian groups criticized the film's title. Husseini said the film was approved after a thorough review of its narrative and creative intent, adding that the title was interpreted as metaphorical rather than literal. He explained that the assessment considered the broader storyline and themes, not a commentary on Christmas itself. According to him, the film does not depict, mock, or trivialize the nativity, the birth of Jesus Christ, or any more Christian doctrine. That is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And across all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu. Do have a good afternoon. Thanks for watching.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on culture, creativity, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your girl, Precious Akubanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And yes, it's few days to Christmas. Woo! We are still on the dirty December vibes because it's Christmas time. And I'm sure you're excited because I am too. Yes, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded, and we're bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please, don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. Yes, and first off, we're going to talk about a lot of things. And first off, we're talking about Nigerian Afrobeat star Asake has expressed deep sorrow, following the death of a young woman who reportedly lost her life while attending his concert in Nairobi, Kenya. So the tragic incident occurred amid a crowd surge outside the concert venue, leading to widespread of grief and renewed concerns over crowd control and safety at large entertainment events. Reports indicate that the victim was among fans attempting to gain access to the show when the situation escalated, resulting in fatal injuries. The incident has since drawn attention from public event organizers and safety authorities. So reacting to the tragedy, Asake took to social media to say he was devastated and heartbroken by the loss, offering condolences to the victim's family and loved ones. He also stated his willingness to support efforts aimed at understanding what went wrong and preventing similar incidents in the future, as conversation continues around accountability and improved safety measures at concerts. This is really sad. I just want to tell everyone out there, please, we have to be very careful. This is December time, and a lot of events, come up this time. A lot of people want to go for the Owambe, they want to go for weddings, they want to go for birthdays, they want to go for concerts, they want to do a lot of things. And where there is there's a lot of crowd, you just have to be very careful because of all these kind of things to come up. Because tell me, this is really sad. Telling someone that you're actually going to for a concert and turns out that the person is dead. It's actually a painful one. And yes, I know this is not it's not a good thing, but then to all our celebrities, hopefully trying to do their concert, trying to do a show, please let there be. I don't know how you can fix this whole thing because it's very, very, very important. So yes, please, if you're going out during this season, during this time, you just have to be very careful. If it's somewhere that you don't feel like going, because a lot of things are happening right now. And yes, not even talking about stampede, not talking about the crowd, places you're going to. I'm basically going to speak about things happening right now. It's not even safe out there. Traveling, a lot of things. So just have to be very careful this period. Yes, and a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and people have actually sent their condolences and also said RIP to the lady, because it's really painful. This time around where everybody just they're very careful. It's not something you have to be play around and stuff like that. If you're going out, just be very careful. That's just the thing. All right. Yes, let's take some comments on what people have actually come out to say. And Komi Luchi said, now every time person they cry for Asake concert, God, I beg you, please, may this not be our portion in Jesus' name, because it's a lot. And official said RIP to her. And somebody else said, I am claustrophobic or more. I can't just do this. It's well. Lush, she said this is the second time. If things like this occur all the time, then there should be measures taken, because you can't just, host a concert and you're not very sure of the environment or anything. Maybe basically how many people are coming there. You just want to get people to your show just to get money and the rest of them. But then you have to, there are measures you need to take. Seriously, because it's a lot. If people are crowded over there, there should be measures to be taken. You need to fix this. If this is the second time, seriously, because it's a lot of things. I don't think this is a good thing. Yeah, it's not. It's not really. A lot of people are going there like every day, basically. Many people just they buy, they go. And now it's not time. See, I don't know. I've said it before that the breath of life is really, the way they breathe self is really underrated. This life where we see ourselves, you are healthy, you are hearty, you can talk, you can move your body. We take it so lightly. Like, we should just always be grateful to God. I can't say, but because a lot of things still happen, and then, it's well. All right, let's take more comments of what people are actually coming out to say. And we'll have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Glam by Vinny said, oh, Chimio, what a pretty damsel. It's actually painful, yeah? So Ola of Accra said, honestly, I'm still wondering why it's only Ashake's name being mentioned. There were other artists headlining this same show, and even Asake came last to perform. So moreover, this incident happened at the very beginning of the event, which I was a victim to, but God still need me, Abduhilala. All right, RIP to the dead. Okay, I just pray that God gives the family the strength and grace to bear the loss, because losing a loved one is really painful, especially this time. Not even like losing a loved one is really, really painful. Yes, it's really painful. Sometimes just going to depression and coming out from that particular thing It's crazy, yeah? So let's take more comments of what people are coming to say. Sisi Claire said, I have been a victim of stampede before. I saw death right in front of me, lost my voice in the midst of screaming for my life. So many people were on me, and I was the only one on the floor. My legs were trapped up till date. Oh my God. I don't rush when people are rushing. I ensure to stay far when there's crowd rushing to gain access. Yes, please just try your best to be away from crowds, a lot of crowds, because tell me, how do you want to get out? Those things, they are measures that are supposed to be taken seriously. If the crowd is too much in a particular event or a show, please let them reduce, because tell me, this is painful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, she said, I would rather wait. May her soul rest in peace. Amen. And RT Blue said, my fear for tight spaces won't make me attend such gathering. R.I.P. young one. All right, Komi Julie said, may we not become casualty. Yes, amen to that. And I pray that we all stay safe out there, because it's a lot. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody else said, Abuja people, they're talking about something. Villa Hot Pastor, Afan. All right. Another person said, the question is, why do people die in his concert? That's not what we're going to be asking. Things happen. You don't just because someone died in his concert, you now blame him. You don't do that. Things happen. There were lots of crowd, and definitely it's possible that something like that might happen. So you don't question and say you now want to target. You know, something with Nigerians sometimes we are too quick to judge. Yeah. Because a lot of times we see things and try to, assume in our head that, because this thing has happened the first time, it has happened the second time, so he has a hand in it. Please, we should actually calm down in things that it's good that we get good information and, make use of it very well. Not you just come out to say things that are not true. It's wrong. It's very, very wrong. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this and saying RIP to the young lady. And yes, the real Kemsey said, I thought this same thing happened every year in his concert. Please don't say that, even if you're not sure. The social media empress said, such a gorgeous young lady. Chapter closed just like that. It's well. And Annie said, fresh Yankee. All right. King Ta said, Ashake career is looking so much like a Didi career when he started. Okay. All right, we have much more. Then CD Nonye said, people should be aware of what one careless decision can lead to. Why are people always in a hurry? Everyone that was rushing on that day has a hand in this. Okay. MJ Coldplay said, so sad, dying for music, not sung, even in English or local language, and expensive death tickets. Life is too strange. Okay. And Farouk said, it's never the artist's fault, by the way. Thank you. The same way we turn up for their concerts, hoping everything will go smoothly, is the same way they turn up to entertain us. But I love that he's been humble enough to reach out. And yes, that's one thing about that. Ashake is being humble. Yeah, he was actually humble to reach out to the family and the young ladies. Yes, it's okay. It was well. We just pray that God strengthen the family and give them the grace to bear the loss. But my advice to everyone out there, if you're going for concerts, if you're going for occasions, if you're going for an event, please be very careful this time around, because a lot of things are happening. And trust me, it's the festive period where we all celebrate Christmas. So if you're going to be celebrating Christmas, please celebrate Christmas very well and good. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about Nollywood actress Anita Joseph has publicly confirmed that her marriage to entertainer MC Fish Michael has come to an end, ending weeks of rumors and speculations about the state of their relationship. In an emotional Instagram post shared on Monday evening, the actress who wed MC Fish in 2020 described going through a period marked by pain, deep reflection, and healing, and stated that she is now choosing grace, growth, and faith as she moves forward with her life. In the message, she wrote, calling a spade, my marriage is over, though she did not disclose specific details behind the separation. So the confirmation follows intense public interest after the couple's earlier social media posts and rumors about challenges in their union, so including infidelity and other difficulties. Despite the speculation, the actress has focused on her personal journey, emphasizing resilience and acceptance in her statement, and has not publicly elaborated on the precise reason for the breakup. So MC Fish, on the other hand, has not issued a public comment on the separation as of yet. And yes, talking about Anita Joseph, she's a woman of value. Like, yes, she's always, she's always our, TV person. And it's actually, sad to see this, because trust me, this year, I don't know how I can count how many divorces I've heard actually, because it's a lot. Tell me you get married, someone get married 1 month, and in the twinkle of an eye, the person is, is out. Seriously, and now a divorcee, because it's crazy. See, I always say this, in as much as a lot of people want to rush into this marriage, this thing called marriage, please, it is best you stay single. Know this person you want to spend the rest of your life with, because a lot of people are, how will I put it, are staying in disguise based on they are good people, but they are not. So I'm not basically, stating this, but generally I'm speaking. For you that wants to go into a relationship and you want to get married and you feel that, it's my time. Yes, we know, say don't reach your time. But why don't you take things step by step, bit by bit? It's good. You also learn this person, know this person, where this person is from. Ask questions. You don't just rush, because she's from here, but you want to go and get married. Come on. You have to start thinking. 2026 is around the corner. Everybody is now opening their eyes. Shine your eye in this 2026, because it's going to be a lot of things. People are not smiling again. So be very careful. Even you will want to go into relationship. Yes, be very careful. Marriage is more spiritual. It's more spiritual than this physical we see it. Yes, that's the truth. So, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Anita Joseph, and they're like, oh, please move on, Mama, you're good, and definitely you meet somebody better. And trust me, before I even bring up the comments of what people have actually come out to say, see, marriage on its own is a lot. It requires a lot. It requires a lot of patience, a lot of love. Trust me, sometimes when even the love fails, it's even the grace of God that will help you. I'm telling you, because it's a lot of things. And another thing is that marriage is not by force. If person say no, if you do again, go rest. It's not by force. You cannot stay in a lot of people have seen a lot of people being in a violent relationship, and they're like, please, if I go out, what will I do? Who will I see? Will I see another person? My dear, you will meet another person that will cherish and love you the way you want to be loved. So please don't, keep saying, because he left me. Please, those times have, they are past. So you need to stand on your ground this time around. This is 2026. So it should be in your thinking right now, in your mind. Yes. All right, let's take what people have actually come out to say concerning Anita Joseph. And yes, Uche Nancy said, peace of mind, my love, we love you. All right, blessing. Obasi said, Norma. All right. And Havila Diva said, love you, babes. Be strong. Life happens to the very best of us. Nobody spits honey out of their mouth. And Benny K said, you are a strong woman. Thankfully, you know Christ, and I believe he knows and loves you. All right, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Anita. And Celeste George said, it's your marriage that's over, dearie, not your life, darling. Not always easy at first, but may Roy make it easy for you. Love you, sisterly. Amen to that. And Georgie Ibe said, sending you lots of love and divine healing. But come to think of it, this is a lot. I'm saying, why is it every time that most of our celebrities, before you know it's their divorce, like what's going on? People need to start making inquiries before, going into marriage. Because not because you're a celebrity, I'm sorry, because not because you're a celebrity, then you just want to rush into marriage and feel that, okay, I just need to get married because every other person is getting married. Please, you can't just rush into something like that. It's not advisable. A lot of people, I've seen a lot of women, they are being blown, beaten. They will still say, because of my children. And that is I think that is even the worst part. Because of my children, I don't think I will leave this man. I will have to stay in this man. Hey, blood of Jesus. So you want to stay in a violent relationship because of your children. And you can't stay alive for your children. You just can't stay alive for your children. You just want to stay in that marriage and they will be beating you. Oh, wow. I think, that is the worst thing to think of. I'm telling you, it's better you leave. Be okay with your children. Take care of your children. Don't because of your children you say you want to stay in the marriage. Because you know, a lot of people have said that single mothers cannot train a child well. They cannot do this. They cannot do that. It's a very fat lie. I've seen single mothers that has basically trained and taken care of their own children single-handedly. And trust me, even when the father, I'm telling you, they will even become better without the fathers. But it's also good that the fathers know, you know, be in the life of their children. But trust me, if the marriage no agree work, not kill yourself, come out peacefully. It's not by force. Let's take more comments of what people are talking about this, because a lot of people have come out to say, yeah, you're a strong lady, you need to just move on. And yes, somebody said, I don't know anything about your marriage, but I have this feeling that you gave your best. May the Lord be with you always. And another person said, seeing Layla every morning should put a smile on your face. Your kids are your biggest blessings. Girl, God is your strength, okay? All right, Uche Nancy said, peace of mind, my love, we love you. I have a lot of comments because, trust me, marriage is beautiful. In as much marriage is beautiful, yes, I don't condemn that. Marriage is beautiful, love is beautiful. But in case you want to do this, marriage, be very careful. Yes, because a lot of people are chopping breakfast every day. It's not funny, seriously. And a lot of people have been thrown into depression, you know, anger, pain, a lot of times. And they even decided, say, I don't want to get married again because of what people have actually done to them. And trust me, even the ones where they don't do self-fit, go even constantly do other people with they don't. You understand that kind of, you know, transfer of aggression, and it's crazy. All right, we still have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And yes, Gay's Legal House said, still the Queen Mother. All things work together for your good. And Daniela Official said, your strength needs to be studied. God is with you, ma. I love you. And another person said, Mwanyi Manaria. Okay. And Ihe Menasi said, you are loved. And Lucy Mary said, God will give you another one who will love you for who you are. Yes, and that's true. You don't need to force yourself to be loved. I'm telling you, who will love you will love you. Who will hate you will hate you. And for those that still hate you, who cares? Because, yes, who cares? It's the mouth. They can talk, but love will still find you. The person that will really love you, you would know when the right person comes. And yes, I think to my ladies, these are the kind of prayers you need to be praying. God, give me the right person. Not people that will come to your life and, you know, waste your time, try to create the love that they never, you know, have for you, and they fake it. Because a lot of people want to be in a relationship just because they want to be there, but not because they love the person. They just want to fake it and just be like, okay, I think I'm benefiting something from here, so I just want to stay here. It's a lot of things. So you, when you don't get married, you want to be engaged, you want to do this, be very careful and shall know the person you're spending the rest of your life with. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of comments of what people are saying. And Abigail Wankwo said, it's not a do and die affair. Thank you. Thank you for that, at Abigail. Hugs from her, from here. And another person, Nancy Dinka, said, God is your strength, mother hen. All right, Chizzy Ali, she said, my darling. All right, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are, you know, giving her that courage, that hope and everything. And somebody said, it's well. Marriage is over. Life is intact. Yes, so that is the most important thing. All right, she said, it's a privilege to be alive. And Royal Tenu said, sis, you did your best, put in your all, but it didn't work, and that is okay. Pick up from there, because while it lasted, there were beautiful times too. Stay positive and strong. Worry less about what you have no control over. It's only a matter of time, and you will be okay. Love and light, mama. All right. I also want to remind people that the person because you've dated somebody for a very long time, because I see a lot of people, you know, being in a relationship 5 years, 6 years. It's not wrong. Me, I'm not saying it's wrong. But I feel that, you know, being in a relationship with somebody for 6 years, 5 years, 10 years, and it doesn't still guarantee that you get married to the person. That is just the truth. Yes, because it doesn't guarantee you that you will get married to the person. You might still, you might get to know somebody for 1 month, and trust me, your vibes match with the other person's vibes. And you might feel that the ones that you have been staying in since you're just locked in there for a long time and you really want to go into this. So just me, the person where you don't date with for close to 10 years, 5 years, 12 years, no me say he go marry you. That is just the truth. All right, let's take more comments of what people are come out to say. And somebody said, the Lord is your strength in Jesus' name. Amen. And I declare healing and Lord and strength and joy and love in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. All right. As Sparkle Belly said, sending you love and hugs, Mother Hen. It's actually a thing that when you are dating, this is the time that you can know this person. Because once you don't enter this marriage, come out. Now divorce, now you don't already divorce. And trust me, most of the times people see it as, it's not just to divorce. It's not as easy as you think. And especially those mothers that have already had children. It's not as easy as you see it. Because you come to think about taking care of your child, taking care of the home. You now become the man and the woman at the same time. It's not easy. I see men out there say, to be a man is not a day job. To be a woman, is it a day's job? Take and play first. All right. And that's it for that. We'll take another story. And yes, what we're talking about next is a lady has actually come out to list the things she wants in a man. So we have been talking about dating, relationship, and now this lady is saying the things she wants in a man. I don't know if you agree with her as a lady, but yes, before we go into what actually you want in a man, let's hear what she has actually come out to say.
Because I'm tired of ghosting men because they don't exhibit, most of them don't exhibit 50 to 70% of what I want in my man. So I'm just going to be quick. I believe there is power in spoken word and I have a platform, so why not? So first off is where he's from. Please, he must be Igbo. And precisely, if I'm being precise, Anambra, because I'm from Anambra and I don't know. Yeah, that's just it. Reason best known to me. Secondly, he must be Catholic because I'm Catholic and I don't see myself going to any other church. Yeah. And he must also be God-fearing, not just Catholic. Thirdly, he must be from Port Harcourt because he must be based in Port Harcourt because I base in Port Harcourt and I don't want to relocate all in the name of marriage. Fourthly, his height. I'm 5'5", 5'6", so she should be from 5'8" and above. Stature, I don't mind, but don't be too thin. I hate thin men and don't be too fat. He must be fluent, please. God bless you. He must have something that he's doing because I have something going on in my life. He must be futuristic. There should be a very bright future ahead of him. Okay, this is what we're planning for. So yeah, that's it. I want to start work. As you all know, I'm a fashion designer and I have a fashion house. Probably I work from home. You can say that.
See, she has actually stated everything. I don't see anything wrong in all this she has said, though. Because this is her goals. This 2026, this is the kind of person I want. And yes, to all those young ladies out there, the way they find man, see, follow this method. I'm telling you the truth because this is the way. You cannot come and say, you have to know what you want. You feel those men don't know what they want. They know what they want when they see it. You too, you're supposed to know what you want when you see it. Because it's very important. So our young ladies, where they grew up, because even me too, I'm saying basically, do you get? She has already listed the kind of person. You have to attend the church that she's attending. And I don't see anything wrong in that. Yes, you have to be fluent. So now when she's talking to you, you yourself go understand what she they talk. She won't be talking and you yourself they talk another thing differently. So please, as she don't already list her own, it's also an advice to you people to go list your own. Wait till you want this. See, 2026, you don't need to come and start wasting your time. In as much as you want to just get married, these are the things that you need to know. All right, a lot of people, don't come out talk about their own. Say, be like that. I support her. Me personally, I support her with all the things that she has said. I think that is the best part. And she said she's going to marry Igbo. Oh, for all our other brothers, please don't know this. Because I talked about the Igbo men. I talked about the Igbo men before, and I've been saying this. I said Igbo men are too special. I'm not generalizing, but trust me, not because I'm Igbo, but come on, there's this spark. Get what I'm trying to say? All right, a lot of people have come out to say things concerning this, bring up their own experience and the rest of them. And yes, another person said it's very good to set your standards. Thank you. Put out the things where you want. Not be saying person will can't tell you, because men where they themselves where they find their own person, they know what they want. I'm telling you, if you deal with man like this, he go tell you, say, not be this person I want marry, another person I want marry, but then you don't see. Anyway, is well. All right. She said, keep searching. The Lord is your strength. Okay. And Nelly Pretty said, is this too much to ask? That means the dating pool is in the gutter. Is this too much? Okay. It's not too much, yo. All right. And another person said, I am DJ Constant said, just in case, Sha, don't say I haven't done anything for you. All right. Call Me Socket said, her standard is achievable. Of course, she didn't say anything bad. Yes, she didn't say anything bad. I mean, I support her wholeheartedly. And yes, we have a lot of comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, bringing up their own perspective about this. And somebody said, may God give you all that you wish for in a man. Amen. Oh, please respect people's choice of partners. Of course. And somebody else said, Oscar 001 said, her demands and standards are actually realistic. Yes, I wish her all the best. And yes, Face Talk by Esther said, it's interesting how starting basic standards triggers people who were never the target audience. And ESC Natural said, you are not ready now. Just continue enjoying your singlehood in peace. Why would you say that at Natural Health? Why would you say that? She actually brought out the things that she wants in a man. She has already, it's her standards. You can't tell her what, because no, it's her standard. It's what she wants. It's what she can stay with. That's why a lot of people go into relationship and they don't last there. I'm telling you. Because you do not set your standards. You go and anybody that face, if anywhere belle face, now where in the face, calm down. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more and more comments of what somebody said. Baby Sheldon said she actually knows her what. Yes, and a woman will know her what. And Eldora said, Tunde, okay, this is a caption shot. Thank you for the all right. Josh Art said, very good girl. She no talk and much. All right. And Dre Song said, well, she's not asking for too much. Of course, she's not. And in my own opinion, her kind will locate her sooner. And yes, that's true. And Buzia Food said, she's not really asking for so much. May God grant her wishes. And Orgami too said, this is very sane and fair. You will find your match. Amen. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, 5 feet 8 inches is even average height. She just asked for a normal person. Why are people crying in the comments? A Catholic from Anambra State that is based on Port Harcourt and taller than her. It's not rare. Actually, it's not. And Kosi said, the lashes are, okay. And another person said, just order. Did they order man? Hey, make she order man from Temu. I beg go. People where they order people, I beg go. I don't know about this ordering. No. All right. And Asa Pete once said, it's not to call high beans. Please, don't start. At all I said, you are not the prize to be won. Okay. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have come out to say. And Ovi Collins said she just made it easy for her future hubby to locate her. If you got the criteria she listed, DM her. Simple and short. No stress. She has already said what she wanted. What she wants, sorry. And yes, that's what she wants. Don't go and start dragging her and say, why did she put 5 feet tall? Why did she put this? This is what she wants. She doesn't want stress. And anything where you no fit dey inside, no kuku enter. Yes. Then this kind of person now they like. Straight to the point, no time to waste. Let's take more and more comments on what people are saying. And yes, somebody said, very soon we go give you clay, make you create your own man. Okay. Though people and there's no perfect anybody. I'm telling you, there's no person that is perfect. But then you can still find your type. That is just the truth. All right. And somebody said you are still centered and selfish. No, she's not. All right, T. Pella said, life will humble you soon. Hey, God, I beg go. All right, Alaboy said, with this forehead, where they shaved. Why you people are abusing her? That is just funny. You see, some Nigerians are not just nice. Why you people are abusing her? She actually came out to state her what she wanted, and you people have been abusing her. Leave her alone. If you know, say you know, if you do, leave her. It's not by force. She's not begging. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, you're not the prize to be won. The man is. What next if you don't meet his standards after he meets yours? Hope you won't be upset if he decides to choose another lady over you. Wow, this is really good. And trust me, see, in as much as you have, listed your own standards, it's also good. You should be the prize too, my dear. I'm telling you, because you can't not look for someone that has the value. You get what I'm trying to say, and not be the value yourself. Everybody, see, man know what they want. I don't talk about before. Men, they know what they want when they see it. So be that perfect person too for the person you want to meet that has that same vibes. Yes. All right. And Nengi07 said, of course, na Anambra girl na only them they discriminate on the Igbos. God, I beg. All right. And somebody else said, in 3 years' time, she go change mouth. Please, oh, you should stop praying for the bad to happen. Definitely she has. She said there's power. She already told you that there's power in spoken words. Yes, she has said what she wants, and she has already told herself that it will come to pass. So all this was that you're telling her that in 3 years' time, you're not a God, leave her alone. All right, and so another person said her demands can truly be met. And Coach Wilfred said, this your forehead will attract all the qualities. Why are you abusing? Are you pushing stop? All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And comedian Acapella said, now that Anambra and Port Harcourt disqualifying me. I just miss my wife. Oh, sorry, you go and find your own. We go again, 2026. Okay, all the 2026 singles. All right, Mona line up when I don't preach on that time. Okay, and the official said, I have everything you said, 100%, but I can't marry you with your bad character. Which bad character again? Because she stated what she wants, she brought down her standards. That's why people are calling her bad character. Please, I'm not sure she will even want you. Okay, only one, Ryan said, actually what she said isn't bad, but I swear this girl will stop on pass. Okay. And Romeo said, all right, people always want what they are not. Okay, double standard, nice forehead, bro. Okay, let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And AJ Kingin said, everyday fooling. God, I beg. And Pochette Hope said, her standards for a man are quite realistic from her mouth to God's ears. Yes. And Exclusive Pekin said, an Igbo from Anambra State. Catholic from birth, 5 feet, hardworking, comfortable, rich, and futuristic. Seems like I tick all the boxes. So, aww. And Dr. Godwin, you see, all your future husband on the line, they are not listing their own side. So it be like say your DM go long right now. All right, Dr. Godwin said, in her 40th birthday, please post updates for us. So you pray for her that she should not get married to her 40th. Why are you like this? Why? And Dr. Godwin, why? All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Nigerian Jet Li said, see your blog, your big head. Okay, another person said, so a tall Catholic and God-fearing Anambra man that bathes in PH and can speak English. Coco Reality said, if you move to PH now, you will qualify for every other thing except this Anambra Wahala. No big to go swear court affidavit. So, all right, another person said, I have a friend that got all the qualifications she mentioned, but he also wants to marry a virgin. Are you one? Now she go answer that question. All right, AJ Kingin said everyday phone. All right, see, you people should stop abusing her. I'm telling you, my comment people should not stop it. She has already stated what she wants. It's her standard. It's what she wants to do. So she's not forcing you people. She has already said, this is what I want. And basically for her to come out to say that means she herself is depressed too. What does she bring? See, no man, she come and start asking you, what do you bring to the table? If don't ask me that thing. Don't try it. Let's just leave it here. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a lot of juicy topics to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Please stay put.
Yes, I changed my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Yes, welcome back to you, my beautiful people. And yes, this is Spotlight Show on VOP TV, your favorite hub. And yes, I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we have been talking about a lot of things. And yes, our next guest, we're talking about fast-rising Nigerian singer Shode has officially appeared on a new song alongside Afrobeat superstar Tiwa Savage, confirming growing excitement among fans who had been speculating about a possible collaboration. The track, titled Badia, is produced by internationally acclaimed hitmaker Neptunes and brings together an impressive lineup of artists including Caesar, Tripsy, Mega EJ, and PMF, making it a large-scale pan-African collaboration rather than a standalone duet. Subada blends Afrobeats and Amapiano influences, showcasing Tiwa Savage's signature vocals alongside Shode's rising star power, while Neptune's production ties the diverse performance together seamlessly. So the release has already begun gaining attention across streaming platforms and social media, making an important milestone for Shode and highlighting the continued trend of cross-generational and cross-regional collaborations within African music. See, this December is an oblating. I've been shouting oblate since, because tell me, this is, you know, like, come to think of it, our celebrities, our musicians are really doing a lot of good works. Yes, please. I'm talking about Tiwa. She's just a big mama. I'm telling you, this is actually beautiful. Shode, you know, doing this song is a beautiful one. Everybody wants to be vibing, and we can't wait for the song to drop because everybody wants to vibe to every song. I've been talking about this a lot of times. See, celebrities since January to this time around, they have been dropping songs. It be like every month now they drop songs because they cannot they cannot rest. Please, if we allow us so that this dirty December thing will be even finding out how we are going to, but no. Said no, they said every day they want to drop song, but it's actually beautiful seeing this. And yes, a lot of people have actually come out to say, me, I cannot wait to see the song and I can't wait to vibe to the music. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Forever by Chinwe said, hey, Chinwe, what is your, why are you paint? Why are you saying waiting be this? Waiting no be this. If you think that it's easy to go and come out and go to the studio and sing, if you cannot do it, try it. All right, Chineye Immaculate said, Shode and Tiwa, lots of fire. And Paulie Graham said, do. Of course, we have a lot of comments. Let's see and take more comments of what people have come out to say. And Homely said, Shode. And Gritty Girl Labi said, niggas super talented. Course, and Musa Vado said next rated 100%. Okay, and Tolu said the song na fire, the song they on repeat. Okay, we have a lot of comments, we have a lot of people talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And Ayola said, who is Shode again? Everybody won't be musician. All right, he's well with you. And somebody else said, all right, another person said, great post, we've got. All right, we have a lot of comments. Trust me. See, our celebrities this year are just giving us back to back. You know, come and talk about the producers, movie producers, talking about musicians, talking about song artists, talking about a lot of people. Everybody just wants to drop their own nights this year. And I've been talking about the testimonies has been increasing. People just they do things. Celebrities are doing a lot of things. If they don't buy this one, they want everywhere. They want just a win on every side. You people should allow us to be breathing small, small. All right, let's take more and more comments. And somebody's provost said, this jam don't drop. And Peace said, Tiwa devoured. Okay, Tiwa, to come to think of it, Tiwa is good in music. Even when somebody is big, you don't even need to come and start explaining. When somebody is good in the thing, she's good. All right, let's take what someone has said. All right, and Emmanuel L said, now Tiwa Savage be the queen of Afrobeat. Nothing you want to tell me. Omo, it's don't be lie. All right, another person said they play. Why you go to shout they play at Gent? Please, though, don't come and spoil everybody's vibes now. This comment section is for, let's just strictly put for Shode and Tiwa, because trust me, that beat is going to be good. All right, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. Trust me, music this time around, music is just good. They are doing the most. And me, I can't wait. And I'm sure you too, you can't wait to hear every bit of it. All right, and that's it for that. We have another gist, and we're talking about 3 masquerades, actually. This one really touched my heart. You know, the Akwa Ibom State Police Command has arrested 3 masqueraders for allegedly assaulting and injuring members of the public during an authorized masquerade display in Eket's local government area of the state. According to the police, the incident occurred during a cultural celebration when the masqueraders took to public streets without official approval and reportedly attacked innocent residents, leaving some with injuries. The victims were said to have been taken to medical facilities for treatment. This is really bad. So police authorities explained that the arrest followed complaints from members of the public and emphasized that the action violated an existing state government ban on masquerade activities on public roads without police clearance. The Commissioner of Police reiterated that while cultural practices are respected, they must not threaten public safety, that anyone found engaging in violent or unauthorized masquerade activities will be dealt with according to the law. Please tell me why you, person where you as an entertainer, because that is how I see you people, nothing like the gods. See, forget anything where they're talking about the gods. You will not be flogging someone because they're a masquerader. Why? Why would you be hitting people like that? This is really, see, I beg, anybody where they trap, because now for village they see this kind of people. Hey, God. See, that's just the truth. Now for village they see this kind of people. So you where you want travel, anywhere where you see them, just, I don't know, because a lot of people don't they do things. I say, well, I don't understand again. You are an entertainer and you're trying to hurt people because you're a masquerader. Why? Maybe because they don't give you money or anything. This is wrong. You get? It's wrong. Let's because it's funny. Because it's funny. If not, there are some people that will not even take it lightly with you. That beating where you give them, they will first of all use it. I've seen a lot of masqueraders use cane, stick to hit people. So what is not the essence of what you're entertaining us for? Please, let's take some comments, because a lot of people have talked about this and they're saying, even people have even brought out their own experience about this. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. So somebody said the last slide is well. And Mrs. Sweet said, how village won't take sweets now? Ask Sam now. Help me ask Sam. Village we're supposed to sweet, they use cane, they pursue people. See, it be like police have to go even arrest them, lock you. Come out for some days. This is too much. All right, another person said, masquerade they bear somewhere. God, I beg, go at Ephraim. Masquerade they bear somewhere. Somewhere you should be with Ella in the temple of God. Oh, no, this one don't be masquerade, because I don't know. This one don't be Samuel, because we go find another name give up. No, another name now we go give this one, because why? Tell me why you would want to be a masquerade and be answering that name. All right, we have a lot of comments on what people have actually come out to say. And official BJ said, masquerade no get power to disappear. And Asamo, eyes of the gods. All right, and another person said, see, as the gods, they beg for help. Not be small. When they injure person, they don't know. They call they beg for help. And I am King Dinero said, you fit name Pikin Samuel today, make it grow up to be Egungun tomorrow. All right. Another person said the gods can't help themselves as well. Another person said them even they ask how. All right. Olamata said, Egungun, be careful. Na kiri you they go, no be small one. Let's take more and more comments on what people have said. And somebody said, Your Excellency, sir, this is not making sense. Sir. Masquerades are not the problem of the Akwa Ibom people. I know you are a religious man, but please don't try to spoil the culture of beloved Akwa Ibom people, all in the name of religion. What is the sweetness of Christmas without Ipo and Ndabo masquerades of Ibibio and the Orons peoples? But doing this doesn't mean you should hurt people. If you want to do your masquerade thing, and normally it's beautiful seeing all those kind of things, but then don't make it hurtful. You want to hit people with sticks and the rest of them. Please, at Niger Pekin, Abego. All right, Egungun said, please, can we do a meeting with my lawyer? Oh, God. All right, Uncle Shai said, Chai, them no go chop Christmas rice and chicken. Now, for inside Kirikiri, they go do them. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have come out to say. So, King Jerry Amilo said, the gods have left their children finally. Oh, God. And Favy I said, but some of these masquerades too do beg. Them go start to flog people. Yes, because why? All right, I am William said, they say they arrest terrorists. Only pick of popo in bush. Now they are arrest ancestors, them carry them for CNN up night. All right, another person said, all this barbarianism should stop. We are not in the 18th century. In fact, they should hang them. These are affirmations of witchcraft. Okay, at OG Prince is well with you. And OD International said, jail them if they hurt anyone. All right, Toshi Lifestyle said, they were no say him suppose chop well before him start masquerade business. Okay. And Shola said, all the gods in the east don't cast, none of them get leveled again. How do you know? Atwachiku said, the only time Nigerian police is proactive is when they are doing wrong masquerading during festivity. It's a cultural norm. Free our masquerades. All right, and this is where we draw the curtain. See, trust me, anything about entertainment, you should be careful, because I don't know why you are hitting people up and down because you're entertaining them. Entertainment is supposed to be something that you'll be happy. You know, those days when I was quite young, I do see all those masquerades when we run outside to see masquerades and the rest of them. You just try to chase the children inside the house, but not hitting them with hitting people with sticks and the rest of them is wrong. Well, I think this is a very good measure taken by the police. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain to my amazing viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live. And don't forget to subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And yes, don't forget that this is the Christmas time. Enjoy your Christmas well. And I also wish you Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas. And don't forget that I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo wa la rí bá ti ṣe táàárọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled, and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin today's African news with a story that the United States has signed 4 new global health memoranda of understanding with Madagascar, Sierra Leone, Botswana and Ethiopia, totaling nearly $2.3 billion in funding. According to a State Department statement, each MOU includes clear benchmarks, strict timelines, and consequences for non-performance, ensuring that U.S. assistance delivers results against priority diseases and threats, also reduces long-term dependence on U.S. assistance. It added that across the 4 MOUs, which totaled nearly $2.3 billion, the U.S. has committed almost $1.4 billion, with recipient countries co-investing $900 million of their own resources. For Ethiopia, a statement from the country's health ministry said the U.S. signed a $1.6 billion health cooperation framework to support the country's healthcare system from 2026 to 2030. The agreement will continue support for HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria programs, as well as maternal and child health services and pandemic preparedness. Meanwhile, a senior United States official has disclosed that the Donald Trump administration is not satisfied with the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels' withdrawal from the strategic Uvira town in eastern Congo, even as residents have reported persistent clashes nearby. M23 rebels seized the town of Uvira near the border with Burundi on December 10, days after Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwandan leader Paul Kagame met President Donald Trump in Washington and reaffirmed the U.S. brokered peace deal. The capture marked the rebels' biggest advance in months, fueling fears of regional spillover from fighting that has killed thousands and displaced hundreds of thousands since January. However, the U.S. officials stated that while most of the M23 rebel combatants have left Uvira itself, Washington, D.C. does not feel that it really amounts to a complete liberation of the town. He added that they believe the M23 continues to be positioned around strategic cities in the country. In another development, the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, has renewed the mandate of the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia for another year. The resolution submitted by the United Kingdom extends AUSSOM's mandate until December 31, 2026. The resolution drew unanimous support, with all 15 Council members voting in favor of the mandate. The members also decided to cease all operations of the UN Transitional Assistance Mission in Somalia as of October 31, 2026. Speaking after the vote, the UK's Deputy Envoy to the UN, Archie Young, welcomed the adoption and described the mission's role as essential for strengthening stability and security in Somalia. According to him, the resolution adopted is clear-eyed about the challenges of the underfunding of AUSSOM and UNSOS liquidity shortfall. He added that the mandate creates a process to enable and inform review of the logistical support provided by the United Nations. To ensure that its support to Somalia remains targeted and effective, Young said the Council's decision-making must continue to be informed by a comprehensive understanding of the national context into which AUSSOM is deployed. Meanwhile, Malian President and current head of the Alliance of Sahel States, AES, General Assimi Goïta, says the Confederation would continue to diversify its international partnership, particularly with emerging powers, in full respect of their sovereignty. Speaking at the close of a session that officials hailed as historic, Goïta praised the unity and resilience of Sahelian populations while outlining the bloc's security, economic and diplomatic priorities. He emphasized that the transition in the Sahel is driven primarily by its citizens, stating that the real strength of the Confederation lies in the resilience and unity of its people. He saluted the political maturity of populations across Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, paying tribute to the diaspora for their support through concrete actions and a constant commitment to their homelands. Highlighting solidarity among member states, Goita thanked Niger and Burkina Faso for aiding Mali during economic pressures, while describing the sanctions from external bodies as a form of economic terrorism, which the regional unity had been key in overcoming. Meanwhile, Guinea coup leader Mamadi Guinea is expected to coast to victory in a presidential election on Sunday, buoyed by the launch of a long-awaited iron ore mega mine and weak competition from a fragmented field of challenges. 4 years ago, Doumbouya, then a Special Forces commander, ousted President Alpha Conde in one of 9 coups that have roiled West and Central Africa since 2020. He initially vowed not to rule for office, but a new constitution approved in September removed language that would have barred him and extended the presidential term from 5 years to 7. Conde and long-time opposition leader Salo Diallo are in exile, and other potential challengers were disqualified for failing to submit required documents. The leaves 8 challengers who are unlikely to give Doumbouya much trouble in the election. In another development, Guinea's ruling junta leader says it has released 6 members of the political opposition who had been detained since a coup last month. The 6 people freed were close associates of Domingos Simio Pereira, head of the PAIGC party that led the country to independence in 1974. Pereira has been in custody since the coup. According to the junta governing body, High Military Command, their release is a sign of good faith and a compromise for the return to constitutional normality and respect for international rights. The army seized power on November 26 after ousting outgoing President Umaru Embalo in the wake of a presidential vote. The military then suspended the electoral process and announced that it was taking control of the West African country for a period of 1 year. Another opposition candidate, Fernando Diaz, took refuge in the Nigerian embassy, which granted him asylum, while Embalo fled the country after being briefly detained by the military at the time of the coup. Leader of the opposition People's Unity Party, PUP, Herbert Chamuka, has urged the Zimbabwean government to suspend the 2028 elections, saying nothing good will come out of them as ZANU-PF always rigs them. Addressing newsmen in Harare, Chamuka highlighted that Zimbabwe no longer needs election as the outcome is predetermined, with the ruling party dominating with no recourse to those that lost. He said he was launching a new platform, the Inclusive Government Agenda, IGA, which he said will be very crucial in uniting all parties. According to him, the IGA is a uniting platform for the political parties, civil society organizations, churches, and all the like-minded Zimbabweans. He stated that the people were suffering as citizens, adding that it was high time the country suspended elections and focused on national development. Still in the news, the government has successfully repatriated 119 Kenyan nationals rescued from illegal online scam compounds in Myanmar. The Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs revealed in a statement that efforts continue to secure the return of nearly 200 others still stranded in the conflict-hit region. In a statement, the State Department for Diaspora Affairs say the Kenyans were freed following coordinated raids by Myanmar authorities and rebel groups targeting criminal syndicates operating in remote border areas of Karen State near the Thailand border. According to the ministry, criminal networks had established sophisticated scam hubs that conducted online fraud and recruited workers from across the world, including Kenyans, often through false job promises. The statement added that these illegal scam compounds were established in remote border regions and were protected verbally by rebel groups, making them flashpoints for conflicts. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the African News Analysis. And joining us in the studio to help make sense of the stories that made it to our bulletin is Barrister Darlington Agumo, a political and public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington Agumo.
Good afternoon, Finn, and how are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's African News.
My pleasure.
All right, Barrister, without wasting time, let's start off from the story about how Kenya's government have told the world that 119 nationals from Miami scam compounds have been successfully rescued and also sent down to Kenya. Recall that the Miami government have been, lug ahead with particular people, or rather they call them the scam compound, those that, decide to stay in a region, a conflict-hit region, close to the borders of Thailand. They call them the Karen state, where they carry out all sort of fraud, from internet frauding to any other syndicate criminal activities that they operate in there. What do you have to say about this? And also, we learned that over 200 other personnel, were still caught up in Myanmar.
Kenya rescued their people from there. Is that what you said?
Yes, 119 of them, but we have 200 of them still there.
Good. Were they forced into those places?
Yes, they said they were recruited on the false alarm. They were scammed. People told them there was work somewhere, and when they applied for the job for them to go over to, seek for greener pasture, guess what happened? They were being, pulled in by people that promised them false or fake jobs that are not even in existence. But they are using them now to, do other illicit business.
Oh, right. So this thing is worldwide now, because I remember that some Chinese nationals had the same issue here in Nigeria, where they recruited some Nigerians in a is it not a 3-4-story building, and they were all doing all sorts of things without knowing that they were committing fraud under the supervision of Chinese personnel. And so, when you see this type of thing going on worldwide, it is now time for Interpol to move into action. It's not enough for Kenyans to rescue their people. There are other nationals there. And these people are made to live in a slavish condition. They are not allowed to see the outside world. They are walled up. They are surrounded by walls. And so they don't get to know what is going on the other side. This is like concentration camp. And so the world should listen to this revelation and do something. The host government should sweep into action immediately and save others. And save others who are there. That's what I think should happen here.
Now that we've seen both groups, are beginning to use people, innocent people, as their shield, as human shield, to make sure that the authority will not bombard the area and take out, or maybe take them out, or have any confrontation with them. What then do you think the international world will do at this point? Because over 119 in current state, in that compound, scam compound, this is just Kenyans. We don't know of other nationals, that would have been kept in one place or another. Sometimes you hear that, okay, there's a job site, apply, and then you apply, and guess what happened? I think some time ago in Nasarawa State or thereabout, there was a house that was busted too. Some persons, some foreigners were also. What is really happening, and why is it that people have resorted to such means to enrich themselves?
You see, when there is economic hardship, these type of things happen. Is
it economic hardship that will make another person to traffic another man's child, do organ harvesting when they have their own organ intact? Is it really economic hardship or man's inhumanity to man?
Fina, did you hear that U.S. citizens are among them? Did you hear that UK citizens are among them? Please, did you hear that the Canadian citizens are among them? These are people from poor countries where there is hardship. That is where they take advantage of the people. No other way. And so, if their government is stable, if their economy is stable, what would they be looking for? What would they be looking for in such an environment? FINA, 90% of these things are caused by what? Economic hardship at home, bad leadership, corruption. I just ask you questions here. Those citizens of those countries, you can't see them. What are you going to give them that they don't have at home? What are you going to give them? That is the issue. That is the issue. And so, how did the Kenyans rescue their own people there? How did they do it? While leaving others behind.
There was a bombardment that occurred according to what we
Kenya
learned.
was able to do that.
Not really Kenya. It was the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs that told the world that certain number of persons were rescued through a coordinated raids by the Myanmar Authority and also rebel group that were targeting those syndicates who are working or who are keeping people close to the border with Thailand. So that was what we told.
But if it was the Kenyan government that sponsored the raid, how come other people did not take advantage and move out? That they left them behind? There must have been discussion before they say, okay, give us our people now. For other people to remain behind. Because the raid would have amounted to what? Destabilizing that environment. So that every other person will be freed. How can Kenya just go there and select their people?
So, Boris, you don't think that this is more like just one place that they just, bombarded? And we have so many other underground places where humans are being kept, also in the guise of a job. Because we're told that they were able to carry out this coordinated attack. But that does not rule out the fact that there might be other places where humans, are being kept.
Anyway, if the people of Kenya were kept in a particular place and they went there to take them out, I may listen to that. But to tell me that a place was bombarded, only Kenyans were the one taken away, it's not possible. So let Kenyan government liaise with other nationals or other governments whose nationals are behind and tell them how they did it. And tell them how they did it to rescue their people.
All right.
That's what I think will be plausible, yeah.
Thank you so much, Barrister, for that. Let's go to Zimbabwe, where a certain opposition leader, Chamuka, come up to urge the government of Zimbabwe not to hold their 2028 general election. But Chamuka urged the Zimbabwean government to forget about the election in 2028, saying that nothing good comes out from the ZANU-PF election that is always marred with rigging and irregularities. And they went further to talk about, or he said something about how people should come and join him, in forming a formidable force. He created a new platform, inclusive government agenda, that he believes will be crucial in uniting all political parties in Zimbabwe against the ZANU-PF. What do you make of this? And what does this portend, here for Zimbabweans?
I am not in doubt that the ZANU party has become a monster. Since the days of Mugabe, who created that political party or that freedom fighting group that turned out to be a political party. That party has always identified with Zimbabweans. Whenever you hear ZANU party, yes, they use it to fight the white supremacists in Zimbabwe. And so when Mugabe got upon her, he now used that party to project his political career. And so the ZANU party have not allowed any opposition. And the people of Zimbabwe see them as the Messiah because Mugabe used it to fight the white men. And so they have entrenched themselves. It will be practically impossible for any other party to defeat that party.
But now that they have been accused of rigging the election and also making the people, citizens, to suffer, and a whole lot of things happening in Zimbabwe now, don't you think it's high time that the people will look elsewhere or change the ground?
Somebody should rise up to tell the people of Zimbabwe that this is what is going on.
I think that's what Chamuka is doing already by creating an AGI.
Let him come, because look, it took how many decades? How many decades for Mugabe to build that party? And so the people of Zimbabwe have come to identify with it for many decades. It's not something that you now do overnight to now dissuade them, to now wash off the impression they have of that party.
So do you think that
they will take a long campaign, a long indoctrination for the people of Zimbabwe to say, okay, I think we have had enough of you.
So in other words, you're saying that civil society organization, even churches and other political platforms might not align with Herbert Chamuka and his IGA for the now until after the 2028 election?
Even now, because since the 2028 election, you still have 3 years ahead. So they can start the campaign now. Yes, they can. They can. But you need to be intentional before the people will now change their mind about this party. The party that liberated them from white men. The party that Mugabe built. The party they have known since they were born. These are the things that will play out. So you need to expose the evils of ZANU party for them to say, we are tired of this party. That's what I think here.
All right, Barrister Darlington, thank you so much for that. I believe time is a developing story, and with time we'll be able to get out all the information surrounding that. Let's take this conversation to Guinea-Bissau, where we learned that, yesterday, I think 2 days ago, yesterday or thereabout, we talked about Guinea-Bissau and requests from people to, to the government to do Christmas and all that. But here we're having, the story that the ruling junta leader says that they have released 6 members of the political oppositions whom they have been kept or who they have held in detention after the last month's coup. We know that one of them came to Nigeria to seek asylum, which we granted, and and other persons, were where they're supposed to. But now we learned also that after the independence in 1974, the likes of Simeon Pereira, who happens to be the head of the BAIJC party at this point that led the country into independence, was affected. The party was sacked and military took over. Barrister, what do you make of this, the release of opposition members? Do you think that the military that took over in Burkina Faso, in Guinea-Bissau, I beg your pardon, is going to keep to their promise of ruling the country for 1 year before transitioning power to a democratically elected officer? Or...
Did you even notice that in all the coups that happened, it had been bloodless? Yeah. Are you aware?
Yes.
That means the military that took over are benevolent. They are not violent. They didn't want to commit so much murder and all that. It's all about good governance. That's what they came for. They didn't come to kill anybody. They didn't come to, harass anybody. It's all about good governance. If we have it in this state, there wouldn't have any need for coup. But now that it has happened, yes, let us watch. It is the people that will determine how far the military that is ruling them will go.
Do you think the military decide to take this action on their own, or are we seeing pressure from the likes of ECOWAS and even the African Union on them? Recall that there were sanctions also being proposed to be imposed on them, especially when they sack the democratically elected person that they have in office. The military being that benevolent, or are they working? Because one more to land here, the high military command in Guinea-Bissau with the opinion that they want to respect international rights and also find a way to, return constitutional normality when they have already taken over power since November 2025.
I just told you here that the coup, the manner the coup was carried out will tell you that these people, they don't want to murder anybody. They don't want to kill anybody. And so, the people they released, it came out of their own magnanimity.
Not the pressure from AU or ECOWAS.
Not any pressure. No, after all, the pressure was there for them to return the civilian administration like yesterday. But they took their time and said, look, this is the time we are ready to do that. Did you pressurize them? They took their own time to say this one. These other ones that have been there since Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali. Were you the one that did they, without the pressure from ECOWAS, what happened? Instead of even listening to them, they moved out of the body.
Would they do that within 1 year? Because this was the promise other leaders, other military leaders made the people transition into power, and later we saw them bringing up, what's it called again? Holding referendum, trying to tweak with the constitution, removing things that shouldn't be there, like we'll see playing out in Guinea now, where we learned that Mamadi is going to take part in the next election in Guinea.
I just told you here that it will depend on the people.
Okay.
At least they did the right thing. They did referendum, and the people here now said yes. Abi, they are not there by force. The people accepted them. So, are they not citizens of those countries? If they are the one that will bring succor to the people, why not? Why not? If not, after all, the civilians that were there before, what did they do? What did they do? The AU didn't come and tell them, look, we don't like the type of administration you are giving to your people. And they didn't come and it's not the military that can talk to.
All right, Barrister, we have election coming up in Guinea on Sunday. What do you think will be the outcome of that election, where we saw, a military ruler who told them that he's not going to contest in any election? But as we saw, like I told you earlier, there was a little twitch, in the constitution and change of language. And that actually is bringing in the likes of the Mamadi to come contest in that election. And we also learned that, I think, after they ousted President Alpha Conde, one of the 9 coups that ruled West Africa and South Africa in 2020, they said, give us a certain period of time. We will let you take over. But now military leaders are vying for presidential seats in Guinea-Bissau, in Guinea, I beg your pardon, Barrister. What do you have to say about this?
There is nothing wrong as long as they go through the process of becoming civilian.
Which themselves introduced.
Somebody must introduce it. Who would have introduced it? No, is it not the person in power that said, look, let's go this way, let's go this way? Somebody will introduce it now. Is it the market woman or the bread or beer seller that will come and do it? And they introduce it so that the thing will go through the usual process.
First, I recall that in Guinea at this point, not just that he can now vie for this position, there is also an extension of the presidential term in office from 5 years to 7 years. Isn't this going against what they preach or what made them even come in power in the first place?
Again, the people will determine. If they like it, let them go ahead. If they don't, well, the people's power is the biggest power in any country.
Did the people determine the 1993 election in Nigeria?
Sorry?
The Nigeria election of 1993. Did the people determine it?
A civilian administration you are talking about?
Yes.
So, if the
we were told that election is one of the freest and fairest of elections, and yet someone actually took over. Someone made an announcement and a pronouncement and made Nigerians not to enjoy that free and fair election.
You just indicted yourself.
No, Barrister, I did not.
You did. You were blaming the military for carrying out a referendum to become civilian administrators. But in your own case now, your own civilian administrator, look at what they did in office. Please tell me, who is now the culprit here, the worst culprit? A civilian could do what you are talking about that happened in Nigeria. Civilian. No military was involved. And they did all those things. So why are you now talking about the other? Look, they are the same 10 and 10 pence. All I'm talking here is the people's power. Let them decide who will rule them. I'm sure most countries, when the people got tired, you saw what they did, you saw how they reacted. Abi? So whatever you are doing as a leader, whether civilian or military, when the time comes, the people will react.
All right, as we wait for the time to come for the people to react,
yes,
we learned that
the
Malian president, who is currently the head of the Alliance of Sahel States, General Assimi Goïta, you know, there was a confederation that he promised or he championed that is going to continue to diversify its international partnership, particularly with emerging powers in full respect of the sovereignty. Barrister, what do you have to say about this and the fact that the Sahel nations are gaining more ground, even internationally, and they're holding their words, they're holding the country or their countries, and you know, without looking any other way? What do you have to say about that? What does this portend for the blocks where they pull out from? For example, the West African bloc and you know other blocks that some of the countries belong to prior to the Sahel nation creation.
There is this religious group along Lagos Ibadan Expressway. You know, one of their mantra, whenever they are praying, they say power must change hand. Power must change hand. And so power have changed hand in ECOWAS country. What is wrong with that? When you fail to do what you're supposed to do, others will do it for you. Nature abhors a vacuum. Nature doesn't like vacuum. The moment there's a vacuum, nature will fill it. That is the reality. So if the Sahel region is now coming up, it is a vindication that the ECOWAS bloc, which they belong to, Itato, has fallen apart. They are not giving their people what they want in terms of governance. So why wouldn't somebody take advantage? That's the truth. So I am not surprised because from time immemorial, power have always changed hands.
Do you think that this should be sustained? Because Goita was president the unity and resilience of the Sahelian population. You know, also he went further to outline that the bloc now is looking into security and also economic and even diplomatic priorities that will push the people forward, the country forward. Do you think they will be able to sustain it?
With the support of Russia, is a done deal.
Isn't that another level of neocolonialism?
It is not. You need a superpower to back you up.
Then tilting again to another superpower, which people were of the opinion. Yeah, because also they play that. They say that the people that colonized them, that use a policy of assimilation to colonize them, subjected them to so many things, especially when as regards the economy. Now, moving over to another country of superior power, isn't that a further extension of colonialism or even a new one at this point?
It depends on what is coming, what they are coming with. Russia is coming to give them military and economic support. Your French people that colonized them was here to what? To enslave them.
Was that free of charge? The Russian aid, are they going to give them this aid?
Their condition it cannot be what they suffered under France.
The same mineral exploitation.
It can never be what they suffered under France because Russia did not colonize them. Russia is coming to have to give them assistance, which they demanded. Which they demanded. So in this case, they demanded for it. They entered into it with their full chest. But in that of France, they were enslaved. They were pressurized. That was one of the reasons why they liberated themselves. So Russia is not coming as a slave master, as a colonial master. It's coming as a partner.
All right, Barrister. We learned also that the United Nations have extended their peacekeeping activities and the mission in Somalia. What do you have to say about this? Because we learned that they have extended it for another 1 year, so it's going to end now, December 31, 2026.
What was the reason? Any reason given? If there is no reason given, I don't see why it should be extended. That's the truth. Except that maybe there is something they are gaining that we are not aware of.
So when you say what's their reason, are you saying that because they created the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, you know, for them just to make sure that everything returned to normal in that area? Are you saying that things have returned to normalcy economically, security-wise, and everything, that the United Nations peacekeepers should leave? Can we say that boldly for Somalia at this point?
I am saying why they need to extend it. When there is need for them to even say, look, this matter should be over.
Council members voted in favor of this, Barrister. They accepted them to be there. They said all the 15 of them were of the opinion that we need you to extend your peacekeeping work in Somalia. And that was what they did.
Okay. Please, if they're extending it, why are they pulling us from Sudan, where there is the biggest humanitarian crisis?
Did the people of Sudan ask them to extend? Because we're seeing Somalia more like calling on them.
The people who are the people in Sudan? These people in IDP camp or what? These people that are in a concentration camp, the people that are running for their own life. It is the leadership in Sudan that made it possible. And so, why didn't they consider the plight of the people? Why are they pulling out from Sudan where they are most needed, and they now want to extend it in Somalia? Did you see the level of crisis in Sudan happening in Somalia? Please tell me. You can see these people, how they behave. Where they are needed, they will not be there. Where they are not needed, they will run. They will continue to stay there.
So are you saying, Barrister, let me ask you again, are you saying that security and the economy of Somalia is stable now, that they don't need any other help from the international bloc, the United Nations peacekeepers? Are you saying that they don't need them again, that everything is now normalized?
Look, my own thinking is that this UN and their assistants should go where they are needed most.
Okay.
Where they are needed most. That's what I'm saying. What happened to the people of Sudan, where you have the biggest humanitarian crisis in the whole world today? Biggest. Why do you leave them to their fate and you are pulling away? And you are going to Somalia that is relatively peaceful? No, tell me. That's what I asked you. What was the reason? They did not give me any serious reason here. Except maybe there's something they are getting from Somalia. That's the truth.
And you think they cannot get that from DR Congo and Sudan at this point?
I don't know.
They have the best gold and all that. So when you say there's something that they are gaining from Somalia.
I said I don't know. I cannot pinpoint any reason except they tell me. All
right, Barrister, let's take this one. I think quick one. Let me get your opinion on it. Maybe in 1 minute or 2 minutes or thereabouts. About the peace deal, the peace that was brokered, between the M23 rebel and also the government in charge in Sudan, where we learned that up until today, M23 rebel have not withdrawn their activities from Uvira town in the eastern part of Congo. They are still there, but there was a peace that was brokered. And according to what we learned too, finally we've seen that Rwanda have come up to, more like accept them as the people that they've been backing. Because they were denying it before now, prior to this time. But now we learned that the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel are yet to withdraw every other of their men or team from Uvira town. Will that peace deal, will it last? Are we going to see people defaulting and everything turning upside down again, especially within the borders of Burundi?
Whenever I hear these M23 rebels, in fact, it annoys me seriously. It annoys me that somebody will even be talking of peace with them. On what ground? Rebel group. Please tell me, what is their interest in DRC? Rebel group. What are they aiming at? They have become a force to be reckoned with in Africa, Nabi. They now move from one country to the other. As what? As what? If they overrun DRC today, will they become a government? Who will recognize them? A rebel group. Look, Paul Kagame should be very careful. He should be very careful before we open the book of remembrance for him. Because we know what he did during the Rwandan genocide. That man should be very careful. He is now funding and sponsoring a rebel group to go and destabilize another country. For what reason? That is, in fact, it boils down to what I've been saying, that these terrorist groups, you don't need to enter into negotiation with them. The only language you recognize is force, brute force. Brute force. Like this Sudan and the RSF group. Another terrorist group in Sudan. Of course, I know that the UN people that went there to help, they killed some of them. That's why they say they are leaving that place. I know. But is that means you have surrendered to some ragtag forces? That's what the UN is telling me now. That's what it's telling me now. They cannot move in with their force and suppress this RSF. They can't. Look, we are most of the time we create the problem that is troubling us. We create it. Seriously, we create it. Somebody is funding this group, this rebel group. Is that not true? Good. Somebody is supporting them. They are not acting on their own. So why not go after the leaders?
So what do you think? What do you think the president? What do you think the president of US will do? What do you think Washington D.C. will do now to Paul Kagame that when Lance is one backing them? And what do you think he would do? Recall he went to broker the space with Felix Tshisekedi just 10th of December, few days ago, and now we learned that they are still somewhere. So what do you think US should do to?
They should go after Paul Kagame. ICC should get in should move in against him. Yes. He should move in against him. That's the only thing that will happen that make them think twice. Because
why haven't they moved in to get him over the when he talked about the massacre that happened, or rather the killing that happened in Rwanda before now? Why haven't they gone into?
Because they settled the matter.
So you don't think that this will also be settled?
They settled the matter, and since his emergence, he introduced some changes and all that. Is that not what happened? But now he's trying to abuse that soft landing given to him. He's trying to abuse it. That's what I'm saying. Now they should rein him in. They should rein him in, because why should he be sponsoring a rebel group against another country? Why? That is my question here. What exactly is M23 rebel? What are they doing in DRC? And now they are moving into Burundi. Before you know it now, they will go into South Africa. What are you talking about here? Donald Trump should use brute force against them. That's the only language they will understand. No other thing.
And I wonder why African nations under the AU are just there while we have a U.S. president coming to broker peace.
And did I not tell you here that when you refuse to do what you're supposed to do, other countries will do it for you? Did I not tell you?
Interesting.
So that's what is going on here.
All right,
Barrister. They want to save you from killing yourself. And tomorrow you say sovereignty.
Pegging into the mineral resources that is here in Africa. But anyway, thank you so much, Barrister Darlington, for being part of today's African News. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television, the analysis segment. And we had Barrister Darlington Agomo, a political and public affairs commentator, join us this afternoon. Thank you so much, Barrister.
My pleasure.
We'll go on a quick break and when we'll come back, the rest of the African News continues. The world to stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People television. Still in the bulletin, a senior Tokyo official, Burhanuddin Doran, says a private jet carrying the head of Libya's armed forces requested emergency landing due to electrical failure before it crashed on Tuesday. Doran, who heads the presidency's communications directorate, said on X that a private jet carrying Libyan Chief of General Staff Mohammed al-Haddad, 4 members of his entourage, and 3 crew members reported an emergency to the Air Traffic Control Center due to an electric failure, asking for an emergency landing. The Libyan army chief was killed in a plane crash while returning home from an official visit to Turkey, the country's Prime Minister Abdulmadi Al-Dabib said. In his condolence message, Al-Dabib expressed great sadness and sorrow over the news of the death of the army chief and his companions. He identified the 4 others as the Chief of Staff of the Ground Forces, Major General Alfitori Yeribel, Director of the Military Manufacturing Authority, Brigadier General Mohammed Al-Qatoi, Advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Libyan Army, Mohammed Al-Asawi Diab, and Media Office Photographer, Mohammed Omar Ahmed Majob. South Africa's Gauteng provincial government will ramp up law enforcement presence on all of the major routes in the province as the festive season gains momentum. This comes as traffic volumes on major routes begin to heighten ahead of Christmas Day and New Year's Eve. Gauteng Department of Community Safety said that to curb the alarming rate of fatalities, the province has increased deployment of law enforcement operations targeting public transportation operators such as taxis and buses. The department noted that public transport operators often overload vehicles deliberately with passengers and to endanger the lives of people on board and other road users. It warned that overloading is a criminal offense as it can cause fatal road crashes, especially during long-distance travel around the festive period. Moving on to the business segment of the African news. The retrenchment of several senior managers of the Zimbabwe Tourism Authority, ZTA, over the past 2 weeks has raised concerns among employees about internal procedures and governance at the state tourism body. An employee affected by the retrenchment, who spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of reprisals, said 3 senior directors and about a dozen heads of departments and managers had been laid off. According to the source, the retrenchment started with directors and were later extended to heads and managers, with the latest signed by the acting chief executive, William Stima. The job cut comes amid existing labor challenges at the authority. Staff have reportedly faced delays in salary payments during the year, with no salary adjustment and no annual bonuses paid as the year draws to a close. The employee also raised concerns about procurement and governance practices, particularly relating to the contracts linked to the Sangania and Langamani World Tourism Expo held in Mutare in September 2025. From the sports segment, Nigeria kicked off their 2025 Africa Cup of Nations campaign with a 2-1 win over Tanzania at Stade de France, thanks to goals from Semi Ajayi and Demola Lukman. Their breakthrough came in the 36th minute when Alex Iwobi and 5 minutes before the break, Achori Dan tapped home at the back post in 64th minute to emphasize Tunisia's dominance. And that is it on the African news on Voice of the People Television. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. I am Fina Okechukwu. Good afternoon.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother Shaggy, the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it. These powerful statements by Nobel laureate Chinua Achebe captures the true essence of learning and transformation in the society. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we engage minds, spark meaningful conversations, and shine a light on the issues, opportunities, and challenges shaping Nigeria's education sector. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and today we are diving into discussions that matter, discussions that can inspire action and drive change.
The federal government has announced a nationwide ban on the admission and transfer of students into senior secondary school free across all public and private secondary schools in Nigeria. This directive, issued by the Federal Ministry of Education, is aimed at curbing examination malpractice and safeguarding the integrity of the nation's education system. According to a statement signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations at the ministry, Boriowo Folashade, the policy takes effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Under the new rules, admission and transfers into senior secondary school will be restricted to SS1 and SS2, with no provision for entry into SS3 under any circumstance. The ministry explained that the move follows rising concerns over examination malpractice, including the so-called special centers during external examinations. The federal government says the policy will promote continuity in teaching and learning while discouraging last-minute movement of students for examination-related advantages. Voice of the People TV spoke to some students to get their view on this new policy.
They should only admit students from SS1 and SS2 because you don't know the background where the other students are coming from. If you admit them in SS2, you don't know the background they are coming from. They might be coming from some schools that do examination malpractice. Not all schools that do it, sure. So they might be coming from a background that maybe some public schools or some other school that do examination malpractice. Then they come to a private school. And the private school is known that they don't do any examination malpractice. They now take them SS3. They write WAEC, JAM, then they catch them doing examination malpractice. They can just they drag the name of the school into the mud. So that's how the thing ruins this. And how to curb it is when students are doing exam, they should be, if the hall is big, there should be at least 2 or 3 invigilators that watch the students while they are doing the exam. Should not just leave the student and walk out of the hall, because if you leave the students, that time is enough for anybody that wants to do examination malpractice to indulge in it. So students should be under constant monitoring, and strict rules and punishments in schools should be placed against that examination malpractice.
Yes, it's very, very big welcome development. During XS3 class, a child from another school, a child from another school that is of lower standard can come to a school of higher standard, and the child might not know how to develop himself within that school community, which can limit him or her, leading to lower grades and school dropouts.
I think that instead of doing only SS3, they should start working on ways to keep them from doing examination malpractice like that. Start hiring people, start examining people. Maybe when they catch one, they should show everybody like the punishment for all these things, so they should stop.
Now, joining me to discuss this is Lawal Ekundayo, an educationist and public affairs analyst, and virtually I have Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of South Core Consulting and the African Director of Global Education Awards. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawal, and thank you so much for coming on the program.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming on the program. Okay, so how do you assess the federal government's decision to ban admission and transfer into SS3 as a strategy to curb examination malpractice?
Thank you. Now, there are 2 sides to it. We have the good side, and then we have the bad side to it. But what my own headache about it is the rush at quickly putting the policy on ground and effecting it immediately. I expected something like them to give more time for analysts, educationists, educators, parents to discuss it and then prepare their mind for it, not the rush. Now, let's look at the good side. Truly, sometimes this movement encourages malpractices. In those days where WAEC used to look at they will take 40% of what is scored in SS1, SS2, SS3, add it to WAEC. But now it's not like that again. Everything is now that one-time exam, which is the WASC exam.
Yes, West African Senior Secondary School Certificate Examination.
So now, students, it's easy for them to move around to look for a better center where they see that maybe opportunity will come out here that will help me in what I want to do. So it's easy for them to move around like that. That is SS3. And then even sometimes when you notice that a student did not perform very well in SS2, in the promotional exam, and you advise the students to repeat or take that SS2. The parents simply take that with the student and put the student in another school where the student will now do the SS3, and then the student that didn't do well in SS2 and you put the student in SS3. What else? What are you going to expect from the student? Of course, it's going to cheat.
So talking about restricting students, which you of course mentioned now, how effective is restricting entry to SS1 and SS2 likely to be in addressing the problem of special centers and other sharp practices during external examinations?
It's the restriction, actually, like you totally restrict them is not what I'm looking at it as not totally
effective.
Right, yes,
Yeah.
right. Because there are special cases, extreme cases, such as maybe there's a sudden relocation. Maybe a parent in Lagos is relocated to Abuja, you know, maybe by a job. You don't expect the parent to say, oh, I will not go for the job. And then leave the child here. Who's going to look after the child? It can affect the mentality of that child, which can also affect the exam. So you want the child to move with the parent so that the parent can continue to monitor the child. But if you not say no, total restriction, then there will be problem.
Yeah.
Because the parent cannot abandon his job. He got a new job that will make his life better, that will also make the life of the child better.
So he has to relocate.
He has to, and he will have to abandon the child. If you say no, you can't. That means he has to abandon the child. He will have to give it to the child to somebody that will look after the child, and the person may not know how you have been monitoring the child.
The evaluation and everything. So what
from
implication do you think that this policy would have for students and parents who have legitimate reasons for relocating, such as parental job transfer, security concerns, or health emergencies?
Yes, that's why I said it's not. I started them not to, go into the implementation immediately. Should have given opportunities for educators, educationists, stakeholders to discuss it very well before they will now move. By that time, we'll be able to look at all the loopholes, see how we can fix the loopholes. Then you now come up with a proper policy. But this one that is, this immediate sudden one, but next year you are really doing it.
Yeah.
See, it's too short for anybody to really discuss and put anything on. So there are bound to be some kind of problems along the line, such as this thing you have talked about.
Security concerns.
So even more than security, it could be health-wise.
Yeah.
Health.
Maybe the reason why parents or students are relocating from certain location to another. Yeah. And
then because of that, that will eventually affect the child because one of them will not move. The parents may move, the child will not move. If the child wants to move, then the child will have to repeat like 2 years back. And maybe the child is doing very well where he or she already is. And the parents cannot abandon whatever the emergency that wants to move them. So you can see that we have the good side and the bad, but they don't give us the opportunity to actually discuss it effectively and provide, recommendations before implementation. So I would suggest that they give it time, like at least a year for us, the stakeholders, to discuss it very well. Then based on the discussion, then they will fine-tune the policy and they will be able to move smoothly.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Kingsley. We are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, Matthew. I'm very honored to be with you today.
Thank you so much. All right, so we are looking at the new directive which the federal government has banned SS3. So I want you to speak to us, and of course, from an implementation standpoint, how prepared are state governments and private school operators to comply with this directive by the 2026-2027 academic session? And then what mechanisms should the Ministry of Education put in place to monitor compliance and ensure that schools do not secretly admit SS3 students in violation of the policy?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me once more. Okay, so the policy, as a matter of fact, I think the policy has its merit and demerits, okay? And as a country, we have a challenge of implementation and effecting policy. And of course, you will see that from the WAEC CBT exams that the government, the Ministry of Education is trying to implement. And after they lay down the policy, the WAEC was asked to move the year of commencement by about 3 years. Because the ministry understands that this is good. Why this is good? WAEC was not yet ready. WAEC is not yet ready to have a fully wholly CBT exam system. Are you with me, Matthew?
I'm with you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so it is fine. It has its own advantages and it has its own disadvantages. All right, and the reality is that we need to understand the peculiarity of our country, the specific realities on ground for us as a people in Nigeria here and in the education sector. Now, I have worked with SS3 students, SS2, and exam candidates over the years. And I must say, there are certain factors that necessitate students needing to join a school in SS3. Yeah. Now, I would say for one, I was a victim of that. I had to go through that when I wrote my WAEC exams in 2008. All right. So, of course, we've talked about the relocation challenges, the health challenges, and all of that. Now, a student can get a fall sick, and for one or two reasons, that child has to be moved to another location or has to change school. Now, those factors come in. All right. But the more critical fact is implementation and effecting the policy. Now, in government schools, in the public schools, there are a lot of things the government can do, the ministry can do, but in private schools, there are a lot of things that cannot be easily done. So I am aware that the ministry, we want to use the student ID numbers, which are being done in schools all around the country, the LIN, all right, to curtail the movement of students. So I would say that it is a good policy. Like our guest in the studio has said, it would need time to be implemented. It would need time to be well structured to work out. It is a good policy. Implementing it, the government will need, of course, the full cooperation of the private education sector, the private schools, the private colleges across the country. And of course, they need the full cooperation of the school owners associations around the country, because the private sector is a custodian to a larger number of our students in senior secondary classes. We have more private schools than we have public schools. We have more private colleges, and we have more students. We have more than 70% of our senior students in private secondary schools across Nigeria, and they need the full cooperation of the private sector to make this workable, to make this a reality. But of course, it has its demerits. And of course, when you're having a new policy in any climb, in any country, in any sector, it would need time to be fully infused and into the sector, and of course to people to fully adapt and to adjust to the realities of that.
Now, thank you, Kingsley. The federal government has announced a nationwide ban on SS3 admission. Do you see this directive as a long-term solution to examination malpractice, or merely a stopgap measure that needs to be supported by broader education reforms?
Okay, I do not see this to be the major solution, all right? Because SS3, there are quite a lot of reasons why students have to move classes. For instance, in the northern region, in the northwest and the northeast, where we have violence, when we have war, where we have issues, parents and families are relocating. And it's not easy, it is not psychologically recommendable for you to have a child who could not go to school, who had the last class in SS2, and for the next 3 years could not go to school. And let's say that that child was 16 or 17 in SS2, that child is 20 now. Now, it is not easy, and that child is confirmed, verified to be able to cope with SS3 syllabus. It's not easy sometimes for you to ask that child to repeat the SS2 class or the SS1 class. All right, so it is not, I believe that it is not the whole solution to that. It is stopgap measure, and I know that as we go into the implementation from the 2026 to 2027 academic session, we would see the gaps, we would see the will work around it.
All right, so what role do you now think that parents and schools administrators, guidance and counselors, what role should they play in ensuring that students plan their academic pathway earlier, given the new restrictions?
Yes, with these restrictions, of course, the students, the parents, school owners, stakeholders, educators, I believe everybody will adjust. The pathway will adjust our plans, and we would try our best, of course, to plug into what the Ministry of Education is saying. So I really would encourage all stakeholders to speak with their parents, their students, about this policy, and to help them to see the fact that, okay, this is good. Of course, it is good. It will have its own issues, its own challenges. But of course, as we get into the implementation, as the ministry gets to effect it, we would find the best way around it. But of course, this is good for the student. All right, this is good. It gives the student, it gives them the nudge to know that, okay, I need to finish my education in this particular school and in this particular location. I need to give it my best shot. And of course, the fact is, no student is certain and sure that they're going to make their exam result in one sitting. Nobody is certain of that. Nobody is sure of that. Technological issues can, of course, come in. Students not preparing can come in and all of that. So, but of course, moving from one school to the other is something that the ministry wants to greatly guide against, want to greatly make a disadvantage. And a lot of stakeholders, school owners, parents, and students would certainly have to adjust to that.
All right, so apart from what you've said now, in your assessment, what additional reforms beyond restricting SS3 admission are necessary to truly safeguard the integrity and the credibility of Nigeria's education system?
Yes, one of the things the ministry has to do is to open up more portals, more avenues of university, polytechnic, and college of education admission. One of the reasons some students try to write these exams as fast as possible, students and parents, is because admission sometimes in Nigeria can be difficult, can be very uncertain, irrespective of your academic results. And that's true, irrespective of your performance. So admission needs to be made more workable, more predictable. It will encourage parents, it will encourage educators, school owners, and stakeholders in this sector.
Thank you so much, Kingsley, for your wonderful contribution. Let me come to you, Mr. Lawal. This is a new policy, and what will be your assessment that would help safeguard the integrity and credibility of Nigeria's education system?
One thing is that when it comes to education, everything we do educationally, standardly, has to do with research. Research. We carry out research, we carry out studies, we come out with generalizations, findings. That is what education is supposed to depend on. Now, in Nigeria, I noticed that most of the researches that are carried out just remain in schools. Government don't really look at them to see how these researches can actually better education. That's why I'm encouraging the ministries to begin to look at the researches that are conducted in institutions of learning. That is when we can actually improve the education system. Second, this WAEC malpractices or examination malpractice, let me just put it, especially this WASC. See, the main solution to it is the continuous assessment. Instead of waiting 1 year, you do exam and that is that. It's supposed to be continuous. Your SS1, WAEC will do his exam, like take 20%. SS2, they will give you exam, take 20%. Then SS3, they will now do the 60%. So as we are doing our promotional exam at school, WAEC is supposed to be doing his own along with us.
Yeah.
By then, you see that it will be easy, it will be difficult for a student to say, because when you know you didn't do well in WAEC,
you would buckle up in
yes, you do, you buckle, even if you need to repeat, because you know that even eventually if you are promoted on trial with a poor result, you are not going to make the WAEC. You are not. There's nothing like, even if anybody helps you, it cannot be more than 60%. So, and you already score very, very low mark in the continuous assessment WAEC has been giving you from your SS1 to SS2. Then, you see that examination malpractice will go, because you know that no matter the help you give me, I will not do well. But if you know that you didn't do well in your first term, and you know that WAEC exam is coming at the third term, you buckle up, you be serious, you read your book, because you know that WAEC is going to use that 20% in your SS3. By that time, this examination malpractices will be reduced. In fact, almost out, it will die down, because the need for it will have been defeated.
Beautiful contribution there, Mr. Lawal. So continuous assessments should also be prioritized alongside examination, and this will help curb examination malpractice. That's how far we can go at that specific conversation. You're still watching Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the people, hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back on the program. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, has introduced a national value charter based on what it calls 7 for 7, 7 obligations of the government to the people and 7 responsibilities of citizens to the nation. Speaking on the initiative, the Director General of NOA, Mr. Lanre Onilu, described the charter as a reciprocal social contract aimed at strengthening accountability, patriotism, and national development. According to him, the government's obligation includes equality, democratic culture, entrepreneurship, employment, peace, security, inclusivity, freedom, justice, and meritocracy. On the part of the citizens, the charter emphasizes discipline, duty of care, environmental protection, accountability, tolerance, resilience, good leadership values, and civic awareness. Mr. Onilu explained that the charter will be driven through institutional policies such as citizen studies, citizens brigades, global reputation management campaigns, value orientation in the NYSC scheme, and the promotion of national symbols. He noted that despite the nation's challenges, Nigerians have remained patriotic, stressing the need for a shared national identity built on agreed values and responsibilities. And still with me to unpack this conversation is Lawal Ekundayo, an educationist and public affairs analyst, and virtually I have Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of Southcore Consulting and the African Director of Global Education Awards. Let me start with you, Mr. Lawal. How do you assess the relevance of the National Value Charter at this point in Nigeria's socio-political development?
It's good. It's an evolution. You are, evolving gradually. That is what is so. Yeah, but society has to be dynamic for you to develop. You have to be dynamic. But the problem is this: the government has its own way of enforcing that side that is expected of the citizen. But how does the citizen enforce his
own side?
Yes, the own side that is expected of the government. Because okay, you talk about insecurity now. We know what is going on all over the place. Now, how do we enforce it on the government? You talk about employment. We know the issue of employment. Now, how do we enforce it on the government? We can't enforce it now. So that side of the government is difficult to implement because we can't enforce it. But the other side that is the citizen own is easy for the government to enforce it. For example, if somebody make a statement, now they can say it's an incitement and the person is charged to court. Yeah, but what about the government? What about the government? Yeah. So most of what is listed here, the government is already shortfall in almost all of them. But how do we implement? How do we enforce it? Nobody can enforce the government. That's why the system has to be structured in such a way that the government of the day, the government is accountable to the people.
Talking about the government being accountable to the people, of course, democracy is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So how do you think these promises can be ensured or measured to ensure that they go beyond policy statements?
That's why I said that the government, the system must be structured, the law must be structured in such a way that the government is accountable to the people, because the people is already accountable to the government. You can be arrested by the government, you can be taken to court. But can you do that to the government? They say, of course, we are the one in government.
You cannot arrest the government.
You can't, because the government, you are still bringing the case of government to the government.
There is even a popular meme, Mr. Lawal, that if you offend anybody, don't offend the government.
That's it. So now, that is the problem. But if you look at some countries who have made the government accountable to the people, you see that the something like that is enforceable. For example, let me give you a very
practical example.
Yes. If the police, they take a citizen to court, and it's clear that the citizen is innocent after going through detention, interrogation, court and everything, the court found the citizen innocent. How is the citizen compensated? In some countries, the citizen can sue the government and the government will pay compensation to the citizen.
Yeah.
But here, can you do that in Nigeria? Even if the court, tell the government to pay you, how do you enforce it? That's the end of it now. Now, then the government now has the opportunity to be, not to enforce, do their own side. Now, if the law can get, even while somebody is you are in government, the law can still get you as a government official or a government, even a politician. The law can come after you even when you are in the office, or immediately you leave the office, the law come after you, and when you are found wanting in this area, the law immediately dealt with you. You know that is the citizen enforcing their own side of the bargain. That's the way the citizens enforce their own. For another one is, look at the electoral system. People are clamoring for electoral reform, transmission of results, all those things.
Digitally.
Yes. If that is done, then you know that as a political office holder, if you didn't do well, you are not coming back into that office. But all these things are not properly done. Look at the judiciary too. People say the judiciary is tilted towards the government.
It's the last hope of the common man.
Yeah, but no, it's not. It's the last hope of the government, because by the judiciary is still part of the government. It can be influenced by the government, and then you see that. So how do we enforce the other side of this thing? Because it's two sides, the government side and the people's side.
So, because the code even states the part of the government and the part of the citizen. Which brings me to the question of, from your perspective, which of the 7 responsibilities assigned to citizens may be most difficult, or which should be realistic for citizens, and why should every citizen work towards this national value charter?
So everything, all of them
is important.
Yes, they are important. They are not
values
really
of integrity,
difficult.
Honesty, civic duty,
keeping your environment. All these things come back to all of us, and both the citizen and the government, we all live in the same environment.
Yeah.
So whatever we do, it affects all of us. That is why the both sides must be able to do their own effectively, and there must be check and balance on both sides. There must be enforcement on both sides. The citizens must be able to enforce the government to do their own side, as government is, enforcing its own side. So all of them are equally important.
All right, so how realistic are these institutional policy proposed by the national orientation agencies, such as values orientation, citizens brigades, in driving nationwide behavioral change? And given the existing trust gap between citizens and the government, how can this charter rebuild confidence and encourage mutual commitment? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Baba.
Okay, all right. So one thing is this. This charter is beautiful. I like it.
Yeah.
But one, in implementation, we need to go to the grassroots. We need to go to, like they said, NYSC. When I saw that NYSC brigade, and I see it as you are picking it at the top. Whereas you're supposed to inculcate it because it's a national orientation. You need to start inculcating it from the elementary level.
Yeah.
So that the children will be growing with it as they're growing up, so that it becomes part of them. For example, keeping your environment. You see that if you go along, even in the street, even in schools, you see students when they have a refuse to throw away, there's a dustbin beside them, but they'll still throw it on the floor.
Yeah.
They'll throw it on the floor. Now, an adult is supposed to correct them. Even along the street, you see somebody will wind down his vehicle, throw out a bottle of a plastic bottle.
In fact, some people go as far as throwing out bottle of feces. They've urinated in the bottle and then they throw it away.
They throw it away. So you can see that, and when you arrest them, okay, you arrest them, you put them in prison. That doesn't really solve anything. But if you go into the elementary level and begin to inculcate this value in them and begin to build it into them, you see that from there they know the reason why they are doing that. This thing we are doing is for our own benefit. Therefore, they grow with it, and we don't need to enforce it on them because they see it as part of them. Just like you are wearing clothes. Just like you wake up in the morning and brush your teeth. As an adult, nobody tells you because you have been doing it since you were small. So it becomes part of you. So that is how we need to do it. Not just picking at the top, the brigade level,
so let's look
the
at
NYSC level
alone.
You need to go to the nursery, the primary.
Yeah. They should also be well equipped in civic education and responsibility, like you rightly said.
Yes.
Looking at this National Value Charter, and we want to look at the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. So, as a citizen of Nigeria, what mechanisms should be put in place to track compliance by both government institutions and citizens over time?
One, apart from the one we have said in the junior level,
yeah,
in the senior level, that is people who are already out, like the NYSC. Now, you see that there was a time I was going along in that Oshodi, and somebody dropped something on the floor. I went to meet the environmental officers, this guy beside that. I said, look at this man. You could call this man to pick up this thing. But they say that you can help us to call him. If I call this man will never answer. But if you call, they will be afraid. They will be, hey, you are wearing uniform. So something like this. And another thing is that you don't see refuse bin in areas along the public areas. You rarely see refuse bin. Some people who hold that thing, they are looking for the nearest refuse bin where they can drop it. If they don't find it, they just drop it on the floor. So the government itself has shortcomings that is encouraging all these things. It's part of what we need to do. If there's a dustbin beside you, and then you drop it on the floor, and an officer called you and said, pick it up. See a dustbin beside you now. Pick it, and you see, next time they will not be able to do that.
Yeah.
You will look for the dustbin. This is how we can monitor. It's not everything supposed not to be imprisonment.
Yeah.
Sometimes 1 or 2 corrections can put something right by giving warning. Pick it up. The next time you will not be able to do it because you saw that an officer told you to pick it up. So you'll be afraid. So these are the implementation processes.
Yeah.
The school implementation processes, the government implementation processes.
Yeah.
Do you have refuse bin along the corridors of public areas? We really have it. If you go along this airport road, tell me where you have government refuse bin along this airport road. This in your presence here, this is government, this is federal government. Do you see any refuse bin? If you walk up that airport road to airport itself, do you see any refuse bin along the road? So if somebody is trekking and you drink, after drinking a bottle of water, you are looking for where you are going to.
Wait.
You hold it.
Get to
Why will you do that?
Destination.
Why will you do that? Why, if the government is talking about orientation, and then you are not putting something to encourage people, in this orientation you have designed.
Yeah.
You need to do that. Put it there. Somebody will drop it inside. By the time you drop it inside, if you get to another place, that consciousness is already in his mind that I don't need to drop this thing down. In the next place, if I take a few steps, I'm going to see a government refuse bin, which I can put this thing inside. And then you see, before you know it, that thing is inculcated into us.
It awakes the thinking mechanism. So in another word, or in other words, you're saying that there should be government refuse bin across every area.
Yes. Supposed to be there. That is when the government is encouraging the citizens in their own way to, you are reorienting them to do the right thing. And then they do the right thing. There was a time some years ago, I was passing from that NAFDAC Oshodi downward. I blew my nose. I was holding a tissue. And I walked from that bridge downward. I was walking. I didn't know that there was a car at my back. And if the guy was watching me, I was holding that thing. I was looking around where there's a refuse where I can drop it. Eventually, the guy walked up to me and then he told me that he has been watching me, that I'm doing the right thing, holding that thing. But if it was somebody else, would have dropped it. And I said, okay, but you two didn't provide refuse now. At least provide refuse at junctions in which we can drop this thing.
For cleanliness, government should provide refuse at junctions. Interesting conversation. Lawal Ekundayo, educationist and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining me on Edge Dialogue.
Thank you.
And of course, joining me virtually earlier, I had Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of Southcore Consulting, and African Director of Global Education Awards. We understand that due to technical issues, he's out. But thank you so much for joining me on the program. You're still watching Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us once again on Edu Dialogue. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has disclosed plans to improve reading culture and reduce illiteracy among children living in internally displaced persons camp across Nigeria. This disclosure was made by the director for IDPs at the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, Fatima Maman Daura, during the launch of 2 books to mark the 16 days of activism and promote hope for the girl child in northeast Nigeria. Mrs. Daura said the commission plans to purchase and distribute the books authored by Teresa Ame to children in IDP camps as part of effort to boost literacy and learning. She explained that the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons has established transitional learning centers in states with high displaced populations, including Abuja, Katsina, Bauchi, Zamfara, Cross River, and Imo State. Moving on, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to providing inclusive access to quality basic education for all children nationwide. Dr. Alausa made the remarks during the 28th quarterly meeting of the Universal Basic Education Commission in Maiduguri. He emphasized that investing in inclusive education creates platforms for children and adults to interact, learn, and build mutual understanding. The minister also highlighted the importance of empowering teachers with quality training and improving infrastructure in government schools. Dr. Alausa further directed SUBEB chairman who have not yet digitized their administrative systems to complete the process before the end of the year, stressing that digital transformation is key to addressing critical challenges in primary education. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has commended the Aliko Dangote Foundation on the launch of its 100 billion annual education scholarship initiative, describing it as a landmark program that will expand access to education across Nigeria. The decade-long initiative is expected to benefit more than 1.3 million students in public secondary and tertiary institutions. NEL Fund's Managing Director Akintunde Soya praised the foundation for its visionary leadership and meaningful private sector participation in national development. He said the scheme complements the federal government's agenda to remove financial barriers and empower next generation of Nigerian talent. Soya also highlighted the program's focus on public schools, tertiary institutions, and STEM education, noting that NEL Fund is ready to collaborate with the Dangote Foundation to ensure transparency, efficiency, and broad-based impact. And that's a wrap for today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We've discussed the federal government's ban on SS3 admission and transfer to COB examination malpractice, highlighting its potential benefits and challenges for students alongside the need for broader education reforms. We've also explored the NOA's National Value Charter, the 7-for-7 framework, promoting government accountability and citizens' responsibility, aiming to foster patriotism and civic values. This discussion reminds us that progress in education and nation building depends not just on policies, but on values, discipline, and active participation from all Nigerians. For more updates and engaging conversations, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. You can also follow us on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057 or email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Okunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, innovation, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education and values together create a pathway for dignity, opportunity, and lasting impact. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not painting at all, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos is expected to witness an increase influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern states are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the costs, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for God's sake, it will still increase because it's the season now. Normally that is how it used to be. But if God will help us, like let me say during the season, like they know that people used to travel, let me say nothing changed. It's just like normality. At least it will be better for people and more affordable because some people will like want to go home, but due to the transportation, they will not go. I don't have money for morning bus, so I have to wait for the night bus. It depends, Cha. It depends on the company. Yeah, it depends on the company and their prices. The last time I traveled was last year. God help me, I went in peace. So as I'm traveling to, I pray. I know that the country is not safe, but I pray God will help me. I will still travel in peace again. The government should help us. So we will still help ourselves, but they need to help us based on the security and other things. Like the price of everything is changing. Like the price of things, not only transportation, even food. To get food stuff, everything is increasing, not only transportation.
If you need to say the country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village. From here to your village will cost 40-something thousand, 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend? My own decision is everything I make a human to live, then she release everything.
It's been long that I saw my mom and my dad face to face. So that's why over 4 years now, I've not seen my mom face to face and my dad face to face. That's the reason why I'm traveling. So concerning the transport fare, I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. And another thing I want to say about the security on the road for people that is traveling. Government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling. On the norms, when there is no festive time, Like today, Bonnie Way, we paid 30,500. But on a norms, when there is no festive time, I think it should not be more than 20,000 or 25,000 naira. But I don't know why the thing always like that. I'm going from Lagos to Umaya. The government should reduce the price of fuel and provide security for people. Like now, I know that most of people wants to go home, but because of insecurity, most of them is afraid. And another thing, money. There is no money, and transport fare is high. That's why. So I want government to work on that area.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel, because without no fuel we can't work. Because everything now we don't suffer. Month now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now, because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road. But you see, if you want to go some small place now, you say 500. It's not our fault. Fuel is here and agbo is here. Everything. That thing have tired everybody. Now I'm coming today now. I just buy full of 10,000. I don't know how much I will see on it. I just come outside.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's actually a wonderful mood in the studio, and I believe it's the same mood over there with you. Talking about Christmas, it's just tomorrow. Yeah, and Christmas is here, and Christmas is here again, of course, and I'm really excited because it's always the very best time for me in the year where we get to, feel relaxed, have fun, spend time with family, and exchange gifts, so I believe you're also doing that. And before I actually say anything, some of you that are saying that there's no money in Nigeria, where are you people seeing money? Because I've been seeing traffic since morning till now. Please, if you know you don't have anything you want to do at all outside, don't bother going because there is gridlock almost, in everywhere in Lagos as we speak. So Lagos is actually blocked. Everywhere is jam-packed. People just flying their turkeys, chickens, ram, goat meat. And of course,
Some people carrying bag of rice, and so congratulations. And I would only say that I pray that we'll see more and more, Christmas ahead, and of course in the coming years we'll always be together to celebrate wonderful Yuletide seasons like this. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of the People Television, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation: Makinde and Wike clashes over 2027 politics. Join the conversation with experts, insights, and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. The federal government contractors to keep highways open during Yuletide season. The federal government has actually directed federal road contractors to keep strategic highways and bridges open during the holiday season. Minister of Works, David Umahi, has actually ensured the directive, and citing that the importance of maintaining smooth traffic flow is quite important, and contractors are required to obtain approval from the Federal Ministry of Works before closing any project site. The ministry has also commenced verifying and settling debt owed to road contractors, totaling about 2.13 trillion naira. For this particular one, I must actually, commend the Minister of Works, because Monday I had an event I hosted on the island, and the coastal road is open now. The coastal from that of the Bar Beach axis, around the Atlantic is open all through. So, and it actually gave us a free flow, unlike the Lekki that we know in Lagos. There is always, block from 4 p.m. upwards. So, but everywhere was free, everywhere was open. So, if that can actually continue in every other areas, I think that would be appreciated. NBA Atiku demands suspension of new tax law. The Nigerian Bar Association and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar have called on the immediate suspension of the implementation of tax reforms, citing alleged post-legislative alteration and concern over the law's constitutionality. The law was scheduled to take effect on January 1, 2026. Alleged alterations sparked controversy. The controversy surrounds alleged changes made to the tax law after they were passed by the National Assembly, including new coercive power for tax authorities and increased financial burdens on citizens. Atiku described the alleged alteration as a grave assault on legislative supremacy. And away from that particular one, federal government set sights on secure, prosperous Nigeria by 2026. The federal government has actually announced plans to build a secure, competitive, and prosperous Nigeria in 2026. After a particular consolidating budget. Of course, that was what they called the budget. So I'm not the one that is giving the budget's name. So away from that particular one, let's move on to Makinde's situation. Makinde reveals why he declined Tinubu's offer to organize Oyo APC. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has disclosed that he turned down President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's request to help organize the All Progressive Congress APC in Oyo State due to his allegiance to the People's Democratic Party. Makinde made this revelation during the media rally in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, of course, where he recounted his interaction with the president over ministerial appointment and political organization in the states. We have more to say about that particular one shortly. The Road Transportation Employers Association of Nigeria has actually warned motorists against reckless driving during Yuletide season. They've actually cautioned motorists against reckless driving as millions of Nigerians embark on journeys to reunite with their families and loved ones during the Christmas and New Year festive period. The union actually, warned through their national executive president, Dr. Mohammed Musa Maitakubi, emphasized that the human life is sacred and priceless, urging drivers to prioritize safety over speed and profit. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People Television. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking The conversation, Makinde Wike clash over 2027 politics. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome on board. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, have exchanged heated words over their political affiliations and 2027 presidential election. Makinde accused Wike of working to undermine the People's Democratic Party by pledging to hold down the party for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election bid. Wike's spokesman responded by labeling Makinde a serial party defector motivated by self-interest and predicting he would defect to another party after 2027. Meanwhile, Makinde declared he is qualified to run for the presidency in 2027, citing his experience as a two-term governor and his professional background to serve this country at the highest level. I am qualified. I am even overqualified, Makinde said. He emphasized his governance experience and business background, having run a company at 29 years and worked with multinational oil companies. Rift between Makinde and Wike has actually, became serious, where the two former allies have been, throwing shades at each other. As their situation deepened over political differences, Makinde expressed regret over supporting Tinubu in the 2023 election. While Wike has maintained his support for Tinubu's re-election bid, the disagreement highlights the challenges facing the PDP ahead of 2027 election. We're now being joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, politics, and power. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for saving the day today. Doctor, I know that coincidentally, whenever we are, in the studio together, in one way or the other, we always have PDP, as part of our menu. But today, we only have them to discuss today. What's your take as regards to all of the revelations, Governor Seyi Makinde made yesterday? He talked so much. He said different things. He made several assertions, different revelations as regards to how the president called him, into a closed-door meeting, asking him to hold the structure of APC for him and, of course, that of PDP so he can deliver it to the president. And I love the fact that he confessed that he supported the president in 2023 to the detriment of his own party because he was also part of the G5. And today, he's coming back to say, oh, he's a member of the PDP. He doesn't want to do the bid of the APC again. What's your take as regards to all of this conversation?
He supported Tinubu in 2023, and Tinubu also supported him in 2023. So it was a case of you rub my back, I rub your back, because he entered the G5, understand, and supported. So they had an agreement, which I've been saying. So support me, and for the presidency, I'll support you for the governorship. And that's what happened. So the APC governorship candidate in Oyo in 2023 was asked to go under. Understand that they had an understanding that Tinubu, that Makinde should be supported for supporting Tinubu in 2023. So it was a win-win situation for both of them. And the confession also showed that he's not somebody to be trusted. Imagine you being in PDP and somebody is telling you to organize APC for him.
Why should the person call you to come and organize such?
So I have said it in different fora that both of them are working for the APC. Both the Makinde and the Wike support group. Both of them are working for APC.
So, Doctor, I understand the fact that we have some revelations cleared now, and of course, you made different revelations and assertion as regards to PDP being a dead vehicle already, and a vehicle that cannot work until after 2027. Yes. And now, if Makinde and Governor, the Minister of FCT, Wike, is actually having this rift, do you think that PDP can even contest in any other election, even if it is not presidential now? Because the way the matter is looking, don't forget that the Turaki-led faction has actually called on INEC, saying INEC is being biased because INEC has decided not to recognize whatsoever that has to do with them. And there are several cases in court. Today, the same Governor Seyi Makinde's faction that actually, cared less about whatsoever the court sitting in Abuja said, and they went ahead to conduct that particular convention in Ibadan because a particular court, did a counter decree. Today, they're actually coming back to that same Abuja to say this court should actually, uphold whatsoever they've actually done. Do you think in any way that PDP, you understand, can still, come up with something better before then? I understand that they have so many issues presently. And why is it difficult for INEC to even recognize a particular faction?
One, let me tell you what will happen. One, PDP can never recover, understand? But some of them would come to ADC. Some of the people, some of the leaders in PDP now are going to are joining ADC. But for the PDP as a party, they are in ICU, intensive care unit, and they will be there until the election is over. Because INEC is compromised. INEC is complicit, understand, in this game. And when that convention was holding in Ibadan, I said that it's a jamboree because INEC is going to obey the court decision. Understand? INEC is going to obey the court decision, and any convention that INEC did not monitor is illegal. So what happened there in Ibadan was just a get together of some people. So, and mind you, the same INEC went to Osun and for the Congress of PDP, where the governorship candidate emerged. The same INEC went to Ekiti for the convention of PDP, where their governorship candidate emerged. Understand? So, but the mandate is not the PDP is in the states. The mandate is the PDP at the national, that they shouldn't present a presidential candidate. Understand? And that's what Nyesom Wike is working on. So, INEC did not recognize the Turaki emergence because they did not cover it. So as such, any candidate it is the national, it's the NEC that produces presidential candidates. So any candidate that the Turaki group produce as a presidential candidate, INEC will not recognize it. And the Wike own faction will not produce any presidential candidate. So this is the game. This is the mandate.
But the Wike faction said they will be having their own convention sometime next year. I believe, is it between January or February? February, yes. Yeah. They said they will be having their convention. So I don't know. Since you make some predictions as regards to the PDP, do you think INEC would actually, go for that particular one?
INEC will recognize it because INEC is working for Nyesom Wike. This is a national TV, and I'm saying it open. INEC will recognize it because INEC is working for Nyesom Wike. But the Wike faction will not produce a presidential candidate. Understand? They are going to adopt Tinubu as their own candidate. But the Turaki faction, any candidate that they produce, that will be disqualified by INEC. So what is going to happen is that a lot of the people in Turaki faction are going to decamp to ADC.
Okay. Before I come back to that of the ADC you're talking about, as regards to some people would decamp to ADC when the time comes. But, Doctor, don't you think it is way too early for us to already, have a distrust on INEC? Don't you think it is very, very early for us to already, have this whole situation of not believing in the INEC's transparency anymore? Because this is a new chairman here, and they really spoke highly of him. And as regards to his track records, being a professor and all of that. So for us to get to this point,
were you critical? Were you critical of the CV that he presented?
When it comes
I saw a lot of loopholes, a lot of things that did not add up in that CV.
When it comes to CV, and
I saw a lot of things that did not add up in that CV.
So are you also saying that it forged anything?
I saw a lot of things that did not add up in that CV.
Like what? What, Doctor? I would like to
so
get
many
some.
of it.
I would like to get some of them.
CV should be free. Understand?
Yeah.
An instance, I was in primary school 74 to 80.
Yeah.
80. I was in secondary school from 80 to 85.
Yeah.
That's how it should go. There shouldn't be you reading a 5 years course in 2 years. Understand me?
Is Dr. Anasike trying to tell us something else? So first,
a lot of things they don't add up in
that CV.
Yes.
Okay, so you are saying Professor Josh Omokuton's CV, is also still having a questionable,
many things did not add up in that CV.
So that being said, are you also saying his personality, coming to become, the INEC chairman, that it is also questionable, or is a person of a questionable, character?
Well, I raised an alarm the day he came to the Senate for his screening by coming with Ododo, the governor of Kogi State.
Yes.
Understand? Which simply shows partisanship. He's not the first governor, he's not the first INEC chairman in this country. When, what's his name? When Professor Morrissey was appointed, he didn't go to the screening with the governor of Imo State then. When Atahiru Jega was appointed, he didn't go with his own state governor. When this Mahmoud Yakub was appointed, he had a state governor, but he did not go with his own state governor. So why should he carry Ododo along with him to the Senate?
Okay, so Doctor, some can.
So for me, from that day, he showed partisanship.
So, Doctor, some can actually tell you that it is better for me to put it out there for you to know that this person is my friend, instead of me, doing it in secret or in hiding.
So, Morrissey did not have friends. Atahiru Jaga did not have a state.
Maybe as at the time, their friend was quite busy to, escorted them to.
So this one was idle, and that's why he followed him all the way from Ndokoja to Abuja. So it's the sheer partisanship.
Okay, Doctor. Let's go back to that of the ADC's corridor that you talked about. You made some assertions saying that some PDP members would still have to decamp to.
Most of them in Turaki function would decamp to ADC.
Okay, so now, do you think that the said ADC poses, a threat as an opposition party to the APC in 2027?
That's ADC. That's APC is just a propaganda party. Understand me? It's not a grassroots party. So don't be fooled with what is happening. The moving train that you have in Nigeria today is ADC.
How do you mean, Doctor? Because if you say propaganda or it's about the noise and all of that, don't forget that this was the same party that actually removed an incumbent, party.
Obama removed Goodluck Jonathan.
When you use the word Obama removed Goodluck Jonathan, how did Obama didn't come to Nigeria? So maybe you should give clarity as regards to that particular one.
Obama removed Goodluck.
How do you mean, Doctor?
Jonathan. That's to start with. Those who keep records should know of the meeting that John Kerry, the American Secretary of State then, had with the 19 state governors.
19 northern states governors.
Understand
Okay.
me? He had a meeting with them and told them what Barack Obama wants, that they should unite and remove Jonathan in the office. Understand me? Obama and his wife, understand, magnified the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, understand, to make Jonathan's presidency to look weak and bad, understand. Obama refused to release the Tacoma jets that President Jonathan paid for, because Buhari told him that they are going to use it to bomb their brothers and sisters. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'm following.
And a week to that election, Obama made a publication that there's a change of there's need for a change of leadership in Nigeria. Understand? Then, when on the day of the election, Obama was called Jonathan several times that he must hand over. If he didn't hand over, there's going to be problem. America has already sent their warship to the country. America has already sent their warship to the country. Go and verify all this. Whether Obama called Jonathan that he must hand over to Buhari or not. Whether America sent their warship to Nigeria or not. Then the meeting with John Kerry, the publication that Obama made a week to the election, saying there's need for change of leadership and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Understand me?
Doctor, you have made different revelations as regards to what you heard, and of course some evidences you also saw and have, as at the time President Ibele
What I say
Jonathan
is in the public
domain.
domain.
Okay, so Doctor, even when a president from other climes, or of course let's just talk about that of US, gets to make some assertion or want to interfere, of course you would agree with me that they have limits, and no matter the threat, if the people really love you and if they feel you are really doing so much for them, the people would have to decide, at the polling unit, and not about someone else who is not in Nigeria. So are you saying that this particular election that we're going into now, if Trump says that there is need for change of government and says all of that, are you saying that that would actually make the APC lose the election?
Certainly. 100%.
Even when their people, even when their party vote for them?
Let me tell you what happened between 2011 and 2019.
Okay.
2011, Atahiru Jega was the INEC chairman.
Yeah.
Buhari contested in 2011. The same with this Orebadu.
Yeah.
Nuhu Orebadu contested under the ACN. Then, so when Atahiru Jega declared Jonathan president, he was declared persona non grata in the north, even in the mosques in the north. They were telling him, why did you declare an infidel of the president? Jega was declared persona non grata in the north. Understand me?
Yeah.
So with that, he became like a NEPA, an orphan. Understand? So then, in presence of Jonathan, he began to manipulate the election. Understand? That through constituency election and so on and so forth. Understand? So in 2015, when international community under the headship of Barack Obama was pushing, understand? He was very, very happy. Do you understand that?
Yes.
He was already John Kerry has held meeting with the North, Unite. So there's not, then with the security threats and so on and so forth. That's why Jonathan said that his ambition is not what the blood of anybody in the country.
Nigerian, yes.
Understand? I say Obama has sent a warship down to the Atlantic Ocean. So Jonathan said, I don't want any problem. That was why voting was still going on when he congratulated Buhari.
Okay, let's come back home to the Wike and Seyi Makinde's clash, and of course that of PDP. You know, you would agree with me that this particular situation has been coming, you know, for quite a while now, and it's not looking like there would be any headway, because INEC had a meeting with them last week Saturday, and the two factions are not looking like they want to share their swords as regards to, you know, making peace. Do you think Minister Wike's criticism for Governor Makinde is driven by, you know, personal and political, greed is quite serious? Because Makinde now coming up to tell us that is even more qualified, you know, to contest for the election. I don't know where he's actually, you know, thinking of all of that from. But what are your thoughts on, you know, Governor Makinde's qualification?
All of us are qualified to run for the president. Because we have not been, all of us, both age, education, and whatever, we have not been convicted of any crime by any court. So we are as qualified as him. Understand me? We are as qualified as him. So everybody, once you're not convicted, once you are not underage, you are qualified that to run for the office of the president of the country.
Okay, so are you saying that if Makinde should come out, you know, to say he wants to contest, he poses a threat to Governor Tinubu, to President Tinubu? I beg your pardon. I
say yes. Seyi Makinde had an agreement with Tinubu.
He said that was in 2023 when he supported him, but now he said he's not supporting him anymore.
It is too late because PDP is already messed up.
Okay, if
it PDP... is too late, PDP is already messed up. PDP is not going to have any presidential candidate in 2027.
Okay, let's leave PDP and move to the APC that you really, really believe, the ADC you believe in now presently, because you said the APC are just, you know, giving us a smoke screen, but of course you believe that the ADC poses a very, you know, serious threat as opposition party. Who do you think the ADC would hand the presidential ticket to?
I'm not a soothsayer. I'm not a prophet.
But of course, you usually give predictions, and those predictions come to play. So I'd like you to do your political predictions.
What's his name? David Mark has said that they are going to hold the primary. Understand? And whoever wins will be the party's candidate. Understand me? So then, Bonaji, that's Abdullahi, also said the same thing, which I also feel that is the right thing to do. Because in politics, you don't keep position for anybody. Understand? It's like in football, where they say, go and fight for your shirt. We cannot just say that number 11 is for so and so person. No. Who quantifies, who merits when they get it? In 2014, APC then held their convention, understand me, where Buhari emerged, understand, and became article contested. Buhari emerged and was declared the presidential candidate of the party. So ADC, David Mark said that ADC would do that the same thing, understand? So, and that is democracy. Let the people choose who they want to be their presidential candidate. That's one of the things that happened there to Commander Harris in 2024. Because there were no primaries for the Democratic Party to select who will be their nominee. Understand? It was just a single man decision. Joe Biden, understand, nominated him and understand and imposed it on the party. Understand?
Yes, sir.
So for me, I believe ADC will hold their primary and let them choose their best candidates.
Okay.
But in choosing all their best candidates should also be Nigeria's best candidates.
Okay. I love that particular one. Doctor, you're trying to be, quite, will I say, giving me a political, statement by saying that they should choose their best candidates and their best candidate should be Nigeria's best candidate.
Yes.
And I know what's at stake.
It's not only them that will vote. Nigerians will vote. Understand me? So
okay.
If they pick somebody that Nigerians don't like, they will not vote for the person.
Okay. All right. Let's go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll still be dissecting this conversation. You don't go nowhere. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Is the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we will stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Yes, we've been having a very serious conversation here, and Dr. Anosike has been giving us, different revelations, from that of the Jonathan era to Obama, and, he has made several assertions. And you'd agree with me that Dr. Peter Anosike is not even believing that the PDP can rise again, all right? Maybe, just maybe, even if they want to rise again, that would not be this particular time. Maybe sometime somewhere around after 2037. And of course, joining us also on the program, we have Mr. Evis Elimihele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you, Xavier. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Same to you. How was the traffic?
It's terrible. I thought we were saying that things are difficult in Nigeria, that Nigeria we're not going to celebrate. But
that was what I said. When I came here, I said no. That if people say you don't have money, where are you seeing the money? I have seen enough live turkeys.
Yes.
Enough.
We are a very dogged nation.
You understand?
Everywhere is luck because no matter how the little Nigerians have, they just want to use it to appease their families. It's just worth doing. It was worth doing. I give it to them in spite of the economic crunch. They still remember that they need to celebrate.
Mm. All right, so Mr. Elvis, we've actually said some things before you walked in, and I think for some of the submissions, you might not be in support of what Dr. Anosike, is saying, because usually you know, most times when we are here doing head-to-head, it's always about PDP, if you remember. And it's not always very funny in the studio when it comes to you and I. So Dr. Anosike also believes that PDP is dead and gone, and he doesn't believe that anything can actually work with the PDP again, regardless of whosoever that wants to, you know, pick up the party to want to rehabilitate it or even try to wake it up, you know. And Seyi Makinde has actually made several assertions as regards to owning up that truly he supported President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's election bid in 2023 to the detriment of his own party, which happens to be Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah.
Now, in 2027, he said he's not willing to support the president, and he said that the president also called him, you know, to tell him to hold the structure of APC and that of PDP so he can deliver, you know, Oyo State to him, and he has declined. But he was shocked when Wike said that he would actually do that for the president. You know, so what is your take as regards to all of this? And do you still think PDP has a chance?
Yeah, PDP still has a chance.
Doctor.
It still has a chance. You see, this is not the first time we are having this kind of political scenario in Nigeria. In 2003, we have this kind of situation where then it was majorly PDP and AD.
Yes.
And little of APP. And you remember that the sitting president today was the governor of Lagos State. And PDP came up with a abracadabra that they took almost all the states in the southwest. The only surviving state was Lagos. And it was out of doggedness and a lot of political rascality that this present president, then governor of Lagos, was able to secure Lagos. Otherwise, PDP was for a clean slate for all the states in the southwest. But we saw that the governor was, the president today, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was, he marshaled out what he actually needed and how he was going to get back on stream. That's exactly where we are in PDP today. If PDP, the few leadership that are left in PDP, if they are sincere to themselves, let this one go. You see, it is not the number of governors that made the party. It is the people. Now we are just like a country without an opposition. If PDP can just manage their house in order, it may not be this 2027, but let the few ones that are left, let them be sincere to themselves and be sincere to the people. They might begin to, just like a tree that is cut down, it may not, once the roots are not completely pulled out, it may begin to regenerate again. So I'm saying that in PDP. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu fought that in 2023, in 2003. He got back AD and now came to AC from AC to ACN. ACN gave birth to part of the APC we are seeing today that now brought him to become the president of Nigeria. So, I mean, it's not the number. It is those that are dedicated. It's those that have the ideology. Those that actually have. So we must rescue this party to, bring it back to limelight. These numbers, you see, these numbers that are actually wearing off. Nigerians have known one thing about them now. It's so clear that they are just for themselves. These are people that are very selfish, and it must be me, and it continuously remain me. So if it is not working in A, I have to quickly move to B. No, they are not moving because of you and I. They are moving because of their selfish interests. So if we want to put that into antecedent, Nigeria should not even follow this type of people. Because these are people who, if APC is crashing tomorrow, they are the next boat to move out of APC. So I saw Makinde yesterday. I saw the zeal and that lightness he has for PDP. If we can get 5 Makindes, PDP will get back.
Are you aware that Makinde was also called a serial defector, moving from one party to the other? And of course, it was said that after 2027, he would also still defect again. And when you're talking about people who really have zeal for the PDP, you should be talking about the likes of Wike. When everybody left the party, Wike was still there, holding the structure of PDP.
You can't be building and also be destroying. He had that likeness of PDP. I saw when Alimadu Sharif also wanted to grant PDP after Jonathan lost his election in 2015. It was Wike and Fayose and some others that actually came and said, no, they must not allow PDP to die. But now, if Wike is sincere to PDP, after he lost that 2023 presidential election, primaries election, that's every party person should say, okay, let's work, let's put the past behind us and move the party forward. But he lost the election. He was not sincere to himself. He was calling. We lost the primary. He was calling to become the device running late to Atiku Abubakar. This time Atiku Abubakar now that he turned back and said, no, Atiku Abubakar is the one that brought this problem to PDP. Why was he calling to become presidential candidate?
But Atiku also went to his house. Atiku went to him to actually, broker peace. Atiku also told him.
Yeah, even without broker.
So why did Atiku also change to pick Okowa?
No. You can't say that. If I'm a presidential candidate, I'll pick somebody that I know too well that will be loyal to me in my tenure in office.
Atiku did not only pick Wike, not because of anything, because Atiku was scared of picking Wike so that Wike will not do to him what he did to President Obasanjo.
Exactly, that's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going. Because
so that means there is no sense among them.
No. Listen, politicians are like that. If you are not loyal, politicians want 100% loyalty.
Are they also loyal to Nigeria?
No, they're not loyal to Nigeria. That's why I said that's why we keep using that language. They are selfish and they're only for themselves. They are selfish and staging. Because they know what they need. So they always want to play that game. See, because he knew what happened between him and his boss, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. So he also wants somebody that when he gets in there, that person should be able to do the bidding or whatever he brings up. Wike, he has seen that he cannot manage Wike. He just because Wike lost the primaries. Otherwise, himself and Wike were at the same level. If Wike had won the primaries, Wike would have also been the presidential candidate. Okay. So that person who has such a big ambition may not be able to bend down to him when they get into office. It's just like what Obasanjo did in 1999. When Obasanjo came into power in 1999, he saw all those military officers that have tasted political positions and said, no, if these people remain in the barrack and I'm there as president, they'll throw me out. They know what it means to taste presidential position than to taste military posting. He retired all of them. So if you put that calculation in place, you will now discover that what Atiku did was just that if peradventure I get this position as president of Nigeria, I don't want my vice to become an issue to me.
Okay, let me come to Dr. Peter Anosike in the studio. Doctor, I would want you to respond since we're wrapping up the program now. I want you to respond to everything Mr. Elvis has said, and not only that. You talked about that of the ADC, and you said they should choose the right candidate, so that the right candidate is also the best candidate, of course, for Nigerians. Now, you would agree with me that we saw in the news where Obi said he wants to get a proper clarification as regards to the zoning structure before it comes to the ADC. And Abdullahi, the spokesperson for ADC, said that they are not there yet. You understand? All they are bothered about is to, set up ADC properly. They are not there as regards to that of zoning. And I don't know if Obi is quite scared as regards to some of the things that is going on in ADC. But, Doctor, I'd like to ask you, should in case they don't zone it, or they don't keep it open and they say, oh, they want to zone it to the north, or they don't even want anything to come to the south, just to play a counterparty with that of APC, will you still be in support of this ADC thinking that ADC would win the election? And I want you to respond to everything Mr. Elvis has said.
For me, if Makinde loved PDP so much, he wouldn't have done what he did in 2023.
It's as simple as that.
He wouldn't have done what he did in 2023. And for ADC, they are going to have their primary where whoever is interested would throw his hat into the ring, and whoever wins, understand? So then others are to support him, because this North-South is not in the Constitution. What Nigeria wants is a good leader, no matter where he comes from, understand? Somebody, Theodore was from my village. I never benefited anything from him. Maybe if somebody from Sokoto, maybe I would have benefited. Understand? Obasanjo was president for 8 years. Ogun State people are still suffering. He did not build the road from Lagos to Ota. So we should be looking for a competent person, not where that person comes from.
Okay. So your final submission, Mr. Elvis,
I
as we round
believe in
off.
that. But just because of the way this our democracy is, that's why we are talking of North and South. In America, nobody is talking about any longer. We'll still get to a level, mature in this democracy to get to a level that we'll be talking of meritocracy.
Yeah.
Even if the president is coming from one state consistently, provided he's doing the bidding of Nigeria, Nigerians are happy with him.
Okay.
So that we'll get to that level. I believe in that.
All right.
At this time that we're talking of North and South is irrelevant. But I pray we mature in this democracy and get to that level.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike, who's a philosopher, development economics, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, politics, and power. Thank you so much, Doctor, for being part of the show today. Sincerely, I wish we could actually stretch to do Christmas special where we can actually have up to 2 hours here talking about Nigerian politics. But Doctor, officially we'll be inviting you for next week run. Next week is actually a recap, and I have to just announce it, to the people. Next week is a recap for everything. There is no topic next week. So for everything that has happened in Nigeria, in Nigerian politics from January to December, we'll be discussing everything topical. We'll be taking everything, and that's what we'll be dissecting all through. So, Doctor, you're also invited to People's Voice. So, Doctor, thank you so much. And Mr. Evis, yes, thank you, journalist, political, and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being part of the show. In as much as you're well dressed, and you are more.
I'm suspecting that cap.
Doctor, I'm suspecting the cap even more than you.
After the studio, I'll show the cap so that you see that there's nothing
Ms. Davis, you're not telling us what we need to know, but we would actually hold on until I round up on this show. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, Jerry and his cohorts will be doing justice to that particular one. The nation, African Nation Cup is already on, and congratulations to Nigeria. We actually won 2-1 yesterday, and I think we're all happy as regards to that particular one. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This year has been so amazing with you in it, and that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and we love you.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
This year has been so amazing with you in it, and that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and we love you.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV, as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chart. Don't make your own button. Watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV. I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And healthy new year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Family, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City.
How you are doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
For some, it was the performance of the Super Eagles. For others, just the 3 points will do. These are the reactions that greeted the Nigeria's game against the Taifa Stars of Tanzania. 2-1, it ended right there in Morocco. Of course, this is Locker Room, and welcome to the Voice of the People TV. My name is Ikochukwu Agwago. Today promises to be a very interesting edition of the show, as a lot of persons have been having conversations and talks about the game between the Super Eagles and Tanzania yesterday. And for others, a lot of persons were saying, hey, this game actually didn't go as planned. Eric Chair, what are you doing? Is it the players' fault? Or are they still worried about the fact that they missed out on the World Cup? All these and more we'll be looking at in today's edition of the show. But of course, a lot of game also happened yesterday. And of course, before the Super Eagles played, DR Congo did the business. 1-0 ended against Benin Republic as they continue to search for their very first win in the AFCON Championship. Of course, Senegal showed just why they are one of the big favorites to actually land the big gong against Botswana. 3-0 that one ended. And Tunisia showed that, yes, the Super Eagles needs to do a whole lot of work to get at least a point in their counter in the next game against them in 3 days' time. Of course, today, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'll be doing this with Afis, who will be joining me right here in the studio. And of course, Mayawa, who joins virtually. Afis, good evening and welcome to the locker room.
Yes, good evening, Kechuku, and good evening to all my viewers. Yes, good evening to Mayawa, who is also going to be joining soon. Yeah, it was fantastic. I think the teams at the AFCONs now, the big teams, they are showing up and showing out. I mean, we've seen wins for the likes of the host, Morocco, Egypt. You know, maybe the Egypt own, you could say they dominated the game, but they still won that match. Senegal as well breezed aside Botswana. Tunisia also doing the business. They've qualified for the World Cup next year. As there we have Super Eagles of Nigeria, who are neither here nor there. I mean, that game against Tanzania, if you call it on paper, that was a match that was supposed to be won easily, right? But then it shows that this is what AFCON is all about. There are no pushovers, there are no small teams anymore. And if you start playing like a small team, other small teams will want to handle you. But it's been fantastic. Senegal, like you said, they've done the business. Nicolas Jackson is right there as the top scorer currently at the AFCON because he has 2 goals to his name alongside Ilyas Achuri of Tunisia. So good job so far. And we've seen the Super Eagles. We are going to deliberate more on that one. And also other games are still in action. Burkina Faso have gotten a win. Algeria are also in action. They are currently leading. It's fantastic so far from the AFCON.
Shemia Ajayi and Ademola Lookman continue to show just why they are as important as the biggest of seabirds, right? They fish in the river, of course, to balance the ecosystem. Because without them in that particular Super Eagles game yesterday, it would have been a very huge disaster. These guys were actually very important for the Super Eagles in the last AFCON. They both Ademola Lookman scored 3 goals in the last AFCON. Shemia Ajayi, I think he scored 1 goal in that particular last AFCON, and they've also opened their accounts again in this one, showing that their position cannot be in any sort of debate. Mayawa, good evening and welcome to the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Catching up the game against Sudan versus Algeria. After going all through a whole lot, Sudan is here. They are holding on their own. However, the game for Nigeria, to be honest with you, we won that game through individual brilliance, and that's just it. If the Tanzanians were more, if they had started the way they played in the last 30 minutes of that particular game yesterday, they would have probably beaten Nigeria. Removed individual brilliance, I think we will not win that particular game. Zaidu Sanusi, I think it's time to bench him. Osai Samuel did not give anything, but in any case, we are going to get into that. A whole lot of football to be talked about. AFCON is burning up. Over 50 goals scored already. No match so far has ended goalless. That's that's a record. I'm hoping the remaining 2 teams playing later today will continue with that trend. But in any case, it's always amazing to be here. It's a good way to talk football. Thank you for having me, Ikechukwu.
And of course, yes, Mayawa, it's good to also have you join us on this particular occasion. But of course, let me give you latest information as regards the AFCON. Earlier today, Burkina Faso actually did the business against Equatorial Guinea. 2-1, that one ended. And right now, as we speak, Algeria is also showing just why they are one of the top teams in the AFCON. Second half, 46 minutes on the clock, 1-0 as we speak, at the moment. And of course, we'll definitely keep you abreast that particular game as the results, keeps trickling down. Yes, yesterday it was a very big one, and the Super Eagles was definitely, at the center of all of the conversation. And one big thing that happened was the fact that it's not just the fact that Super Eagles actually won. A lot of persons, expected the Super Eagles to win, but the question was, how did the Super Eagles win? Super Eagles of Nigeria actually kicked off the Africa Cup of Nations campaign with a hard-fought victory. 2-1, that one ended against Tanzania. And while the scoreline suggests a convincing win, the performance raised eyebrows. Mayawa also alluded to the fact that certain players actually have been fingered. We'll definitely look at all of this and look at the key reactions of all of that. Then of course we look at the player ratings individually. I'll get to hear from the guys. And I mean, let's look at 5 major factors that probably affected the Super Eagles in that particular one. The first for me was the fact that we had a lot of lackluster finishing. I mean, we had the chance. The chance, it's not like we didn't get the chance. The players didn't get the chance to actually put, the ball to the net. But despite dominating the game in a large portion of the match, Nigerians are scoring a lot of opportunities. What can you tell us really happened to the players yesterday?
Well, for me, I don't want to go into all this old story of underestimating your opponents or whatever. I think what we saw is not different from what we've been seeing from the Super Eagles in recent matches. Let's look at the World Cup qualifiers, including the extended one where they went up against Gabon and the DRC. I think this one, it still shows that maybe Eric Chell is still trying to miss something. I mean, a friend of mine was, joking with me after the game. He said, it's like we have Pesero 2.0. The way the game went on. It's just that Pesero had a 3-man defense and it was much more tighter than yesterday. Look at the goal that the Super Eagles conceded. I know you mentioned lackluster finishing. I'm still coming to that, but let's start from the defense now. Yes, Ajayi and Bassi, they do compost, Bassi especially. But look at that goal. What kind of offside trap were they trying to keep at that point? Well, bearing in mind that VAR can pick the slightest, of all sides, and the credit to the Tanzanian player, and he slipped that into the back of the net. Look at Omar Bali as well. You were not even sure. Next thing, you just raised your hand up. You were not prepared for that. Not that the goal is on him, I would say that, but because if he had come out, the guy would have been left with a lot of options. In the middle of the park as well, I felt that the players were giving the ball away too easily because they allowed the Tanzanians to be on the ball too much. And if you want to, assert a dominance on that kind of game, you should dominate the possession as well as create more chances. Alex Iwobi was doing his business, getting the ball. He played more like a deep lying playmaker, not as a creative playmaker this time around. He dropped back into that midfield with Wilfred Ndidi. That was according to the formation brought out by Eric Chell, which I would say is the first thing I will figure out. In that kind of game, what are we trying to play? Are we trying to back off against the Tanzanians, or we are trying to attack?
Let's look at the game. Let's look at the fact that our players had a lot of lackluster finishing.
Yeah.
Right. Ademola Lookman, Victor Osimhen, Akwa Adams.
But if you look at
what exactly can you tell?
If you look at the chance conversion, you still give credit to Ademola Lookman because it was feeding on scraps basically. Much of the ball was going to the main man, which was Victor Osimhen, and he was squandering it. Also, before you even go into lackluster finishing, let's look at the delivery. Look at our fullbacks. They were not even pushing forward. And the times where they got forward with the ball, especially Bright Osai Samuel, his crosses were below par. So for me, I think, yes, lackluster finishing from Victor Osimhen especially, because if you look at Akwa Adams, not too many chances given to him. He didn't have that service. He didn't really get on the ball to even create a chance for himself. Ademola Lookman, yes, had one shot, then converted the other one. How about the big fish, the elephant in the room? DJ Olusosun, Victor Osimhen, he was missing chances.
Mayowa, I mean, you are one of those proponents of, Osimhen FC. We saw the game yesterday. I mean, it's not the first time we have seen Osimhen in this sort of mood, but exactly what happened to him yesterday. Lots of goal scoring opportunities. Himself, Ademola Lookman, Akwa Adams. Yes, Ademola Lookman find a way to actually get himself back on the score sheet. I think AFCON is obviously Ademola Lookman's playground. But tell me exactly, or tell us exactly what really happened, with that particular game yesterday. Lackluster finishing, and what do you think should be done?
Well, I think Osimhen was off his game yesterday. A whole lot of people have been, a bit economical about criticizing him, and we should call him out when he's supposed to be called out. Your performance on a particular day, if you do not deliver, we should be able to call you out. Yes, it's one of the fantastic strikers we have, and as far as I'm concerned, if we don't have Osimhen, we don't have a threat in front of goal. However, yesterday he was squandering a lot of chances, 11 chances, and we're only able to convert to. Most of them went to Osimhen. Osimhen could not do anything with it. I think it's a bit off, and probably I want to cut him a bit of his slack. And remember, everybody was playing for him, and that contributed to it. So it was off yesterday, and sometimes it happens to the best of the best. So I would not want to throw a whole lot of stone towards him. However, the team itself, the performance was below par. Zaidu Sanusi, Bright Osai Samuel. I've said it consistently. Osai Samuel contributes nothing, going forward, and that's just the truth. He knows how to defend, decently. But when it comes to joining the attack, as we see, defense to creating more, having more bodies in front, and also supplying the crosses. The crosses is always poor. That was one of the things Jose Mourinho complained about him. He's good defensively, but going forward, the crosses are always bad. And, you would expect him to have improved. That we did not see that. Zaidu Sanusi yesterday was below par. So, be honest with you, they were running him lagging. If you look at what the Tanzanians were doing from the 60 minutes upward before they scored that particular goal, they were switching play, and most was, on our left side, which is where Zaidu was. He was, he couldn't keep up with what the Tanzanians were doing. Going forward, he was not contributing anything. Even the goal that was scored as a defender, when the ball comes back, you know for a fact that you want to keep a high line. You step forward. He was there playing the goal scorer on. Go to Nwabali, instead of him to be agile, he was raising up his hand as if he was, doing praise and worship. And, we considered that goal. To be honest with you, I'm not satisfied. I will only give some players some kudos. Moses Simon did a great job when he came in. Yeah, can you hear me?
I'm still staying with you, right? We know that first games, in every championship can actually be very tough, right? I mean, we've seen teams, go all the way to pick up, the gold medal in championship like this, and they struggle in their first game. In fact, in some cases, in their first 2 games. But now let's look at the AFCON. Of course, AFCON 2013, we know how we struggled in our first game against Zambia. It ended in 1-1. In fact, we were almost deemed to have been knocked out, before we even play Cote d'Ivoire. But I mean, all that is history now. Let's talk about this game yesterday. Look at the players that actually played that game. I think apart from Akko Adams, I don't think there's any other player who this is his first time playing in the AFCON in that particular team, right? And I'm just trying to look at it. Is there anything that has to do with first-time jitters? Maybe for the coach and, of course, the players going as a team. This is the first time Nigeria is taking Nigeria to any major tournament. Can you look at that game and say, okay, to an extent, first-time jitters can actually be a thing in that particular game?
Ikechukwu, don't let us deceive ourselves. As a team, we are not there. I think that's something that is very, very important. Look at how we played throughout the World Cup qualifiers. The only time we play good football is when the teams decide to sit down, to sit back. And the only time was against Benin Republic. The game against Benin Republic. Other games, yes, we win, but we also struggle to win. Against Gabon sat down, sat back, gave us a whole lot of chance to play, and that was why we were able to whitewash them. DR Congo did not do that. What was the result? This same performance we have put out, throughout the World Cup. And the best question, what is Excel doing? Excel doing? That's the question we should be asking. What's Excel doing? Because we cannot continue to play this way. And to be honest with you, in as much as, if Osimhen is not playing, we are not scoring and the rest of that, Excel himself has contributed to the problem. Sometimes, most of the time, he plays players out of their position. Yes, kudos to Iwobi yesterday. For the fact that he was playing a deep line role, he was still laying the passes. His passes were very consistent and the rest of that. There was no freedom for Iwobi yesterday. Even our best player today did not even play in his actual position. And this has been happening consistently. We cannot continue to play this way. To be honest with you, the performance overall, individually, the guys are good. But as a team, I don't think we have the rhythm. I don't think Chelsea is the person to give us that rhythm, to be honest with you.
Afis, before that game yesterday, a lot of conversation was about the diamond formation, 4-4-2. How Eric Chell plans to actually deploy these guys. And Tanzania effectively actually employed a deep defensive line in that particular game, looking at to hit the Super Eagles on the counter. And of course, the Super Eagles also knowing that, before you come out to play diamond formation, we talked about Antonio Conte winning the championship with Chelsea using a diamond formation. One of his strengths was Victor Moses and Alonso playing with. Yes. Of course, you recall that game yesterday, until Moses Simon came in, our wings was practically dead.
Non-existent, yeah.
So, was the diamond formation a problem yesterday?
I think Eric Chell was caught in a fix because number one, you could say the 4-4-2 diamond formation was what helped him negotiate the World Cup qualifiers. Right, towards the ending, especially in the extended one when he played against JRC and Mali. when they decided to introduce Akko Adams and Victor Osimhen, and we saw how it worked during those games. So now, that was the first one. Then the second one was that he now had the choice to make. Normally, we say it here, popularly, that you don't change a winning formation, you don't change a winning team. So he had that, and he wanted to run with it. So it was caught up within that one, and knowing your opponents, how are they going to play? I don't think he actually studied the Tanzanians that much for me, because I felt like from the get-go, I felt like a 4-3-3 explosive formation was going to destroy the Tanzanians. Bring in your speedy wingers, the ones that can dribble as well. Chukwueze, at a point, he started the game brightly, but was lost. He had a chance to find poor finishing, like you mentioned, the very first point. But he was playing more like a 10, and he was supposed to start from the flank. So that left that flank for Bright Osai Samuel, who wasn't even coming outside at all. Now, that 4-4-2 diamond allows your fullbacks to push forward when your flankers come and provide some sort of shield or extra body to the midfield for the midfielders who are playing deep. But the two fullbacks that we had yesterday, Zaidu Sanusi and Bright Osai Samuel, were not pushing up. They were more like defending, and it was giving the Tanzanians extra room to actually pull up to them. The Tanzanian fullbacks were not afraid to push forward to go and meet Osai Samuel. So it was like more of a 2-on-1, because Chukwueze was not even covering back for Osai Samuel. So now the question is, what does Eritrea do when we play Tunisia? The way I see it, I think it's going to fall back in a defensive mode, because the Tunisians have rapid. They are not going to sit back and play like the Tanzanians. They are coming all out. And that extra space left in that diamond formation gave the Tanzanians that sort of confidence that, we can attack these people. And they did that, got their goal. And it was so poor for us attack-wise, and defensively we have not even gotten it too.
Mayowa, I mean, you're playing against a side that is practically a low-block side. Is the diamond formation the best form of approach when you want to play a side that's definitely going to come, at you from a defensive stance, or a side that you have superior quality over? I mean, you know that when you look at formation and the trajectory player or players or a team or teams will actually play when they actually have that sort of formation, it's naturally playing more defensive than being offensive. That's what diamond formation actually does. It puts you in a more defensive position. What can you say made Eritrea actually up for a diamond formation against a side that is certain to actually most likely sit back and let you have the cross of the position? Plus the fact that they come into that particular game, they were so comfortable when they start their rebuild play, anytime they get the ball, even in their final third.
The thing is, Afis has said it, lack of studying your opponent. He didn't study the opponent at all. You would expect him to play a 4-3-3. And even if we have to play a 4-3-3, right, our defenders, especially our fullbacks, they need to do the job of pushing forward. That is how the diamond formation or the 4-3-3 works. That's how it works. No matter because definitely those the forwards in the midfield, sometimes they will be talking in your fullbacks create extra body to create more spaces for the passes to flow. But if your fullbacks are stagnant, they are not mobile, they are not moving, they are stuck in their defense, they are not joining. And that's what the Tanzanians expected. Anytime they were doing their change of play, they were doing it very close to Zaidu Sanusi, especially on our left side. And it was because our fullbacks were very stagnant, they were not mobile, they were not joining the attack. Even to come to the midfield was a problem for them. And that's the reason why we struggled in that particular game. That's one. Number two, I would expect the Eritrea to have started that game with a 4-3-3 formation. There was no reason to play a diamond formation. We are playing the Tanzanians for heaven's sakes. And no disrespect to Tanzania, we are playing them for heaven's sakes. We should have enough quality to be able to dispatch these guys. Yesterday, we were nowhere to be found. Even the Tanzanians, as much as they were sitting back, they had, especially in the second half, especially I think the first half, they were a bit conservative. They were respecting Nigeria. They were giving us respect because most of the chances that Osimhen missed came in the first half. But from the second half, when they came out, they knew if they come at us, we wouldn't have answered to that. And that was what they did. And they got their goal. So it's an indication that, we are not even sure of what we want to do. And sometimes I scratch my head to understand how a chair is going to file out against a Tunisian side that is much more dogged in the midfield, that will fight for every ball. How is he going to handle, a more attacking side? I mean, we saw what he did against DR Congo. It didn't work. And that was how we struggled in that particular game. How is he going to handle a Tunisian side that knows what they are doing? To be honest with you, I don't know how a chair is going to file out. And I'm scratching my head, looking at what we played yesterday, scratching my head, wondering what he's going to do against the Tunisian side. I will not be surprised if we struggle against Tunisia and probably we'll be playing for a draw in that particular game.
When Fisayo Dele Bashiru came into that particular game, he had to actually play, as a right winger, and of course that seemed to backfire as he was very, very strong. He was actually struggling to actually make an impact in that particular game. I mean, the discomfort in that particular game, and of course the discomfort for him in that particular position, and of course for the rest of the team, because if one player is not comfortable, it's going to affect the entire team play. Let's now talk about Eric Chell's ability, what Eric Chell has been doing ever since he got the job as Super Eagles coach. There's something he's been doing, and that is playing players out of position. How far has that taken us? And what should we, or what should he do going forward? Because this thing seems not to be working as far as I'm concerned.
I think the first mistake he has made is that this is not club football, where you have the opportunity to rotate to a long season, right? This is tournament football. The times that he came, when he joined, all he had was the World Cup qualifiers. I think the AFCON qualifier was he on at that time, and also this one.
No, it was done. AFCON qualifier was done.
AFCON qualifier was done. Thank you, my wife. World Cup qualifiers, and then this one. It is tournament football. You don't have the time to be playing players out of position. And you mentioned that Fisayo Dele Bashiru. He is a central midfielder. You come in to play as a right. Why did you use your original right winger as the original right winger, playing him in a 4-3-3? There's a difference between playing in the right side of the midfield and playing as a right winger. You will be more explosive playing as a right winger. You are offensive minded. You are going straight to the fullback. But the way he started Samuel Chukwueze and who's on the other side now, they were coming in. Ademola Lookman. They were coming. Ademola Lookman is still even better than Chukwueze coming in. Ademola Lookman is someone that can play 10. Ademola Lookman was given that option to.
Chukwueze actually played from the heart of the midfield. Actually played.
It was a 4-4-2. It was a 4-4-2, right? It was Ndidi and Alex Iwobi in the deep side of the midfield. Then in front of them, Samuel Chukwueze and Ademola Lookman. And Samuel Chukwueze has not even mastered that right wing role very well. Putting him into that 10 was very poor decision.
Two things yesterday that I saw, right?
Yes.
When you play diamond formation, naturally you play 3 centre backs to accommodate the fullback that will be joining the attack consistently and coming back, so that the defense will have a lot of body when your
fullbacks were not even coming out.
Yeah, because he actually played 2 centre backs. That's the first problem. Now the question here is Ademola Lookman and Chukwueze were supposed to play wide all through, since the fullback cannot actually move.
Yeah.
Now these guys were forced to actually play right in the center of which means that particular our flank were almost dead all through the game.
Yeah.
Because Samuel Chukwueze, Alex Iwobi and Wilfred Ndidi were forced to actually play so deep. Now, if you remember the last AFCON, the coach Jose Pasero, I'm not a big fan of Pasero, but he did something that
it was effective.
I really can say yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fan of his because of the way he plays.
How do you find a fan?
But there's something he did. He understands that tactically, I know his head and shoulder above Eric Chell.
Yeah.
He understands that when you play a team that is playing, this blanket football, they just want to sit back and lock, the base. What you need to do is to bring in a player that will probe them in the heart and force them to actually close rank, to bring more body in the midfield, and then you expose it. And he did it effectively all through the tournament.
That was where I was faulting
and he played 3 centre backs in that championship. I recall, he played Calvin Bassey, he played Chimede and Williams. 3 centre backs. That was why Olaino and the other guy had a few days going forward.
They were going forward.
Because if you have to play diamond formation, you need these 3 guys to help put stability in the hands of the defense.
He could still have played the same. Why? He could have played it in the sense that the Tanzanians were sitting back at some point. They sort of respected the Super Eagles in the first half. Before they now saw that it's like, you guys are not serious, let's come at you. Wilfred Ndidi could have offered to be the extra centre back if you want those 2 to go forward. Wilfred Ndidi, for me, I think Wilfred Ndidi was one of the players I saw that was non-existent in that game. For me, because I was like, where you were really playing, is like you were free there. It wasn't really, nobody was really coming to him to come and lay pressure on him. I felt like when Dele Bashiru was coming in, add Dele Bashiru to the body in the midfield, push Alex Iwobi to the front. He is a 10, not a DLP. He's a number 10, and he will always be a number 10. If Dele Bashiru had joined up with Ndidi in that midfield, push Alex Iwobi, keep Chukwueze, or bring out Chukwueze, bring Chidera Ejuke, and Moses Simon. If you know Osimhen is not effective, put Lookman there. Something will work. This will come in for Paulo Nacho as well.
Maiwa, something will work. I mean, this is what, everybody says. I mean, everybody can be a very good manager. Something will have to work. But Maiwa, tell us exactly. You've been, following Eric Chell ever since he became a coach of the Super Eagles. This idea of playing players out of position. Yes, I can understand that coaches do it for tactical reasons. But is it working with the Super Eagles?
It's not working. When we were reviewing the game yesterday, I said something. I said, if you want to play a diamond formation, which is 4-4-2 or whatever it is, those that are playing on the extreme end of each side, they will have to be tracking back. Adema, Lookman, Chukwueze, they cannot do that. And that was what really exposed the likes of Osai Samuel. Yes, they did help themselves by not being mobile and rest of that. We don't have the players that can actually play that. If it were to be our 94 squad and you are playing this, you already know that if really George will be there tracking back and Amunike will be there tracking back, while you have Olise and your JJ Okocha in the middle, doing their thing, and you have your Guavon and Benua and the rest of that going forward and coming back. You have players that can do it. At the moment, we don't have. The players we have, they are more suited for a 4-3-3 formation, and that's just it. But HL continues to play players out of position. I mean, you brought in Dele Bashiru yesterday. You told him to go and play right back. How does that work? That does not make any sense. So until we begin to play players the way they are, the way they are supposed to be played, we will not get the best of them. And it's so unfortunate that and I understand we fans, we expect the players to anytime you are playing for your country, you have to give your best and do the best and ensure that you perform. But when the coach is playing them out of position, there is little or nothing they can do. How do you expect a Chukwueze to function very well in that kind of formation? It will never work because ideally in their brain, they are always sticking back to their 4-3-3 and getting a whole lot of space. So, I mean, the coach has to do better, to be honest with you. He has to stop playing players out of position. He has been with us for about 11, 10 months now. And I think he should have understood the kind of players he has to be able to play them appropriately. But he's not doing that. And I don't know when he's going to start playing them the way they are supposed to be played. I hope going forward, he sticks to the actual position of the players and stop playing them outside their position, by exposing them to fan attacks and fan criticism for no reason.
Absolutely. Before this particular championship, I think we had a conversation here where we say even if Eric Kerr doesn't know what to do, he just needs to look at the players' performance and how they actually been deployed, in their club side, and then just make do of that same position for the Super Eagles and get out the best of them. But it is good to inform you that right there, in Morocco, as it's going down between Algeria and Sudan, 2-0. Riyad Mahrez has doubled the lead. He scored the first goal and is now on the run for the Golden Boot alongside Jackson. And of course, it's going to be an interesting tournament. I can promise you. Now it's 75 minutes on the clock. Definitely, the way I see it, I think Algeria might just even add another. These are the big guys who understand what to do, when the ovation is high. Of course, let's talk about Nigeria versus Tanzania game. And of course, let's look at the player rating. Let's start with Victor Osimhen. Yesterday, he had an underwhelming performance by all standards. Give me your match rating for him.
Personally,
yes.
I should do the rating.
Yes, do your rating.
5.
5 for Victor Osimhen.
5, because I think you are trying to tell me that you haven't really understood what it meant between putting the ball in the back of the net, doing your job as a striker, and being passionate. You were passionate in 2023. You scored 1 goal. Eyes were on you. You scored 1 goal in the whole AFCON. You are breaking the passion now. Everybody is passionate. Everybody wants to win. You are there as a striker. Beyond that, you could see I was telling you something before we came on there. You could see his attitude. He's still suffering from these attitude issues. Come on, put your head in the game. You're not the only one who is passionate about getting 3 points for the country. Everybody wants to do that. That was why Semi Ajayi came up, put the ball in the back of the net. Ademola Lookman changed direction with his weaker foot, played the shot and got a goal. You were there, you missed chances. All you were doing was, just trying to, no. Everything you were doing was off the pitch. On the pitch, for me, it wasn't up to standard. Five for standard
you.
5.
So let's look at the second man playing alongside him, Akwa Adams. Let's look at the attackers. Akwa Adams, how many match rating for you? What are you giving?
I think Akwa Adams was a little bit more unlucky. I'll give him a 4 because he actually performed below par as well. But I won't blame him. Because
a lot of persons are talking about his work rate. In fact, Sunday Olise also came out and said he was one of 2 Super Eagles standard performer, and I'm surprised you're giving him a 4.
Yeah, splendid, but there is also a striker. We said it's the ball into the back of the net.
Okay.
But for me, I think he should raise his head high, and I feel like he's going to do more. For me, I won't mind. I won't be surprised, even though I won't call it right now. Eric Chelsea should try and go for one striker now. Go for one striker. Let's be explosive against the Tunisians. Anything can happen. It's a game of football. It's African football. Let's see what we can do. Go for one more striker now. Victor Osimhen or Akwa Adams. Anyone, make the bold choice. But for me, Akwa Adams, yes, aside all the work rate and all of that, the basic job, he didn't do it well.
Maiwa, I mean, we don't want a team where we look at and say, let's hope anything can happen. Tell me about Victor Osimhen and Akwa Adams. Your match rating for them.
Osimhen, I'll probably score him a 3/10. He's a top striker. He needs to do better. He was given a whole lot of chances. He didn't take it. Akwa Adams, the work rate is fantastic. But the thing is if Osimhen is playing, Osimhen overshadows everybody, and that's just the honest truth. Everybody wants to play for him, and that was the chances were coming to him, not to Akwa Adams. Akwa Adams was even working for Osimhen. So for the performance he put in yesterday, I'll probably score him a 7. Yes, I will not fault him on the goal scoring because everybody were probably focused on Osimhen. Let me give you another example. When Onachu came in, are you aware that even the players that are supposed to be supplying Onachu, they were finding it difficult to pass the ball to Onachu? It was as bad as that. So everybody were focused on Osimhen. So I think I'll probably score him a 7 and Osimhen a 3 in that particular game.
Okay, Maiwa 7-3. Let's look at Samuel Chukwueze and Ademola Lookman. Your match rating for them?
Ademola Lookman, yes, I'll start Ademola Lookman a 7. I mean, he rescued us yesterday, and he had a decent game. I won't say he had a very poor game. Chukwueze, the inconsistency continues. He plays well sometimes, he doesn't play well sometimes. So Chukwueze, because of the inconsistency, I will hand him a 5. Yes, he had some creativity in him, but as time goes on in that particular game, we couldn't see him anymore. So I think because of the inconsistency, I will hand him a 5/10.
All right, Afis, Ademola Lookman and Samuel Chukwueze.
Ademola Lookman, I'll give him an 8. Did really well. Yes, he didn't have a poor game. You could see it was also, when off the ball, he was tracking back, trying to get the ball, trying to also orchestrate movement. That job that was supposed to be given to Alexi Iwobi, who is a 10. Yes, he was playing according to the formation of the manager. He came in, when he saw the opportunity for the goal, he took it. Brilliant goal as well, reminiscent of one of the goals he scored in the Europa League final. I think he also did that at the last AFCON. Good player, and it shows that when it comes to the major tournaments, he's the man for the job. 8 for Ademola Lookman. And as for Samuel Chukwueze, I will also stick with what Maiwa said. Standard 5, because he's been very, very inconsistent. You don't know the kind of, Samuel Chukwueze. But for me, I'll just pick something on Eric Chelsea. I believe you should have seen what Marco Silva was using Chukwueze to do at Fulham now. He's playing him on the left-hand side, not even on the right where he could, easily use a stronger feet, which is the left. On the left-hand side, whipping those crosses. Samuel Chukwueze is kind of crossing more now. Whipping those crosses, he knows you can do it, but then you brought him back to come and play as something like a number 10 or a number 8. It didn't really work. That was on the part of Eric Chelsea. But for Samuel Chukwueze as well, he didn't cover himself in glory. Standard 5.
Okay, so let's talk about Wilfred Ndidi and Alex Iwobi, the pivot. Your rating for them?
For me, Wilfred Ndidi, like I said earlier, for me, it was one of the people that I didn't really even see much in the game. But, also standard performance, I will give him a 5 or a 6. Let me stick with the standard 5 also for Wilfred Ndidi. And I believe that in the Tunisia game, we'll see more of him because they will definitely come for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They will be more attacking more than the Tanzanians. Yes, he was doing the basic job, winning the balls of the Tanzanians. Let me push it up to a 6 because he was doing his job. Normally leading from the back, providing that shield for the 4 at the back as well. I think I'll give it to him. Who's second? Alex Iwobi. Alex Iwobi. For me, I think he's the man of the match. I didn't get the man of the match. 2 assists. Yes, man of the match was given to Semi Ajayi. He did really well. Basically, he did really well. Even from that deep line playmaker role, he was getting the ball off the Tanzanians, pushing forward, creating chances. We saw that assist he also gave to Ademola Lookman, and also the ball in for Semi Ajayi. Fantastic performance, standard performance, a 9 for Alex Iwobi last night. And I can only say, please, because we can also see his inconsistency when it comes to Super Eagles, please do this more for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
So why are you towing my first line is Alex Iwobi, your man of the match yesterday, alongside Wilfred Ndidi. Let's see your match rating.
Alex Iwobi, as a lecturer, you will not score your student 10 over 10. So I'll probably give him a 9.5. He did so well yesterday. He was very excellent. Even while restrictive, he was still there, laying the passes, giving the assist, deep line, and he was still able to give that kind of assist. So it was our best man yesterday. So a 9.5 over 10. For Ndidi, it's going to be a 5 for me. You expect him to do more than the basics. Yes, he did the basics, and yes, the basics was okay, but I would have I would have expected him to step up when the switching started. The second half, the Tanzanians came for us.
Yes.
And I was hardly seeing Wilfred Ndidi. I would have expected him to step up. So I'll probably give him a 5 for that. So Ndidi will get a 5 from me.
Ndidi will get a 5 from you. So let's look at the back for Mayowa. This is exactly where the biggest of conversation starts. Bright Osai Samuel, Zaidu Sanusi, and of course Calvin Bassey, and the gentle giant Semi Ajayi. Let's pick the fullbacks first. Zaidu Sanusi and Bright Osai Samuel.
They will give Zaidu 2, I'm sure.
I don't want to offend anybody. Still, let's take away Fred that character from selection. To be honest with you, and that's just it. I'll be honest. Let's take away Fred that character. That's the only reason why he's in that team, and that's just it. Zaidu Sanusi, I'll probably score him a 2 because he was so poor yesterday. That's not what football should be doing. He was even putting a whole lot of pressure on Calvin Bassey. Calvin Bassey saved his behind a whole lot in that particular game. Calvin Bassey had to be dropping to his position sometimes when he's cut off position because of the kind of spaces he's creating. Even when he tried to set offside trap in terms of stepping up, he was not doing that quickly enough. And that is putting a lot of pressure on Calvin Bassey. So I'll probably score him a 2. For Osai Samuel, the same is the story. But he was not as bad as Zaidu Sanusi in terms of doing the defensive work. So I'll probably score him a 3. But the two of them, if they want to be part of the Super Eagles, they need to step up really good.
So let's talk about the men in the heart of the defense. Calvin Bassey and Semi Ajayi, quickly.
Semi Ajayi, a standard 8. He scored a goal. Calvin Bassey, for doing the job of Zaidu Sanusi, a whole lot in that particular game. I probably scored a 7.5 in that particular game. So, Semi Ajayi, 8. Calvin Bassey, 7.5.
So, run me through the back 4. Semi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey, Bright Osai Samuel, and Zaidu Sanusi.
I like what Mayowa did. He gave them the rating was their alternate position. The number 3 scoring a 2, and the number 2 scoring a 3. For me, I think Zaidu Sanusi was actually poor on the night. He was offensively, defensively, he was poor. Maybe we want to see more of Bruno Emechi this time around. Who is for me is actually offensively better than Zaidu Sanusi, and even defensively, I don't just understand that fall off of Zaidu Sanusi. It was very, very good when it was coming up, even at Porto at the time. And as for Osai Samuel as well, you can do better offensively. You did well defensively, but you were known even more for your offensive take-ons and actions. So for me, I think it could do better. His crosses were below par, so I will still stick with the 2 for Zaidu Sanusi, but a 4 for Osai Samuel, and I think he can do better. And as for the centre-back pairing, fantastic. 8-8 for them. Because Calvin Bassey, actually, aside Alex Iwobi and Semi Ajayi, it was fantastic. Kept Mbwana Samata, he kept him short, for the largest part of the game. He did really well, Calvin Bassey. And as Mayowa said, he was covering for Zaidu Sanusi. I'll give both of them the 8. Semi Ajayi, the 8, also did his defensive job and also got the first goal.
And Stanley Nwabali?
Stanley Nwabali was just there, standard 5.
Mayowa, he said it was just there. Was he just there for you?
Maybe a 4 and a worship leader. Because when they were trying to score the goal, he was raising his hand up and doing worship. I don't understand what he was doing. So a 4 and a worship leader.
Of course, yes. Let's move straight from the Super Eagles game and straight to what's going on right there in the world of football elsewhere, particularly in England. Transfer rumors and reports have it that Bournemouth forward Antoine Semenyo is keen on making a move to Manchester City in January transfer window, according to reports. While no formal agreement has been established yet, of course, but a lot of position points towards the fact that this man is moving towards, the Etihad. And one of the reasons he actually gave was that he would like to actually play, in Pep Guardiola's team because he thinks that he will most likely get trophy playing under a manager of that pedigree. But the big question is, Semenyo, does he really have a chance to actually break into Pep Guardiola's team? Look at the team now. Pep Guardiola is going through a rebuild phase, right? A lot of players just, joined. So if, let's say, hypothetically now, Man City has signed, Semenyo.
Yeah.
Where do you think he will be playing?
For me, he can actually play on both flanks. But now, this is not even about...
There's a Bernardo Silva, there's a Jeremy Doku, there's a Ryan Cherki.
Bernardo Silva is actually the man for all positions.
But there's a Ryan Cherki, who is amazing.
But Ryan Cherki is not even playing as a right winger. I think he's playing like more of a double 10 with Phil Foden. And he hasn't even nailed down his starting shirt right now.
No, Ryan Cherki now plays from this particular position. Sometimes he plays Phil Foden from there. Sometimes he plays Bernardo Silva.
I was even expecting you to call maybe a Savinho.
No, Savinho usually come from the bench. He plays. Pep Guardiola plays Bernardo Silva and either Foden or Ryan Cherki. The other person will go to the side. That's how he plays.
Well, there's never too much of a competition for Pep Guardiola. You will be there. You will be there, and you have to push yourself back into the team. For me, I think Phil Foden is even performing off the impressive performance of Ryan Cherki because he doesn't want to lose that number 10 position to him. For me, I think Semenyo should actually consider. Because this is not even about him.
There's a Manchester United waiting. There's
a Liverpool rejected FC. Now, this is not even about Semenyo breaking into the team. This is about changing the style of play. When you look at Pep Guardiola, it seems to make traditional wingers look a bit more robotic. Look at Jeremy Doku. Is recently now that he's trying to get to his own. When he came in, he was get the ball on the flank, tease, and pass the ball back. Because how Pep Guardiola operates. It's more of like a pass of the ball, possession, keeping the possession, than being explosive. So for me, I think Semenyo is actually a very, very explosive winger. Except he wants to play as a backup with alongside Erling Haaland, which he can actually do. But there's already a Omar Mamouche. I think he should just consider and go to a team that better suits him.
Mayowa, is this going to be a wise move for Semenyo if he makes it eventually to the Etihad?
Well, my wife was one that brought it to me. She's a huge Manchester City fan. She was so happy at the thought of Semenyo coming. I don't know what she and Guardiola are talking about. But in any case, I think Semenyo should watch it as Afiz has said, so that he won't be frustrated. What happened to Kopama? No playing time. He had to leave. Alvarez, World Cup winner, had to leave. With those other guys, we are aligned to Mahrez. With the other guys,
Leroy Sané
to nail down his shirt. I mean, and Guardiola is not shy away. Does not shy away from chasing away. Even Jack Grealish, he was sold somebody that they got for about 100 million pounds. Was sold off. So I think Semenyo should watch it. Yes, he's desperate to win, titles and the rest of that. And Man City seems like a team to be able to do it. However, we should not underestimate a player that is so desire that he wants to play for a particular club. And remember when Mahrez first moved from Leicester City to come to Man City, he was there while he was playing and was able to contribute and win a whole lot of trophies there. Probably maybe Semenyo will be able to do the same thing. But the question is this: who is he going to displace? Because all these guys that we are talking about, they are really performing at the moment. And because of the competition, you don't want to lose your place. You don't want, because the moment you lose it, you might not get it back. João Cancelo lost his position, and that was it. Even Ake is on the bench. Akanji had to leave for Inter Milan because they lost their places. So that's how competitive Man City is. If Semenyo can, keep up with the competition, maybe he should go. But if not, he should consider other choices. There's a Liverpool there that is struggling. Maybe Jerry can talk to Arne Slot to sign him.
Well, I mean, this is definitely Semenyo's headache. I know it's not my headache. Neither is it Afis or Maiwa said it. Maybe Maiwa's wife will be considering, Semenyo, don't mind my husband, just come to Etihad. But whatever the case is, let's move straight to what happened in England yesterday. Arsenal actually finally got the semi-final ticket right there, at the Emirates against a very difficult Crystal Palace side. And now the fixture for the Carabao Cup semi-final is officially confirmed. Arsenal against Chelsea, and of course, Manchester City will be playing against Newcastle United. Maiwa, tell me exactly who makes it to the finals of the Carabao Cup 2026.
Well, I think this is an opportunity for Arsenal to be able to nail down a trophy. This is an opportunity for them. Chelsea, sometimes they are a bit inconsistent. And then they struggled in that game yesterday, but eventually they finally won. However, this is an avenue for them. The only thing that Arteta has won is the FA Cup that he won that time. And since then, he has not won anything. This is a huge opportunity. And I think Chelsea, in coach now, might probably be an easier side to beat because of their inconsistency. So I'm tipping an Arsenal in the final. Then probably maybe they get to play a Man City because you don't know what you get from a Newcastle side.
All right, Afeez, just tell me quickly, who's going to make it to the final as we wrap up?
I think Arsenal will make it to the final, especially the fact that the first leg is even at Stamford Bridge.
So who will be playing the finals?
I think it's going to be Arsenal against Manchester City. Manchester City are like a moving train now. They can't be stopped.
Absolutely. This is exactly where we'll be drawing a final curtain onto this episode of The Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. But before I actually go out, let me tell you what's happening right there between Algeria and Sudan. It's 3-0 already. Algeria is on fire, I must say. Of course, this is where we're packing our luggage and leave the room for the next show. Of course, it's definitely going to be a political conversation, and Chukwuma Okoro is priming definitely to be here to give us all of the breakdown of it as it unfolds. Yes, it is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Ikechukwu Aguago. Don't go away.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jide Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, this is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. Once again, Merry Christmas to you. We are less than 12 hours to Christmas. In fact, about 6 hours to Christmas. And from us here on VOP Television, this is wishing you Merry Christmas. Now, on the show today, extreme defections to the APC and Nigeria's democratic stability. When we move away from that, we'll talk about quest for Igbo presidency and nation building in Nigeria. And of course, in the course of the show, we'll also weigh in on the state of the nation, talk about insecurity, economic decline or economic prosperity, and human development index, and all of that. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined virtually by Dr. Fresh Onuoha. Dr. Onuoha is a diasporan. He's an APC chieftain. Coordinator Tinubu is the answer. He's the president, Nigerian Diaspora League in the UK, and former special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Emeka Majuba. He's also former organizing secretary of the Labour Party in Imo State. Good evening, Dr. Onuoha, and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you.
Good evening, Chuma. Thank you for having me. Good evening, viewers.
Good to have you. It's been a while. By the way, Dr. Onuoha was my classmate in high school. Good to see you again.
Oh, my pleasure. It's been a long time, Chuma.
Over 40 years.
We've all changed. We are growing gray hairs
Growing
now.
gray hairs and all of that. I think the last time we saw you were in the University of Technology, Federal University of Technology, Owerri.
Owerri,
am I
yeah.
right? Yes. And I came visiting from Calabar then. Good to see you again, Callistus. Now, let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu recently hosted a meeting of the National Caucus of the All Progressives Congress, APC, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, as the ruling party intensified internal consultations ahead of key political timelines. While in attendance were 6 former governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who recently defected to the All Progressives Congress. Talk about Similaya Fubara of Rivers State, the most recent, and okay, not just the most recent, but as at then, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sherry Oborowere of Delta State, Doyediri of Bayelsa State, Pastor Omoen of Akwa Ibom State, and Abu Kefas of Taraba State, who participated in the caucus session since crossing over to the APC. Now, this meeting was before Caleb Muftuan of Plateau State joined the APC last week. If you add him, it will be 7 PDP governors that have joined the APC. Also in attendance were the former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, former Senate President Anyim Pius Anyim, and former Senate President Ken Nnamani, all previously leading figures in the People's Democratic Party before joining the APC fold. The list does not include senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives have joined the APC, not just from the PDP, but from other political parties. Party insiders at the venue described the engagement as strategic and consultative, designed to reinforce cohesion, reaffirm internal discipline, and harmonize positions before the NEC convenes. Well, the meeting also provided a stabilizing forum for senior actors to exchange perspectives, smoothing internal frictions, and build consensus around political direction, especially as the party approaches the 2026 calendar, when primaries for the 2027 general elections are expected to commence. Dr. Onoha, the girl of defections to the ruling party, what's democracy's true color and the meaning in the context of these defections? I would like for us to talk about democratic stability, given the fact that we have 36 state governors and practically about 26 of them now, or even more. I think we should be talking about 28 or 29 of them in the ruling party. Now, what color of democracy do we see, and what is the meaning of all of that within the context of these defections? What do you see?
Chuma, if you've been following the trend recently, you discover that PDP is in crisis. It's chaotic, and these governors want a platform to run for 2027, a guaranteed platform for that matter, and no one knows where PDP is going at the moment. Secondly, people are impressed with some strides which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing in APC. So it becomes a good bedfellow for them to join. And that is why they're trooping without looking back. PDP, as we talk now, they don't have a platform. They have cases in court. They have double leadership. No one knows where they're headed. And at the end of the day, you don't know if you belong to this faction. The other faction would get approval from INEC. And so they are in dilemma now. The best option for them is to move. And where do they move? They will move to a party that is promising, a party like APC that will give them what they want and guarantee stability. And I think there are other parties beside PDP. So we are going on the very platform that will lead us to where we want to go in 2027. The opposition is still strong. P2B is still there in the Labour Party. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Onoha, you said quite a lot that is quite instructive. And when you talk about the fact that, look, these governors, they need a stable platform, to contest the 2027 election, Nigerians are asking, what happened to the PDP? The internal crisis in the PDP, is it beyond the governors, to reconcile all these problems and stay within the party instead of having to jump ship at the moment? So who are they leaving the PDP for? And what gives you the impression, too, that they will not take the problems of the PDP to the APC? That is on one part. When we finish this part, I will now talk about the strides you say that the present government is making, apparently, pulling the governors to the APC.
Nuisance values are easy to come by. Destruction is very easy. You can build a house, you can take a whole year building a house, but it takes less than 1 day to pull it down with a bulldozer. I think the wrong persons are in PDP right now, and they are pulling the pillars that hold it together. It is only a matter of time it crumbles. And any intelligent person in that party who want to contest in 2027 should be looking for an alternative platform to contest in 2027. Otherwise, he will see himself in a vacuum and he will not be part and parcels of the 2027 election. And so the nuisance value I'm talking about, there are some people in PDP whose aim and objective is just to destroy the party. And they have continued to do that without apologies. They are using their personal funds, to ensure that there's no life remaining in PDP. Well, we are not going to regret it because it's heading in a good direction. We are encouraging, that drift to APC so that we will have, a landslide victory in 2027 election to enable President Ahmed Bola Tinubu to continue the good work which he's been doing. And, it's difficult to build foundation. He's been building and people are not saying. But for those of us who have, foresighted, know that very soon we are going to get to the El Dorado that we're looking for. Thank you.
All right, but I would like for us to still talk about the problems within the PDP before we talk about the president's stride. The good works that you have talked about. I'd like for you to list them in a bit. But talking about the PDP and the APC, can you think of any of these people, that has moved, that is currently in the APC, that has not been a part of the PDP. I mean, Atiku Abubakar has moved from PDP to ACN, from ACN to APC, from APC back to PDP. Now he has gone to ADC. Which of these people, almost all there's been this mix of people, the same characters that destroyed the PDP, supposedly, are the very people that are going over to the APC. And when you talk about people that are using money, state funds and all of that, money made from public, to destroy the PDP, what guarantees you, what gives you the guarantee that moving over to your APC, that they are not going to do the same thing? Because you already see some form of wranglings in some states, some APC states that are saying, oh, no, you came over from the PDP. Now you want to become the head of the party in the state. You are now the leader of the party in the state. You are ignoring those of us that have been in the party since creation and all of that. How do you think that these same characters will not cause the same problem that is in the PDP? And what guarantee do you have that there won't even be bedlam, that there won't be internal implosion, more like an implosion within the APC before 2027?
Okay, let's just look at it this way. Democracy in Nigeria is evolving. It's getting stronger by the day. We are making our mistakes and we are taking our lessons out of these mistakes. Remember in 1999, when we returned to democracy, PDP was the leading party. Over time, there were squabbles. People had differences. Some decided to go to other parties. There were alignments, new alignments, and new parties were formed and all that. So for me, it's an element of democracy. We're getting stronger. We're getting, the democracy is evolving in our country. And so we are not losing sleep about what is happening. About the party getting imploded, it is not going to implode. Rather, it's an alliance of like minds who are working towards the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because you understand that the South and Northern politics in Nigeria is very obvious. In 2015, when during the time of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, there was a gang up to throw him out, a Southern president who had performed very very well. Somebody who took our GDP to $500 billion, which was the largest in Africa then. Somebody who maintained our foreign debt at as low as $5 billion. But the people said no, they ganged up against him. There was a northern gang up against him. They formed a coalition that removed him. Sorry, I was in APC then, but we threw up one of the worst presidents the world can ever talk of, in the person of Mohammed Buhari, who didn't do much. Now, APC is trying to make amends on what mistake they have made. And they were looking for someone who is strong. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged. Somebody we know is a strategist. Somebody we know has a track record. Somebody we know, is a prime mover from what he did in Lagos State and all that. And he is replicating it here now. I am sorry for the man, for the president. His Excellency is passing through this trauma because he is building the foundation, which is very difficult to do anywhere. People don't understand. Some buildings have, 50% of their structures on their foundation, and it took years to come up, and nobody notices. And yet there is a lot of hard work that is going in there. So what is happening now, the coalition, the ADC and all that, is another bet they are throwing on the South to swallow, such that the South again will give up the presidency the way we did in 2015. We lost a president that was good and replaced him with somebody that was not, moving forward and was not moving backward. And so we are being very careful now. The bet they are throwing, we are not ready to swallow it. The coalition is still born. It's not going to move anywhere. And so that's why I think the movement that is going, the governors moving to to APC is the right thing to do right now.
Okay.
It has to be strong. We have to give Bola Ahmed Tinubu all he requires to complete the reform he's doing.
Okay.
I know some people are not, comfortable with reform.
Not some people at all. A lot of people are not comfortable with your position, and we are going to talk about that in a bit. Now, from the way you sound, it looks like all these defections are orchestrated just to return Tinubu to power in 2027, and not because, like you said, that the nation is growing or that Nigeria is developing. Everything seems to be like, oh, he must come back to power in 2027. Why should that be?
Chuma, I think if we go into facts, you will understand that I'm telling you, the right things here. I want to give you an instance. Before now, electricity was very difficult to come by in Nigeria. The law had it that if you produce above 7,000 megawatts, you are expected to channel it to the national grid, and it's distributed in the way they like. If you recall, when Ahmed Bola Tinubu came into power in 1999 as governor of Lagos State, he was the first to think about bringing in an independent power plant. There was a floating power station. He moved in immediately, thinking he wants to industrialize Lagos, thinking he is going to localize that the electricity coming from that power station. But unfortunately, the rules and regulations, the laws did not permit him because he had to channel it to the national grid.
Okay.
There were other governors like Odili of River State who built power plants. They were never allowed to appropriate it in their neighborhood. They were asked to channel it to the grid. Now, during Buhari regime, the Senate passed the bill, for this thing to be unbundled and for private people to participate in generation of electricity and transmission and even distribution. That is what gave rise to what you're seeing in Abia State today. But let me just tell you that bill was not assented to by Buhari. He left it. But when Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in and saw that this is going to ginger the progress, industrialization of this country, he appended his signature in the very first month he came. And that is why we can stand here today and be proud to say that Nigeria is generating over 13,000 megawatts of electricity.
Dr. Onoha, that 13,000 is debatable. As at last count, as the last time I checked, the highest Nigeria has gone in terms of megawatts of power generation, it has not gone beyond 6,000. And even that 6,000, we cannot even use all because we don't even have the facilities to take all of them.
This is verifiable.
Yes, I know, it's verifiable. We can read it up.
What you can argue here is that the quantity that is evacuated at the moment is 6,000 megawatts.
Or even less than that.
But I can tell you for free and allow you to verify this. I have, made my research through the regulatory bodies and all that. The last count, Nigeria was generating 13,000 megawatts. They've not been able to evacuate all. I'm sure gas lines are being built to ensure, and facilities are being put in place to ensure that these are evacuated.
Okay.
By the time all these processes are in place, we will be producing and evacuating 13,000 megawatts, which is not a joke.
Now, Dr. Fresh, I understand you. It is debatable, because a lot of people, including myself, I don't agree with the figure that you have put out. But we'll check up that in a bit. I would still like for us to talk about, the politics of defection. We'll get into what the president has done in the past 2.5 years that he became president in terms of trying to grow the economy, in terms of HDI, in terms of trying to fight insecurity and all of that, scaling up the economy. I would like for us to stay at the moment, at the political level. Now, you made one admission that has been very difficult for people in your party, the APC, to do. You said that, Nigeria made a mistake in 2015, to have elected Muhammadu Buhari, who happens to be somehow the worst president Nigeria ever had. That was exactly your position. But you also said that there was more like a gang up from the north. Yes. When you talk about gang up from the north, Rotimi Amechi, is it from the north? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is it from the north? I mean, these are the arrowheads, you know, of the 2015 misfortune that you talked about. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, Dr. Fresh. Unfortunately, when Tinubu came into office, what did he say? He said, I will continue from where the mistake stopped. And that exactly he has done. So?
That will require to be clarified, you know.
Okay.
I will continue from where he stops. He stopped could mean I would build on probably what he felt was tangible, like signing into law the electricity bill, which Mohamed Buhari was not able to sign. He continued and he signed it into law, and you and I are enjoying it today.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, you are not enjoying it because there is darkness here in Nigeria. You might be in the UK. You're enjoying like there is darkness here. We don't even have up to 3,000 megawatts that we are using. Industries cannot run on those things. We have industries that run on generators. We had an a telecom giant that said, look, it would have been better for me if I was running a telecom company, but I run two companies, one telco, one power generation, meaning that he deploys two big generators in over 1,000 base stations across the country. And you know what that means for him. So it's still not Uhuru for us.
That when it comes to power, we've had a lot of trouble over the years. And there's a building process. You must agree with me that facilities must be put in place. Remember that at the last count, Pacific Holding, Davido's father, which all of us know, commissioned generation of 1,200 megawatts of electricity, which is enormous. Geometric Power has commissioned 188. These are proceeds that are coming from private sector, who were hitherto not allowed to generate electricity in the past. And I can tell you for free that many other state governments are also building power plants that will enable us to grow. I'm looking at the end of the first term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu for us to be rounding off like between 25 to 30 megawatts, because a lot of plants are being built
Dr. Fresh, I hate to butt in at this moment because I want us to get things very clear. The problem doesn't seem to be generation. The 6,000 that we generate, very lowly, going by our standards, population and everything, the 6,000 we generate, we cannot even make use of all of them. And Nigeria, a country of over 230 million people at last count, we are fiddling with 3,000. The TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, is still fully owned by the federal government. And now we don't even have infrastructure. At last count, in the past 3 years, we have had more than 100 what do they call it, collapse. You know, national grid collapse. In just 2.5 years or so, over 100. Yet we have a president who doesn't think it is necessary to build infrastructure that can even take up the 6,000 naira, the 6,000 megawatts, I beg your pardon. And we hear the impression that he created for us that, look, he seems to be doing well in the power sector. How is that so?
All right, let's just take it systematically, because one, we are perfecting the act of generation.
Okay.
And you and I know that some of these power stations require gas, to proceed, to achieve, their height. And so he is moving into the second stage. Remember, recently, the federal government went into contract with Siemens, which is one of the world's best infrastructure provider when it comes to power. And they are trying to build, the transmission and then the distribution unit that would help to evacuate more power from the generation sources. If you look at Abia yesterday, it was in the news, the federal government sponsored the building of an infrastructure that enabled Okwa to come back to electricity after like 10 years of absence. What they have just done was to do, to ensure a transmission line of about 34 kilometers, and they were able to put down transformers, to distribute it. So they are having power supply. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the infrastructures take time, to get in place. Another problem is gas supply to these power stations. As I'm talking to you now, a lot of pipelines are being run, through all these power plants, to be able from sources where hitherto gases were flayed before, they are being gathered and channeled into this power station. And those processes are ongoing, and I have no fear that before the end of the tenure of this first term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, those facilities would have been completed. And then you will begin to get the benefit of all this enormous generation that we're already having now.
Okay. All right, Dr. Fresh, I'm happy that you had to front load the president's performance, and we are talking about it now. But before we get into the numbers, I'd like to ask you, do you think that Nigeria will eventually slide into one-party state, more like a dictatorship? Do you see that coming?
I don't see it coming. Like I said, it's evolving. And the opposition is also strong in Nigeria. That's the beauty of the democracy. Like P2B is a strong force when it comes to the opposition. I don't see him joining the APC. I also see Atiku Abubakar, who is the head of the coalition, ADC. I don't see it, coming together to become one party. But what I think is happening is that there's a learning process we are undergoing. America has been a democracy for over 200 years. We just started again in 1999. So we are going to get there. It's going to get stronger, better by the day. That's what I think in that one.
Okay. All right, Dr. Fresh, I'd like for us to run the numbers now. Between 2015, when the PDP left office, and 2025, the 10 years of the APC government. In 2015, our GDP, like you rightly acknowledged, topped at $500 billion economy. Now we are 247. As at that time, we were number 1 in Africa. Now we are number 4. Egypt, South Africa, and which other country? I think Morocco has overtaken us. That is it. Inflation, as at the time PDP left office, inflation was 1 digit, 8%. Now, despite all the rebasing, inflation is still at 24%. I'm not talking about headline inflation. If you talk about headline inflation, it will be more. Now, exchange rate, as at the time PDP left office, was around 220 or 280 naira per dollar. Now, 1,456. Interest rate, 1 digit. Now, at what rate? Debt exposure, our debt exposure was below $40 billion. 40 billion naira. Now we have 152 trillion naira. In all of this, when you talk about reforms, what kind of reforms are you talking about? Reforms here in Nigeria or reforms on paper?
We have to look at it from the broader perspective.
Okay.
The former government put us on a hot seat. We were living on a borrowed time.
Okay.
Nigeria was moving towards the principle. What is not there. And it was a matter of time we slip into a failed state. And you and I knew that if that had happened, prolonged for an additional 1-2 years, there would have been disaster in the country. What this government has actually done is to, call a spade a spade. Made us to understand that all this time, we're not running actual economy, we're living on borrowed time. That is the reason why on the inauguration day of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he decided to remove the subsidy in, from petroleum products. That alone could have created a disaster. Remember, every other president was so scared, stiff scared, to touch issue of fuel
subsidy.
The fuel subsidy.
Dr. Fresh, Dr. Fresh,
let me land.
Dr. Fresh, are you aware that Nigeria still pays fuel subsidy? Are you aware, before we proceed? Are you aware?
Even if Nigeria, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, we
but
still
I
do.
can tell you a lot
still
of
do.
money was freed from that subsidy.
Okay.
And now we are running the real economy. The other time we were running, on borrowed time. Now we are facing the truth for ourselves.
By borrowing more?
Petroleum products
We are facing the truth by
priced.
borrowing more, Dr. Fresh, by borrowing more. I just told you our debt exposure in 2015, and now it has more than quadrupled. 142 trillion naira debt exposure.
But when you look at it, you also look at the rate of the servicing rate ratio. Okay. You understand? You don't look at it as an isolated case. How much money were we using to service debt before?
Has that changed?
GDP. What I'm trying to say here is the debt servicing ratio to the GDP is better now by far. So we look at it holistically, you understand, because we are now doing the real thing. We are not shielding anything. We're not hiding anything. We have said this is how we are. We are not this rich. We are just portraying ourselves as being rich. But now this is how we are. We have taken it from the foundation again. We are rebuilding from the scratch. We are trying to put things in place. That is what is happening now. And so the people are bound to face the pains. We are passing through the tribulation because we are now facing the pains of the reality of our time. Unlike when these things were shielded, hidden, and then all that, we're borrowing money and lifting ourselves up. But if you look at it now, things are beginning to look better again. Last year, a pound here was exchanging for 2,500 naira. But today, it is kept on coming down. As of last month, it was 1,800 per pound. So it will continue to get well because now we are becoming more productive.
More productive? Dr. Fresh, more productive. What are we producing? Companies are shutting down here.
Refined products. Okay, for instance, most of the petroleum product we utilize now are produced in our nation. So we are not foreign exchange reserve again towards that. And that is why you see there's a continuous the naira keep on getting stronger by the day.
Oh, well, I'm not sure Nigeria. I'm not sure the naira is getting stronger. If you look at the budget benchmark,
look at it this way.
Okay.
When we came to the basis, when we told ourselves the reality, it shot to 2,500. That was what it was at that time.
No, you're talking about the pounds. The pounds now. The pound sterling.
Yes, I'm just putting a benchmark with pounds.
Okay.
Now, as things kept on going on, the gross domestic product continued to increase. Like I told you, we are, unless for the overzealous independent marketers who are still bringing petroleum products. You and I know that Dangote Refinery and even the Port Harcourt Refinery, which has come upstream again, are producing enough for local consumption, and we're even exporting. So what that means is that...
Dr. Fresh, okay, land on your thought. Land on your thought.
Okay. Now, I'm sure you know that we're exporting to Cameroon and neighboring West African countries petroleum products from Dangote Refinery. Okay. So what I'm saying now, because of all these exports, the foreign exchange reserve is growing stronger. Like the last count, we had over $42 billion in our foreign exchange reserve.
Did you hear what the Minister of Finance said about the foreign reserve that is increasing? He said, no, it's not. It's because you are borrowing. It was more like a slip from him. Did you hear that? You didn't get that?
Every country in this world borrows. America has borrowed more money than any other.
And so when we borrow and it doesn't reflect on the exchange rate, the interest rate and all of that, of what use will it be to local production?
And I can tell you that nobody will borrow you money if they think you don't have the capacity to pay back. That is a simple, mathematics you and I know.
Because you have a collateral.
If they are able to borrow, means the lender understands that they have the capacity to pay back what they have borrowed. So the GDP is looking very good. Your borrowing has to be a particular percentage of your GDP. You can't borrow more than 25% of your GDP.
All right.
It's legal.
Okay.
Okay. And so I think they are keeping it within that range. So what I'm saying is that even though we are borrowing, we are getting stronger. Our reserve is growing by the day. The lenders are even having more confidence. But we are setting up infrastructures again. We want to get to a point where, this thing will be running on its own. It will be on auto drive, and the economy will smoothen out again.
All right then, Dr. Fresh. This is a conversation. It's an ongoing conversation. We might have to expand it some other time. For the meantime, let's get into another very interesting story, and that is the quest for Igbo president. Now, the quest for a president of Igbo extraction has been a sing-song since the return to civil rule in 1999. The closest an Igbo has come to the executive powers at the center was between 1979 and 1983, when Alex Ifeanyi Ekwueme was vice president. And since 1999, the highest has been the Senate presidency. And in the last 10 years, the highest has been deputy Senate president under Buhari. Talk about Ikwe Ekweremadu. Now, Dr. Fresh, what's your broad reaction to the quest for a president of Igbo extraction in Nigeria?
Chuma, you've asked a very sensitive question. I am first an Igbo man before a Nigerian. If you ask me, I would rather say, okay, I want an Igbo president. But it's a very sensitive matter as far as the situation we have in our hands is concerned now. Why do I say that? Now, each time they not want to play a divide and rule, throw a bet to us so that we in the South will be divided. Our votes are divided, and they take advantage of that to ride on us. That's the situation. If you ask me which path will I follow, I will follow the path of Ohaneze. Ohaneze Ndibo have thought it wise to support Ahmed Bola Tinubu for a second term.
No, I think that's a faction of Ohaneze Ndibo, not the main faction of Ohaneze Ndibo. You are talking about Isi Guzoro, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So now what we are saying is that they have seen some wisdom in it. The marginalization of Ndibo has been there for a very long time. It's something that must be addressed. Tinubu came to campaign in Enugu 2 years ago. He said, I am the one that will help you realize this Igbo presidency. Now, what if we give him the support for this second term? Definitely, we would have endeared ourselves into the hearts of the Yorubas. They are going to support us. We need their support. We cannot become president in isolation. We need the coalitions. The South-South, we have supported the South-South, so the payback time is coming. If we support the West, the payback time will come. And I'm also very sure that the North Central will back an Igbo presidency in 2032, or 2031 or thereabout. And that is what we are looking forward to. It's overdue, but I don't think that this time is auspicious for that Igbo presidency, because it's another bird that is coming. The type that came in 2015, when we dislodged Goodluck Ebele Jonathan from office for this kind of thing. Now they are throwing the bet again for us to swallow and kick out another Southern president. When the Northern presidents were there, nobody bothered. Nobody, cared, whether he was doing well or he wasn't doing well. And nobody talked about building a coalition to remove them. Why is it only the Southern president that coalitions arises, in order to dislodge them? That's what we're asking here. We need the Igbo presidency, but it's not at the expense of our brother. We need to give him, since we know that he is on a trajectory of lifting this economy, since we know that he's setting out the template that will help run Nigeria smoothly. I think I will encourage my Igbo brothers that let us give him a backing that he requires now to get back to power and finish the work which he has just started. And then when it is our time to ask for their support, they will look back but to support us.
All right.
What I think
Now,
about it.
Dr. Fresh, you have said quite a lot. You said that it is time for us, it is important for us to support Tinubu, because when he came to Enugu, he said when he gets it, that after he's done, he'll give it over to us. That was exactly the story we were told, that was sold to us during Buhari. Just support Buhari. The moment he's done, he's going to give it, to an Igbo man. That is number one. Number two, you said we should not align with the Igbo should not align with the North at the expense of our brother, a Southerner. Now let's do the arithmetic. Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones. In 1999, power came down south, and the Southwest took it in Olu Obasanjo. In 2007, it went to the north. Yar'Adua took it. Somehow, it came down south again. Jonathan took it from the south-south. In 2023, who should have taken it, given that we have 3 zones in the south? Now, it went again to the southwest. What form of justice is that? What color of justice is that?
Shuma, like I said, it's the marginalization of the Igbos did not start today.
Okay.
They look at it as, oh, well, there was a civil war, they lost, and so we want to, marginalize them. I think that's what my own thinking. I don't know what is in their mind. And I also think that to address the marginalization of the Igbo is going to be a holistic thing. We need to, build the proper coalition and present ourselves as worthy, to take that position. Why I'm saying this is that the time is not appropriate for us to jump in now because it's middle of the game. We will address the issue of marginalization. We are looking for a transfer of power, to the Igbo man, because we've been marginalized in every aspect, in appointment, in every other thing. Nepotism has been, the order of the day in this country. But that's not going to push us from, swallowing the belt again, because this is a very sensitive period. What we do with 2027 will determine how quick and how fast Igbo presidency will come.
Okay, by 2027, Bola Ahmed Tinubu steps back, and he does till 2031. And power goes back to the north from 2031 to 2039. That is how many years away from now? We are looking at approximately 3, 2, 4, 8. We are looking at about 15 years. Now, do you see what permutations do you think that can produce an Igbo president anytime in 20?
The holistic way.
Okay.
If you remember, the regions were like 3 regions.
Okay.
We had the West, we had the East, and we had the North.
Okay.
These are the principal region. The discussion came recently, and when they started saying North and South, North and South. If we go to the original region, it could just be rotated through the major, regions, and vice versa. So we are looking for, there's nothing wrong in Igbo taking over from Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we are a major region that has not tested power since democracy returned to Nigeria in 1999. And so we are very confident that even the North will consider it necessary to pass the power to the southeastern.
And you think that the North will allow? You think the North will allow power to stay in the South for 16 years?
But they have ruled Nigeria for more than 70% of the time, whether military or civil rules. Most of the policies that are affecting us today were done during the military. Remember the lopsidedness of the local government, for which Bola Ahmed now is trying to grant autonomy to the local government. And you know that the sharing basis here is local government and state. And one state in the north has 44 local governments. And a whole big Imo state has just 27. You understand that it's already lopsided. And these were created by military regimes. But when we talk about leadership, we talk as though military leadership was not a regime. You understand? We have to look at this holistically. The North has dominated leadership since independence. From independence, they've dominated over 70% of the time. So there's nothing wrong in handing over Bola Ahmed Tinubu, handing over to an Igbo president.
In 2020, in 2031.
2031,
Okay,
exactly.
okay, now beautiful. Dr. Fresh, let's talk a bit about the state of the nation. Now let's get into insecurity. You know the back and forth, that Nigeria has been having with Donald Trump of the United States and how they have redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, recall the ambassador. Now they're offering $3,000 to illegal immigrants to return home and pay their flight tickets. And if you are not taking that, the moment to capture you, will take you in and will take you home first and you not come back to the United States of America again. Now, do you think that this country, that the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing enough, in the war on terror to the extent that, look, America can say, okay, Nigeria has a clean slate now, let's take them back. What do you think? What's your assessment of the president's drive to fight insecurity in Nigeria?
Chuma, let me start by saying that insecurity in Nigeria is a tetrahedron. And sorry to say, the leadership in the past has been complicit in this area. And that is why it has been difficult to fight insecurity. If you look at, there was a time when Sani Abacha was alive, he said that no insecurity will last 24 hours in Nigeria if the hand of the government is not in it. And you and I have been hearing about high-profile persons that have been mentioned who are complicit with this insecurity, and that is why it has been very difficult to dislodge. They've mixed religion with it, and they try to brand it with all them. It's the same thing with, but whether they're calling it Boko Haram, whether they're calling it herdsmen, whether they're calling it bandits, they are all the same thing. They are all, violent crime, killing, maiming, kidnapping, to raise money to fund for their weapons and all that. Now, what is Donald Trump's interest? I want to tell you, before I even go there, let me also tell you that if our country is calm and peaceful, we have no need going out because we have one of the best countries in the world. We have a country, that is happy 24 hours. We have a country that has summer for 12 months. We have a country, that are endowed naturally. We have a country that's endowed human resources and every other thing. So all we require to move forward now is to secure our borders and ensure that insecurity is brought to, the barest minimum. Trump is coming, a welcome development. Because you and I know that the world is moving, transiting from fossil oil to renewable energy sources. And I can tell you that lithium is playing a very paramount role in that process. Using running your electric cars are made of lithium. And whether you're powering your solar energy or whatever, your inverters and all that, lithium plays a very paramount role. And I can tell you that we have a lot of reserve of lithium in Zamfara. Little wonder there is banditry in Zamfara. There are foreigners who come into our territory, across our borders, give guns to these bandits, exploit the mineral resources, and run away with it without paying anything to the government, and making it, even for our armed forces, difficult for armed forces to even get entrance into that zone and then flush them out. So we are thinking that Trump coming in will bring order to that area. Recently, lithium was found again in Kwara State, in one of the world's largest reserve of lithium has been found in Kwara State. And the bandits again has gone there, to create the confusion again. But Trump is saying we can take these people out and legalize this thing so that everybody will have, clean access to this energy, instead of some foreigners coming to steal it in compliance or in collaboration with some local chiefs, local politicians who continue to add such, banditry, and then insecurity continue to increase.
Okay.
But let me even ask you.
Okay,
recently,
Dr. Fresh, I'd like for you to round off in 30 seconds because we are out of time.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me even ask you. Nigeria, some young boys invented or innovated, drones. And as I speak to you, these guys domiciled in Abuja, and they have capacity of producing 30,000 drones per annum. They are selling to the rest of the world. What stops the federal government from engaging these young people and then getting these drones to check our forests and all that? There are saboteurs inside, but I'm glad that they are being discovered. The federal government is naming those who are in the government who are trying to block all these processes, which to checkmate insecurity, bring peace on our land, and then have a very peaceful environment. And you see the world, I am thinking that the next destination of the world is Nigeria, because we have all it takes for tourism, we have all it takes for production, GDP increase, and all that. And so you, in the next 10 years, check out what will happen. And I think Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be able to rectify all these things and put us on the trajectory of realizing our nationhood.
All right, I'll take that as a concluding thought. And unfortunately, this is where we have to draw the curtain. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Fresh Onuoha, for being part of Political Lens. Now, Dr. Onuoha is an APC chieftain coordinator. Tinubu is the answer. President, Nigerian Diaspora League. Former SA to Honorable Minister of Education, Emeka Nwajuba, and former Organizing Secretary, Labour Party in Imo State. Thank you very much, Dr. Fresh Onuoha, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yeah, thank you, Chuma, for having me. I think it is a lot to talk.
All right, big pleasure.
We'll do this I love my country. I would always
now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the
All
technical director, bus engineer, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. From me, Merry Christmas and bye for now. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you.
and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and I would say compliment of the season. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From federal government charging Malami and Son for alleged laundering of 1.014 billion naira, to Atiku accusing Tinubu of politicizing Supreme Court ruling on local government autonomy. Also, APC Chief Thane tells PDP to fix issues or merge with ADC. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government has filed a 16-count criminal charge against former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, son and his son, alleging involvement in money laundering to the tune of 1.014 billion naira. The charges were filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission at a federal high court in Abuja. They accused the father and son of unlawful enrichment and diversion of funds in a case that has drawn national attention. Meanwhile, an aide to the former AGF, Bello Doka, has described as illegal the continued detention of Abubakar Malami, despite a court order granting him bail. He raised the alarm that the disobedience of a court order by a constitutionally created body like the EFCC will derail democracy and cast doubt on its ability to do justice to all Nigerians. Bello further challenged the commission to arraign Malami before a competent court and stop the alleged media trial and the spread of false narratives. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator in economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually, we have Lekia Christian. Lekia Christian is a public affairs analyst, a social justice crusader, and the president, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Glad to have you, and always a pleasure to have you. Okay, let me start with you. Well, this case about Malami has been on the news for quite some time. We saw how he was really trying to be very, he was just trying to be, he was giving us updates on everything that was going on from when he was arrested, and when he was, arrested by the AGF or taken into custody by the EFCC rather. And then we've been getting updates from him, and then, different reports, you're coming from different angles about this particular issue. Of course, somewhere about terrorism and all of that. Now, he has finally been charged for money laundering. What do you make of this?
Well, it's an interesting issue. Corruption in this country has been very, very serious. And there are people who oftentimes have been considered as being above the law. But this is one case that a lot of people are beginning to see as one of some sort of political vendetta, while others are seeing it as maybe justice taking its course. Whether there are people who are excused, who should ordinarily be excused from the consequences of their action or not. But for me, to be accused is one thing, arrested and charged. The onions of proof will be something that will come up in court. And he is an officer of the law. And the courtroom is not a shrine where anybody is dragging him to. So as issues unveil, we'll begin to appreciate the reality surrounding the circumstances and the truth that needs to be established. Because he has been a public officer, and Nigerians expect so much from him. A whole lot was associated with him. A whole lot had been created. But I don't, like I used to say, I don't work with assumptions, and I don't like just acting on the basis of secondary factors. So I believe that whatever that happens, Nigerians are watching, and we will see to the end of it. Justice is a good meal. Our Lady of Justice has always been blindfolded. And the people involved are all either law enforcement officers like the EFCC. They have a duty to unravel whatever they've been charged with. And he also has the responsibility of proving his innocence. The courtroom will be open soon, and the truth will be unfolded, and we will see what truly happened. 1.0 something billion is not little money. So if he's found guilty, where he fails to prove his innocence, it will serve as a deterrent to those who are in high offices, knowing that even after your tenure, you could be brought to book. So it's important that all of these are beginning to happen, so that the world too will begin to see Nigeria as a serious nation when it comes to fighting corruption, and that even where you are out of office, you can still be haunted by your misdeeds if eventually he's been proved guilty by the court of law.
Okay, you said he found guilty, but I don't know, most times we've not really had any of these officials or ex-officials or former officials really get to that point where they are being charged and being sentenced or whatever, because they get to go back and forth, and before you know it, either they get to join the ruling party and then their mistakes are forgiven, or they get to the court's issues are just being, and every time probably they'll tell you their health status, and then you just get to see elongated court rulings or elongated court sessions, and you don't get to really see anybody being brought to book. Do you think that this would be a different case?
Well, the most important arm of government to me has always been the judiciary, because it's always their responsibility to interpret the law, even as lawmakers do their thing, as well as to bring clarity on issues that border on where there are a misunderstanding. And the good meal of justice is something that comes from them alone. If you watch them, there is some where they call the sanctum. That is from where they deliver their judgment. It's a sacred chamber. And the hallmark of integrity is expected of any judge that stays there. So whether the judiciary will allow themselves to continually stay an arm that will be manipulated by either the executive or the judiciary or the powerful within the society on account of what they stand to offer, then it's something that will go a long way to determine whether they deserve that integrity, they deserve the respect, or whether their judgment that going to be judgment that the society will honor, or it's going to be like the tissue paper thing that will be discarded without a second thought. So the judiciary is the most critical component here. Why would I expect the EFCC to come all out to do their thing? Because he's been arrested, and he's not mean person, he's not ordinary person. This is somebody who has been Attorney General of the Federation, a Minister of Justice. So at the temple of justice, he's been Lord. So he understands the dynamics of the system. But Nigerians are watching. Is it going to be like every other issue, like you rightly said, or that the judiciary now will distinguish themselves under Tinubu to say, this is the way to go, and they will stand their ground on account of what the book says. So judicial integrity is again on test here. And it's going to be a judgment that will determine the fairness of the judge. And Nigerians, this will help to clarify whether the judiciary is still going to remain the hope of the people, not just the common man, but everybody. Now, somebody who is considered a high flyer, who had been in a very sensitive position before, is involved, and his son. This issue rang a bell many years ago when he was in office, and it's been brought to the front burner again. So let's believe that they will do. Let me not predict what the outcome will be, but whatever they do will determine how Nigeria will continue to see. We'll see the judiciary, particularly in this case.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, we see so many persons have actually called Malami a privileged. He was a privileged minister under Buhari, and now for the privileged minister to now be charged, or to now be, charged for alleged laundering of that amount of money, 1.014 billion naira. That's huge. What do you make of this before I ask you the next question?
The way you people cost our money amuses me. 1.4 billion is just about $1 million.
But it's our money, and it's in billions, and it's
when
big.
You call it that, it amuses me. So the issue is this. One, I would have been impressed if Malami is still in APC and this thing is going on. Understand? I would have been impressed that Tinubu is fighting corruption. Understand? But now he's no more in APC. He has signaled his intention that to run for the governorship of KB under ADC. Understand? So, to me, what is going on is a vendetta. That's exactly what is going on, vendetta. Understand me? What is his name? The former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, what is happening on his own case? Instead of facing a judiciary, he is even giving appointments. Understand? So even if the judiciary want to use Malami as to show that they have integrity, I will still not be impressed because it is vendetta. It is vendetta. Let them pick somebody who is still in APC and jail him. let them pick Bendo, Yahaya Bendo, and put him in prison. The current chairman of EFCC say instead of Bendo will not go to prison, he will resign from EFCC. What is happening since then? So for me, I'm not. This is a vendetta. He is being punished. Understand? Not just because of what he did in office, but simply because he defected from APC to ADC. Nigerians should know this. So nobody should tell us that Tinubu is fighting corruption. You cannot use somebody in the opposition as an example of you fighting corruption. Bible says that judgments will start in the house of God. Let the fight of corruption start with those in APC. Then who will be impressed? That's number one. Then number two, I keep on saying the injustice that you condone today, understand, will hurt you after. Understand? Manami was very reckless when he was the AGF. Understand? He was very, very reckless in everything. He was feeling as if the world is in his palm. Understand? He was feeling that that he was all and all. And so the recklessness, he committed a lot of atrocities as the AGF, even including the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Understand? So those things now are now coming to hurt him. But as I said, I would have been impressed if he's still a member of APC and this thing is going on. So there are two things. In one, it is vendetta that is going on. That is number one. Number two, it is the injustices that he allowed, that he tolerated under his tenure, that is now coming to hurt him. Understand?
Okay, his media aide has actually said that there was a court order that he should.
That court order was on the 23rd.
Yes, 23rd of December.
Yeah.
But now, even despite the court order, he's still being detained by the EFCC, and his media aide is saying that his continued detention is actually very illegal. Since if Malami remains detained despite the court order, like we've seen already, what does this say about the respect for judicial authority or separation of powers?
When Malami was the AGF, he was not respecting court orders. So that's what I say about the injustice that you condone. It will come to hurt. If it doesn't hurt you, it will hurt your children. So he wasn't respecting court orders because under his regime, 30 different courts gave order for Nnamdi Kanu to be released, which he never obeyed. So now, because of it, has now come to him. He is now crying foul. But for me, if somebody misses a court order, obey the court. So if federal government is not punishing him, they should have obeyed the court order. Understand? Because the best form of revenge is to act differently from the person. Understand me? That is that's the best form of revenge. If you do the same thing that person did, both of you are the same thing. So government, even though they are not matured, government should have shown maturity by obeying court order. We know during your own time, you were not obeying court orders, but will not behave like you. Understand? You have met the conditions. You can go and now begin that to come to face your judgments.
Okay, let me come to Lekia. Lekia, one of the things that his media aide, Bello Doka, said was that his continued detention, aside from it being illegal, he's saying that it is an infringement on the fundamental human rights of Malami. What do you make of this? And then you should also answer this question, please. Does prolonged detention in a high-profile case undermine the rights to fair hearing, or is it justified? Because we've heard them sometimes say flight risk, collateral interference, and all of that is a flight risk. Is it justifiable that he should still be in detention, or does this undermine the right to fair hearing?
Ordinarily, I tell you that the law should be no respecter of anybody. Whether you are high up there or you are low down here, as far as you are a human being, we should be treated equally. In fact, the idea of fundamental human rights is that there should be equity. Equity is the law. That if you're talking about justice, the scale should be uniform. It shouldn't depend on the class or the status of whoever that is involved. So whether it's Malami today or Lekia today or whoever, we should be treated equally in the eyes of the law. And that's the idea behind the symbol of Our Lady of Justice being blindfolded, so that the individual would not be seen, but the pendulum should be allowed to swing in the direction of truth. So that to me, that's the way I see it. And considering what his aide said, yes, he has a right to make those comments. We don't expect him to be silent in the face of all of this that is happening. And even as my brother said from the studio, when it comes to things like this, it should be even that maybe that issue of vendetta, like I also mentioned, is he being given this treatment because he left the APC, or that he is being compelled to answer for the issues that were raised against him? And when he cited the case of Bello, I think it was another way of justifying that position that he advanced. But as far as I'm concerned, the scale for justice should be uniform, irrespective of whosoever that is involved.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Peter, let me come to you. If you actually say that this is vendetta, but why would you think so? And then, aside from the fact that he said he joined ADC, what does the present administration, what do they have to gain by prosecuting, by doing this to him? Because really, he's not vying for the presidency. He's vying for just a governorship and post. What?
A governor is not just.
Okay.
The president is at the national. The governor is at the subnational. So it is not just. It is not understand just. And he was among the people at the helm of affairs in Buhari's campaign organization. So what is going on is intimidation. What is going on is intimidation, understand? That is so that to serve as a deterrent, understand? When others see what is happening, that the former AGF, now they will not want to defect to ADC, understand? That is what is going on. So if somebody, even if it's an armed robber that missed his bail, you should allow him to go, because it is court that say that he should go, not you. Understand? But the issue is this: they are not happy with him that he defected from APC to ADC, and now want to contest the governor of the state. So they are harassing him, they are intimidating him, they are using him as a reference point to others. They are using him as a reference point to others, understand? And they are also meting out to him what he meted out against to other people when he was the AGF, because he wasn't obeying the court orders during his own time. Understand? That's why the Bible says, what you sow, you shall reap. With what you measured until others will be measured unto you.
Okay, so you're saying that this is like a case of him having a taste of his own
So
medicine.
Bible is a living book. Understand? So what is written there happens. Understand? So it is his disobedience to court orders when he was in position that is now happening to him now that he is not in position.
Okay, you know, one of the things he had come out to say was about the fact that the EFCC boss has a personal issue with him. Can you speak to that? Do you really think that this is one of the things that's actually playing out here?
The current EFCC guy was once because he was in the admin of the EFCC. I mean, this guy. And there was an indictment that he was involved in. So that's why Malami is saying that he doesn't even have the moral right to prosecute him. Understand? So that has been his argument, that the EFCC guy does not have the moral right or the integrity, understand, to question him. So that is the issue. But mind you, the EFCC guy is not truly independent. They have never ever been. Understand? No EFCC boss has ever been independent. Even right from when Rebadu was there working for Olusegun Obasanjo, they were all attacking dogs of the president. Understand? Whoever is not on the good book of the president becomes their victim. So today he is now in the opposition. Understand? So he is now a victim of the president. So that's exactly what is going on. Why Yahaya Bello, who is even accused of stealing far more or laundering far more, is being rewarded, given appointments. Understand? So this shows you the kind of country that we are in. And people abroad are seeing all these things. So nobody abroad will tell you, yes, that a high-profile person in Nigeria is facing a prosecution. So that shows that Tinubu is fighting corruption. Nobody will say it because they know what is happening. That why this is happening is because he has defected to a different political party.
Okay, let's move back to our virtual guest. To what extent can anti-corruption prosecutions against former ministers enhance public trust in the EFCC or fuel perceptions of selective justice, like some persons have said?
That he that comes to equity must do so with clean hands. When issues have been established that whoever that is in the driver's seat, as in the case of the head of the EFCC now, is biased. If Malami is accusing him that he lacks the moral right, to even to pretend over this matter, it's an indictment on the process. Because if he has zero confidence in him in this process, the outcome will be predetermined. And particularly when you don't find those in the driver's seat of those anti-corruption agencies, being independent. If you are not independent and you are being manipulated, or like my brother said, if you're being seen as one of those instruments in the hands of Mr. President to deal with anybody that is not in his good books, then it brings the entire process to disrepute. People will begin to ask questions: what's the essence? Do we truly need an EFCC or not? But ideally, considering the impact and consequences of corruption on our national development, it is proper for such an agency to exist. But then those who are saddled with such sacred responsibilities must be up and doing. They must be able to meet a certain level of public standard they should be able to earn the respect of Nigeria. You know, so the selection process of who heads such an agency like the ICPC or the EFCC is important, because when you lack integrity and you're being saddled with that responsibility, even the institute in trying to get one particular job done will be corrupt. So there's obviously a need for an overhaul, that Nigerians, for us to move away from the dark woods, you know, should be able to reason proper and shift from the ancient narrative to a new one where patriotism will drive human action, where we'll begin to act in the best interest of our country and not just trying to please one man that is high up there because of his privileged position. So, but corruption is evil. Its impact on Nigeria has been quite devastating, and there is need for it to stop. So I wouldn't want to be part of any crusade that would say that the investigations into issues of corruption should be stopped. No. But as we make progress as a nation, I believe that changes will come as the public continues to talk about it and media houses provide platforms like this for us to talk about issues like this. People will begin to realize why they must be conscience guided in whatever they do. Because if we do things in a matters of the people and society is not being considered, being placed for ahead of personal interest, we will definitely be doing the wrong thing. So, in the interest of our dear country, let's be positive, let's be conscience guided, let's be honest, let's allow the truth to prevail, no matter who is involved. Like my brother said, whether you are an armed robber, a murderer, or whatever, let the investigation, let the court judge you. Once there is the judgment, we will respect that. But not that somebody will commit a crime that is obvious and people will look elsewhere, they turn a blind eye in that direction. No, that's not helping the system, and it will continue to affect how Nigeria is being seen, valued, and a place within the Committee of Nations.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, I'm sure you want to chime into this before we move on to the next.
I want to just go back and watch the video of the recent meeting that APC had, where the governor that had defected from PDP to APC attended. Go back and watch the video. You know, since 2003, Ngige has not been a very active member of APC. Even when they were talking about who he is going to vote for in 2023, he did not campaign for Bola Tinubu. He said that he has one vote and will decide what to do about it. He never said that he's going to vote for P2B or for Ngige or for Tinubu or for Atiku. So he has been very, very lukewarm. He had not been attending APC meeting since 2023. So after this harassment, go back and check that video. You see, they were hugging him, telling him to calm down, understand? Now you've come, understand? And the case is going to die down. I was watching that video and seeing, what I was saying, see a country where God put some good people inside. Understand? They were just spreading his hand. Understand? Why should this happen that to him? Why should that? Or they were telling him, calm down. Understand? And watch, that case is dead. That case is dead.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused President Bola Tinubu of politicizing the recent Supreme Court ruling on local government autonomy for political leverage. Recall that on July 11, 2024, the Supreme Court ruled that allocations from the Federation account should be paid directly to the 774 local government councils rather than through state governments. Article said by July 2026, it would be that administration has deliberately ignored the ruling for 2 years. He described the alleged inaction as defiance and a calculated political move, adding that the president is using compliance with the law as the Supreme Court judgments are final, not optional. Persistently refusing to enforce one is a direct breach of the Constitution and a violation of the oath he swore to Nigerians. Article further stated that Supreme Court judgments are final, not optional. Okay, Dr. Peter, let me come to you first. What do you make of this article's critic about this Supreme Court judgment?
The issue is this: most Nigerians are not properly informed. Most Nigerians are not properly informed. Even the article is not even getting it all that right. Supreme Court judgment is not superior to the Constitution. Understand? The Supreme Court draws its powers from the Constitution. But in that Constitution, when that judgment came, Nigerians were celebrating, but they were not properly informed. That is in the Constitution. Our Constitution says that the money due to the local government, I'm quoting Constitution, money due to the local government should be paid into a joint account between the state and the local government. What I'm saying now is in the Constitution. This part of the Constitution has not been amended. It has not been expunged. It is still there, which means this local government autonomy cannot function. Understand me? Which means this local government autonomy cannot function unless that part of the Constitution is amended or expunged. But up to now, that thing had not happened. Understand? So people were heading Tinubu, understand, because of that job, but they don't know that it cannot work unless that part of the Constitution is amended. Even the governor of Adamawa State, Fintri, went to court to challenge the Supreme Court over that judgment. Understand? So if they really want to, and if that judgment comes today, the governor will win, because that part of the Constitution has not been removed, has not been amended.
Okay, please allow me to come in here, Dr. Peter. Okay, so usually they say that Supreme Court is like the final bus stop. So how can
it gets its power from the Constitution? So
the why I'm asking this question is, you saying Governor Fintiri is going to the case,
went to court
challenge the case,
yes.
challenge the case. So does it, as in, like, I'm wondering, is that possible, like challenging a case at Supreme Court? Is it because it's not in alignment to the Constitution?
Because it's not, that's why I said that Constitution is superior to the Supreme Court judgment. So why Fintiri will win is that section of the Constitution that money due to the local government should be paid into a joint account between the state and the local government has not been amended. And it is the state government that is controlling the money that is due to the local government because of this Constitution. So if Fintiri goes that, if the case is in the court, but if they pursue it, it will come in favor of the governor that went to court to challenge this.
Okay, but if you say that it's not in alignment with our Constitution, the president on December 19 actually told the state governors that he was going to, issue an executive order to enforce this. So if that part has not been amended, why is the president, he has not made any move.
19th of what?
December.
That
was just last week.
Okay. If Tinubu really wanted it to work, because most of the governors were not happy with that Supreme Court decision. Understand? If Tinubu has wanted this to work, he would have told the National Assembly expunge that section of the Constitution or amend it, understand, so that it can work. But his mind is still in 2027. I don't want these governors to work against me. So it is politics that he is playing. Now deceiving gullible people who don't know what the Constitution says and what he is doing.
Okay, let's hear Lekia's thoughts on this. Of course, do you align with the former vice president? Dr. Peter is also saying here now that the Supreme Court this Supreme Court ruling is not in alignment with what we have in the Constitution. And then, of course, we've seen that the president has even told the governors that if they don't obey this order, he was going to issue an executive order. And Atiku is also saying about this particular statement that this is not about threats, it's just about him asking the Attorney General of Federation to ensure that this comes into play. What do you make of all this?
To have advised the governor, in terms of his interest to see that allocation that is due to the third tier of government is being given to them. But whether we like it or not, no matter how we're seeing it, it is purely a constitutional matter. And that if those who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that this issue is being properly interpreted in line with the spirit and letter of the Constitution, if they fail, then the problem will become a judicial one and than political. But all of this is part of the manipulative forces you expect in a sickly democracy. But I pray that healing will come with all the parties acting right and doing what is expected of them and showing great respect for the Constitution, because it's purely a constitutional matter as far as I'm concerned. And I urge them to respect the position of the Constitution. Like he said, if a section of the Constitution is yet to be amended, that Constitution remains supreme. That position remains supreme and overrides any other declaration by any other institution, even the Supreme Court, because they are not to give their own mind or opinion. Their opinion cannot be judgment. Their opinion can only be determined by the position of the law. That's why you see sometimes lawyers who are very good come to court and they will let the judge know that even if you are thinking like this, they make reference to cases where the proper thing has been done as a reference decimal, and they will be helpless, and no matter where the influence, a quarter from where the influence is coming from, and they'll act right. That's only to those who have integrity. But I think all of this is something that will be subject and should be subject to judicial interpretation.
Okay, before we move to our next conversation, I want to quickly speak to this. Would full local government autonomy, would it yield any dividends for us as a country?
I think so. As far as I'm concerned, the local government is the third tier and the closest to the grassroots. That's grassroots governance. It's more of a community government because they are closer to the people. They understand the pains, they understand the needs, and so the bringing governance to the people will only be effective when you are giving them all that is due them. They can't work because if the state holds back their fund, there's no way they can be effective in the terms of discharging their responsibilities or carrying out projects that are vested and their offices to do, by virtue of the provisions of the Constitution.
Okay, Dr. Peter.
I want to say something that's a practical experience. I know of a governor in the Southeast. For 8 years, he was in the office. What he was doing, he told the local government chairman to send their workforce to him. That to send it to the state that he will be paying local government. So what he now does every month, when money comes, he will send a pocket money, 5 million, to the chairman. Understand? Now, call the traditional ruler of each of the town and the PG, the president general of the town, and give them 500,000. Now, pay the local government staff. That ends it. Understand? So the local government chairman cannot execute any project. The local government chairman cannot, because that money that is being given to him is just this is your pocket money. I'm paying your workers. I'm paying the salaries of your workers. So the local government chairman their hands were tied at their back by the governor. So the local government chairman were just PAs to the governor, which is not what it should be. Because we have 3 tiers of government. They should work independently. So the money for the local government should be going to them directly. Understand? That's why when we are talking, we don't mention any state, any local government chairman. When we are talking about the development in states, nobody remembers local government chairman because we know that what is due to them is not getting to them. The governors are holding it. Understand? If I am mentioning decadence in local in Lagos State or in Imo State, I don't even know the names of the local government chairman. It is the governor I know, because it is him that is withholding the resources that is meant for the local government. So when the resources begin to get to them directly, we can now be holding them accountable. Understand?
But that section of the Constitution, is it not just because we have leaders who are not being honest? Because if the state governors, I feel that if the state governors are actually very honest and actually, honest, they'll be able to give out what is accrued to the local government without holding back. So why are they holding back? So since we have a constitution that says otherwise, as in some that is against the Supreme Court ruling, can it work? Can't they do something? Can't they be that honest enough to ensure that they give this local government what is accrued to them?
This is what the National Assembly should do. Amend that section of the Constitution or expunge it, so that money due to the local government will not be going straight to them, whether the governor likes it or not. But the governors, but those in the National Assembly are being controlled by their various governors. Just like Nelson Wike was saying that he bought form and they paid for all the people that contested in River State. Understand? So it is what he tells them that they will do.
Okay, let's have your final thought before I go to Lekia to get his final thought.
For me, Nigeria will work if we have the right people at the top. That's my final thought.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have you tell us your final thoughts, Lekia.
I believe that Nigeria will work only when we allow our conscience to guide us and when we are prepared to act right. When we don't do things that will please us and endanger or threaten or displease others. If we can only love ourselves as one another, this country will be a beautiful place.
Okay, thank you very much. This is where we draw the curtains on the show. Thank you very much, Lekia Christian, for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. And thank you very much, Dr. Peter, for being with us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, sir. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of the show. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough